Petco for Thursday night live sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here. We are selling records, pricing records, tagging records. What have I just done with those 2 invoices I priced? Did I just mix them up in here? Nope, I must have laid them over here where they should be laid. No, I laid them right here. Welcome, everybody. Mike, first commenter, as always. Welcome. Yeah, I've got the prices right here. There's a crate. Either you can mark them or Laura can. I'm sure Laura wouldn't mind. Tanner says he'll do it. I'm going to put the 2 invoice sheets in front of the crate. I think this is it. Yeah, that's it. We got 1 crate of new vinyl. Jerry Stone's going to be mad at me. Jerry Stone's... This is a rough week for me. Masters, it is so distracting. So distracting, Masters week. See, it's already on my phone. I just unlocked my phone and boom, there it is. Such a distracting deal. All right, let's start getting all this shared and tagged though. Welcome everybody. It's chat o'clock. Our turn to be under a tornado watch. I think we got possibly bad weather coming through here too, again, as well. Anyways, let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the records ahead. I'm going to hit copy link. I'm going to hit share. I'm going to hit group. I'm going to hit that and then here. And then let's get this link copied. And then posted. So make sure you've hit the like button. Laura's in the back finishing up the auctions. John's got us a ton of 45s. I'm going to be going through a little bit of everything tonight. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Y'all know the drill. Let's see here. Let's hit this like button. Followers. Top fans. Facebook link. You know, we might do on sale new vinyl tonight. I might make a post. Facebook. That might be what we have to do. Of course, Paul's not here. John's got 45s ready. It'll be a great night because it's Thursday metal night. We might go ahead and elect this to be on sale new vinyl night. I might have to do some sorting the first few minutes of the show, but if y'all bear with me, I can get it all sorted. We might go ahead and discount all of February. No, March is. This is April, right? Yeah, it's Masters. We might go ahead and discount March or technically February. I don't know. I'll have to flip through the crates, but I think it's time to discount new vinyl. I just got here about a half hour ago. Like I walked in the door. It's 5:31. I think I walked in 32 minutes ago. Since then, I've ate, priced new vinyl, talked to John, my sister, who's now working here, and also Tanner, and we have got the show set up and live, and now I'm talking to y'all. So I still got some stuff to do, but it's going to be a great night of metal auctions. But I think let's go ahead and just call this new vinyl because Paul, where he did, basically 3 shows in a row, and he's swapping his schedule around with John because John needs off tomorrow. John typically works on 45s on Thursday, so he really don't have vintage. And Laura hopefully will be able to mark a few crates. So it sounds like we're going to be doing a lot of discounting tonight. It's been a weird week. Sounds like we're going to be doing a lot of discounting. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get auctions up and rolling as soon as I get done sharing. And we'll get rolling. Group picture. We need to do that very soon. we're supposed to do a Christmas card, and I dropped the ball and never did book the photographer and do all that stuff. So, yeah, we need some employee profile posts, don't we? Employee of the day, Otis. Employee of the day, Seth. And it's a picture of a clown. That would be epic. Literally, we post a picture of Ronald McDonald. Bozo, B-O-Z-O. Straight from Seinfeld. Okay. So, I haven't heard from old Seth. I think he's mad he didn't get an invite to the Masters. He got an invite last year. He was going to go with us, and he had to go to a baby shower or something. I was like, what? A baby shower over the Masters? What, are you kidding me? And then so I took my brother this year, which was probably a little bit better decision. Okay, I've got all that shared now just over here for Instagram story. Hope everybody's hit the like button for me. Giving Seth a hard time. Yeah, that's how we know we're friends with him. If we didn't pick on that dude, then that means we actually didn't like him. So, wait a minute. What? What did I just say? If y'all got to know him, he's an easy target. I saw him the other day. I was like, good gosh. Good gust of wind come through, blow the dude away. He's already skinny as a rail. I saw him the other day. I was like, dude, what are you doing? You look like you weigh like 80 pounds. You know, you need some cheese, you need some water burgers and milkshakes, Seth. Yeah, he eats like a freaking cow. He weighs like 80 pounds, like 6'3", and it's like 2 inches wide. Okay, so it's Thursday Metal Night. Welcome. Hope everybody's hit the like button. We're done talking about Seth for the next at least 3 minutes. We'll get back later. Oh, this was a bundle last night. This was the last bundle deal of the night. Okay. That's the last bundle deal of the night. I left it there, and we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and get our first auction started. So, okay, there's that. Are we all the channels are connected? We're good to go. So we got a wide variety of 45s here. Let me go ahead and start sorting. So this is April, right? What is the old dates? March? Is there anything February? I guess it's March stuff. March? No, it couldn't be March. I think it is February. Yeah, I think it's stuff with February dates. Yeah. We need to go pull February dates, which we can do, and we'll have plenty of cool on-sale new stuff to do. But also, you'll see here that we've got some incredible 45s to auction, including something I didn't know that existed, which is this right here, Leonard Skinner, Give Me 3 Steps, Sounds of the South. So that's that first Skinner label, and honestly, this is the first 45 I've seen on that label. I could have swore that even though they were on Sounds of the South, all their singles were still on MCA. This is MCA, but it's a subsidiary, Sounds of the South. So honestly, to my knowledge, the first time I've ever had one of these, Give Me 3 Steps from Pronounce, their first album, the first label, a big hit single from Skinner, a $7 start in the original MCA sleeve, okay? Let's go ahead and start with some sealed stuff John brought me. Here's a sealed Steve Miller, Your Saving Grace. It is a gatefold, SKAO 331. That is sealed. That's going to go up for a $15 start. And we also have a sealed Billy Joel Songs in the Attic. That's a $15 start. So Skinner, Steve Miller, Billy Joel, $15 starts. Let the show begin. I'm going to put those there. New vinyl sheets over there. There's my debit card for Laura whenever she goes to get the highly desirable and now iconic blue juice. And Just so you know, Laura, that is still over here and not on the counter where it normally is. I also don't have any crates next to me. I might give Tanner that project because I have 0 crates next to me. And I feel like we went through this crate last night late. Buy it now, best offer. We did. Let's go ahead and go through the post stuff. There's that. I don't need this right now. And we have auctions already up and ready. And Skinnerd has bids for 7, 7, and 7. Rich Record was first. Tony McDaniel, you were second, and then Ryan Eaton. So I did post a flip video over on Whole Lot of Records. It should be 3 crates over here. And then what we're going to do is start going through that stuff. I'm going to sort through some new vinyl. And we'll start rolling with metal auctions here pretty soon, okay? But first, let me change back over to Chad Williams so I can go to the group and click over here as Whole Lot of Records. Let me find that flip video. There's about 11 claims, and it'll give y'all some time to look at some other stuff. We have Leonard Skinner, Smashing Pumpkins, System of a Down, Smashing Pumpkins, The Cars, Stevie Ray Vaughan, STP, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Cars, and Stevie Ray. Okay, awesome. So there's that. Leonard Skinner's now at 10. There's 1 crate full of new vinyl. And then, like I said, we're going to be pulling dates. I'm going to discount everything from February that's in the store. I'll have to do some sorting, but I can do it quickly. And we'll have a big, hopefully huge night of discount on sale new vinyl. I probably need to go ahead and make a post in the group. I'll probably go ahead and do that right now. Thursday night, metal night, and on sale new vinyl. On Coletco. Go ahead and get that done. And then here's this flip video. Okay. And here's this. Okay. So the Skinner's at 15. Let's grab this first flip crate that I posted. Some of this y'all may have seen multiple times, but I have never posted in a whole lot of records. So I need to go ahead and do that. And Tanner, is there empty crates around the corner? Because I'll take 3 empty crates if we got any. Is there any around here? Oh my gosh. I'll take 3 empty ones. I'll take those. Okay, good. Because we're going to need them. We're going to fill up about 80 of those suckers tonight. All right, so we still got the Black Crowes box set, if you hadn't seen that already. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, we're down to 2 25th anniversary 6 LP boxes. Those are $149.99. Alice in Chains Dirt's $36.99. Facelift is $38.99. Still got Kiss Love Gun. That is $36.99. And 2 STPs. Now, one of these were claimed. STP4 was sold to Tim Colino Jr. Thank you, Tim. That is on colored vinyl. I still got Shangri-La D-Daw if anybody wants that one. Leonard Skinner's at 16. Billy Joel and Steve Miller Band are final calls. These are our first auctions. These are new and sealed. These are vintage OG copies, sealed, yeah. Sealed Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. That's an original sealed, $15 start. And then Steve Miller Band, Your Saving Grace, that's also sealed. Original sealed, $15 start. Now, Gimme 3 Steps is the first label, Al Cooper, SOS Productions, Sounds of the South, Leonard Skinner single. Shane Devers has that for $16. I've got 4 Stevie Ray Vaughan unofficials. The first one here was sold to Kenny Cates Jr. These are $29.99. Also, Ben Dygert got one. Thank you, Ben Dygert. That's sold to you. Also, Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. That's sold to you. Now there's 1 Stevie Ray Vaughan left for $29.99. That's live in Norfolk, Virginia. We also have the band, Music from Big Pink. That is $36.99. The band, Music from Big Pink, and the Harlem Globetrotters. That is on orange vinyl. That is $33.99 for the Harlem Globetrotters. And then Smashing Pumpkins. We got 1 sold to Wayne Carr. We got 1 sold to Clifford Umstead. And now that new Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, Record Store Day Essential, that is $44.99. And we have those available. $44.99. Smashing Pumpkins. I've got one. I've got 3 Harlem Globetrotters. The 2 bands. Also, Harlem Globetrotters sold to Jamie McCord. Really cool release there. Billy Joe, by the way, has bids for $15 and $15. Jamie McCord and then Tracy Miller. And that was the first bin that I posted this morning about 10:30 in the group. I shot it last night about 2:30 a.m. when I was leaving. I usually schedule it for 6 a.m. and I was like, dang, I have forgot. Also, it's either the air has turned on here or it's pouring rain outside. I'm not for sure which one. But there's 1 Smashing Pumpkins left, 2 Harlem Globetrotters, the band, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Stone Temple Pilots, Kiss, Alice in Chains, and the Black Crowes box set. So, Tracy, you're out on Billy Joe. I'm going to go ahead and make Steve Miller a sealed, really cool pressing here of Your Saving Grace, unopened, original sealed for just a $15 buy now. There's been some great deals either early in the sale or late at night when I've been doing these sealed OG records. We have sold a ton of OG sealed records, like much less, if sometimes not half, of what we would sell them for, like opened and near mint. So some people have gotten some great steals. A perk of being on and early. I've also got a great stack of 45s here we're going to be running tonight. First one is Jerry Garcia in the original Warner Brothers. I love this label here. It's got the skull and roses on it, green Warner Brothers. Jerry Garcia, this is called Sugaree and Eep Hour. Jerry Garcia, an original single here, green Warner Brothers label. That's going to be up for a $7 start. It's the AC. Okay, it is the AC. All right. Well, I'm glad it's on now because last night, multiple times I ran through my head, I need to go back there and turn on the AC. I need to go turn on the AC. I need to go turn on the AC. Multiple times. Now I hear music playing. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Yeah, we had some. Yeah, they've getting really strict lately on playing music. They'll mute our feed, and then they won't be able to listen to the. They will mute our stream. Okay, let me bring over this crate now. Show you some stuff here that I also posted in the group. Kevin LeBady takes that sealed Steve Miller now. By the way, Leonard Skinner's at 20. And Jerry Garcia's at 8, and now Billy Joel's at 20. So that Steve Miller was sold to Kevin LeBady for $15. Leonard Skinner's now at 20. Jerry Garcia's at 8, and Billy Joel's at 20. We have Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, a 4LP Analog Productions, $129.99. Also got 4 copies of Tonic, Head On Straight. Tonic is $38.99. I have 1 copy of War's Greatest Hits. That's an Analog Productions 2LP, $64.99. And then also the Yes Analog Productions 2LP, 45 RPM. That is $64.99. So yes, War. Also, we have Saxon. This is called The Eagle Has Landed, $46.99. AC/DC, The Razor's Edge. You've Been Thunderstruck, $33.99. I've got a Smashing Pumpkins bootleg, Inside the Dream Machine. Smashing Pumpkins is $29.99. Let's do another sealed OG record. And that other sealed OG record is going to be Jefferson Starship Earth. Jefferson Starship is sealed, original sealed with the hop sticker. Does have a tear in the shrink, but it is an original sealed $15 start. Are we going to do buying now 45s? Yes. We have a lot of 45s tonight. A lot of them is going to be auctioned, but as I filter through them, we'll be doing some buy it nows. Yes. Right now we have Nectar. That's called Recycled, $38.99. System of a Down Hypnotize is $28.99. And then Testament low. Testament is $38. Melanie Jennings wants that War's Greatest Hits. Thank you. That's so do you. Very high quality record there. Jimi Hendrix live at Berkeley, a 2LP. $34.99. The Cure, live, Belgium, 1987, $29.99. That's a live unofficial from The Cure. Also, I've got 4 more Smashing Pumpkins bootlegs. This is called Counting Stars in Toronto. That's another one live, $29.99. And then Jane's Addiction's $44.99. Jerry Garcia is at $8 with Scott Van Ollie. That's a final call. Leonard Skinner's at $21. Shane Devers, you've been outbid. Now the Billy Joel's at $25 with Tracy Miller. That means Jamie McCord is out because Tracy Miller bid $25 and he said he's out. Kelly Vlodarchek wants System of a Down Hypnotize. We got a sealed Jefferson Starship with hop sticker for a $15 start. Kiss Music from the Elders, $39.99. That's the foil cover, German S's, half-speed master, and numbered on the back. Those are $39.99. Testament Low, sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. And I've got 2 Steel Hearts left. And let's go ahead and say this will be our first on sale record of the night. These have seam splits, and I'm going to mark them down to $24.99. I think some people asked originally, and I said, well, let me see what I can do with them. I never did send them back, just like there's another crate back there. I think we've missed the boat on those again, Tanner. We've really got to figure out how to send that stuff back as soon as it comes in damaged, because I think we've waited too late again. So there's 2 damaged Steel Hearts. They just have light seam splits. They're only $24.99. Sell one to Jason Widener. I have one more if anybody else wants one. All right, now he's out on Leonard Skinner. Ben Dygert also on a Steel Heart for $24.99. Unfortunately, have 2. There may be more pop up later. I plan on doing some new vinyl tonight on sale, which I'm about to start here momentarily. I have one more flip crate like that to go through. Let's read through those one more time. And now Leonard Skinner's a final call for $21, and this is with Tony McDaniel, Sounds of the South, Give Me 3 Steps, original Skinnerd label, final call. Jerry Garcia sold to Scott Van Ollie for $8, and now we have the sealed OG Billy Joel, that is sold to Tracy Miller for $25, and now we have another sealed OG Billy Joel, The Bridge, and this is also going to go up for a $15 start. Sealed OG copy of The Bridge, and it's a retail copy, and there's no saw marks, punch holes, or cut holes. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. We had Kiss, Music from the Elder, Jane's Addiction, Ritual D, Low Habitual, also Smashing Pumpkins, The Cure, Jimi Hendrix, Testament, System of a Down, Nectar, Smashing Pumpkins, AC/DC, Saxon, Yes, Tonic, and Genesis. And I have one more crate like that to flip through. When everybody gets on and joins the chat, make sure you've done me a favor. Hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button everywhere you may see one. We're going through some flip video stuff here that I posted in the group. It was really just one crate of new stuff, and then I went ahead and showed some of our really nice audiophile stuff one more time. And here we go with new 45 auctions. There's some great stuff in here. We've sold several copies of this Heart album, which we should have. Boy, take a look at this. Never seen this. I've been meaning to put it up for auction. I know y'all love Smokey and the Bandit stuff. I've never seen anything like this. Smokey and the Bandit, Westbound and Down, Orange Blossom Special, The Bandit, and March of the Rednecks. It's on an RCA kind of burgundy 33 1/3 promo label, 1973 4-track EP in a promotional only cardboard sleeve. Never seen this before. That's going to go up for a $7 start. I know y'all love Smokey and the Bandit stuff. Westbound and Down, Orange Blossom Special, and that is a promo only release. $7 start. This Skinnerd is sold for $21. And that is sold to Tony McDaniel. Wade, unfortunately, I only had 2 Steel Hearts, and you were 3rd. If another damaged one pops up, I'll give it to you. I don't think we have any more, though. Patrick Smith gets the sealed Jefferson Starship. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve for $15. And we have Smokey and the Bandit already at $7. And Billy Joel's a final call for $15. And let me put this box of 45s crisscross applesauce across the other one. And there's that for Laura. And we have a blue juice delivery. Okay. The 3 I gave you. No rush on that. I'm going to do them later anyway. Just that one crate. Yep. I could use those Japanese pressings over here too. I'll actually come grab those right now because I need another new LP. Oh, Tanner, I thought you was about to throw them to me. Looks like you was about to like hurdle them or snap them. Yeah, I got a crate here of fresh Japanese pressings. Let's go ahead and see what we got here with Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol, $35 start. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And what I was telling Laura, just so y'all have something to look forward to, I gave her 3 pretty high-quality metal auctions as surprises for tonight. I'll go ahead and hint, Ozzy and Metallica. That's usually been the trend the last 3 metal Thursdays. Ozzy, Metallica. Glenn, yes, the Kiss is a half-speed master, German edition, numbered foil cover, clear vinyl. Yes, $39.99. I have one left. We've sold almost 100 of those. First is the Doors. We got a lot of 2LP 45 RPM pressings. Here's the first one. Strange Days, $64.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. That's Analog Productions. This is MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Also pronounced Leonard Skinner. This is $64.99. Pronounced Leonard Skinner. Also Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1. That is MoFi, essentially a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. $44.99. Glenn Butch Rhodes Wants the Kiss, Half-Speed Master. This is sold to Glenn Rhodes. That's my last copy. Let's make a note, please, to order some more of those. And then I've got Leonard Skinner, Second Helping. And this is $46.99. Phil Atherton wants one. Thank you, Phil. That's so do you. Phil Atherton wanted a Leonard Skinner, nothing's, what did he say? Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. That was, wait a second. Second Helping. I think he meant Second Helping, right? Nothing's fancy. Is that in here? No, I think he meant Second Helping. Wait a second. I don't think I have a Nothing's Fancy. That's their fourth album. Did you mean Second Helping? Phil Atherton, are you watching the feed? He said, let's go ahead and tag him for one, and I'll make sure he gets the right one. So there's that. Okay, and then we also had... okay, yeah, that's good. Second Helping. So there's that. And then the Doors, this is their self-titled album, $64.99. His comment messed me up. He put Nothing Fancy, but that's not in here. I think he meant Second Helping, unless there's one in here. No, there's not. Okay. And then Matt Scheiker also wanted System of a Down. That was from that last crate, too. We sold one to Kelly Vlodderchik, and now here's one for Matt Scheiker. So thank you, Matt. That's so do you. Matt Scheiker, that's so do you. And then we have the Cars. This is their self-titled album, $44.99. And this is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. And then Monty Reed also wanted a Cars. And this is their self-titled debut pressing from MoFi, $44.99. So let's jump over here. Make sure nobody bid on this Sealed Billy Joel. They didn't. So Sealed Billy Joel, an original Sealed Billy Joel is a $15 buy it now. No bid on that. And then we have Smokey and the Bandit. This promo only. That is $16. And then we have The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. That's a 2LP, $64.99. Billy Joel sold to Kevin LeBeatty. Mark Fallon second. Final call on Not Patrol there. I told you we had some killer 45s to auction here early. Here's another one. Prince. This is Purple Rain on purple vinyl. Very nice. Prince on purple vinyl is going to go up for a $7 start. Final call to bid on Night Patrol. Dawn Patrol by Night Ranger. There is Night Patrol too. That's what cops do when they work at night. And then we have the Mothers of Invention, as in Frank Zappa. This is a sealed original Golden Archive series, a $15 start, the Mothers of Invention. Also, 2 copies of Miles Davis Bitches Brew, 2LP 45 RPM, $64.99. And then The Doors, Morrison Hotel, $64.99. All right, so Doug's in on Dawn Patrol, not Night Patrol. One more look at this very unique Smokey and the Bandit promo only, 4-track EP. Never seen this before. It is a little bit of a scene split down here, but first time offering that here to my knowledge. That has a new bid for $20 to Shane Devers. Westbound and Down, Orange Blossom Special, The Bandit, and March of the Rednecks. It's a 4-track MCA promo-only release sampler, kind of a pre-release deal for Smokey and the Bandit. I think that's pretty cool. High bid on that's $20. Prince is now at $14. And then we got a sealed Mothers of Invention for a $15 start. And I think I pulled everything from here except there was a question. Leonard Skinner's Second Helping, is that a single? What song? That's a full album. Their second album. Somebody asked, what was Leonard Skinner? What is a Leonard Skinner Second Helping? That's a full album, their second album. Fantastic. Let's see if Jen Baker, if you're watching one, let me know if you do want one. I'm replying to your comment right now. And then I've got to find out if Phil Atherton wanted Second Helping. He did comment that one. So, and then Paul Conway, Stevie Ray Vaughan. There's that, and there's that, and there's that, and there's that. Okay, we're good to go now. Now, Smokey's at 21. Final call on Night Ranger. Let's grab this crate over here, and let's get started. So I think what we're going to do tonight, I've got to do some sorting, and we're going to have, well, first thing we need to do is probably go ahead, since we've knocked that out, I'm going to, yeah, let me go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to start doing some Sorting. Whoop, we got these here. I think there's a waiting list for a few of these. Let me see what I got here. Boom, boom. Let's see here. We got Anthrax. And we got this Iron Maiden. Let me check on Iron Maiden first. Iron Maiden. That's a puzzle. Don't have those in. Mexico. Nope. Yellow. Yellow. Iron Maiden, New York. Kenny Cates Jr. and Brian Riley. Let's go ahead and show these right now. Kenny Cates Jr. and Brian Riley on this Iron Maiden live in New York. Perfect way to start new stuff for Metal Night. So this is a live in New York Iron Maiden. 2 people on a waiting list. Yellow vinyl. This is live, the Palladium 1982 Iron Maiden. They're on yellow vinyl. They're $29.99. We have 2 sold and we have 2 left. And the 2 that was sold was to Kenny Cates Jr. and Brian Riley. Now, let me check on Anthrax. Tanner's marking the crate of new vinyl as I speak. I think Anthrax is available. There was no waiting list for this, but it has been one of our best-selling new LP bootlegs that we've had in quite some time. So let's go ahead and show that right now. Anthrax and Public Enemy. Yellow, or it should be colored vinyl. I think it's yellow or green. Should be green, limited to 300. Too much posse. Now, anytime I've read the track listing, we've sold it. NFL, Indians, keep it in the air, antisocial, parasite, caught in a mosh, too much posse, and bring the noise. If anybody wants that, those are $29.99. The 2 Iron Maidens are sold, and we've pretty much always had a waiting list. Even when I order 5 and 7 extras, we always have a waiting list on this. So these are sold to Dan Triaga and Thomas Bonhart. Now, Gabe Viaz and Bradley Edwards, if it's okay with you, I'll put y'all on a waiting list, and we'll get more of those in for next week, and it will start a new invoice for you. And there's Anthrax sold to Chris Ligero. And if we need to start a waiting list on that, we will too. Every time I've read that track listing, everybody's like, oh. Now, I don't know a lot about Anthrax's and Public Enemy's music, but anytime I've read that, it's been like, oh. Let's go ahead and go through a crate of new vinyl, since it seems like that's the hot commodity right now, based on what I'm seeing. So we got 2 people on Iron Maiden. Then we'll add Rich and Michael on the Anthrax, if they're okay with that. Quick update on Smokey and the Bandit. Shane Devers has this for $25. It's now a final call. The sealed Mothers of Invention compilation back there, that's a final call to John Kaiser for $15. Prince is at $16 with Mike Owen. And that, yeah, Prince is at $16 with Mike Owen. Ivan R. just bid $19 on Mother, so John Kaiser, you're out on that. Doug Reeder's still the one and only bidder on Night Ranger, Dawn Patrol, so that's sold to Doug Reeder for $35. All right, Rich Recourse says he's okay with a waiting list. I'm pretty sure Michael Rudolph will be as well, right, Tanner? Tanner said yes, Michael Rudolph will be perfectly fine with a waiting list. So Michael, Tanner has spoke for you. Hope you're okay with that. Let's go ahead and grab a new LP. And let's pull something here. Let's set up this full crate. We'll go ahead and knock out the big crate here of new vinyl right now. And here's the agenda. Laura has all the metal auctions marked for tonight. I'm going to try to start all the stuff scheduled for Metal Night in about 1 hour. And then probably the biggest stuff will come up about 8. However, y'all know me. I'm always mixing in stuff. And we have an amazing 45 lineup tonight. And Japanese stuff that's unadvertised. And we're about to do on sale new vinyl. That's probably going to be the theme of the night, not only the metal. I'm about to start sorting through crates, pulling out the Februaries. I usually do it before the sale. Just didn't have time. We'll do it live tonight, and I hope that we're about to sell a ton of vinyl. This is an original Prince single, Purple Rain on purple vinyl. The most recent new high bid is $16 with Mike Owen. $16 with Mike Owen. Mothers of Inventions at $20, and we have Smokey and the Bandit. We can now officially sell that to Shane Devers for $25, okay? Now, let's grab another new single. John handed me some killer 45s earlier. Here's our next one. David Bowie, the original single for Fame from Young Americans in the original RCA sleeve. It's really nice. John Lennon backing vocals. Fame, the flip on that was right. So David Bowie's a $7 start. Now Prince is at $17. Now Prince at $20. Now Mothers of Inventions at $20 with John Kaiser, which means Ivan R., you've been outbid. Let's throw up another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is Cheap Trick. Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original CBS anti-static archival sleeve, lyric insert, Japanese insert, nice cover, nice obi, no humidity, nothing really wrong with this one. $35 start on that. First thing I have is Clutch Been selling really well lately. This one is called Slow Hole to China. I've got 3 copies available. They should be on orange vinyl too. Clutch is $33.99. Slow Hole to China. Clutch, $33.99, new and sealed. Aussie, Ordinary Man. These are just $29.99. Aussie Ordinary Man. Let me go ahead and pull up my waiting list because a lot of this stuff in here is waiting list. And the first one is for Mr. Aussie. And let's pull up Mr. Aussie. And the waiting list for this was Kenny Cates Jr. on Ordinary Man. Kenny, if you're watching, thank you, sir. I've got you down for an Aussie Ordinary Man for $29.99. What is the Marilyn Manson? The Marilyn Manson is called Personal Jesus, live in the Netherlands. It's a live concert, 1998, $29.99. Now we got Ozzy sold to Michael Rudolph. Now we got Ozzy sold to Rebecca. So both Ozzies are sold. Tim Floyd gets a clutch. Now there's 2 clutch. Now we're sold out of Ozzy again, if anybody wants in. Let's update these auctions now. The last bid I seen was Prince at 18, and then Bowie 7, then Prince 22, then Bowie 14, then Bowie 20. Then we sold Ozzy, Ozzy clutch, Mothers of Invention, new bid for 23. John Kaiser, you're out. We've sold another clutch to Ivan R. Mike's out on Prince. It just has a new bid for 25. Final call to get a bid on Cheap Trick for 35. Next is Hootie. Hootie's been really popular. This is Hootie and the Blowfish Cracked Review, a 21-time platinum album. If we keep selling them, we're about to make it 22 times platinum. We keep selling them and keep selling them. It's about to be 22 times platinum. The Hootie was Fred Cardinale and Oh So Adventure. This is clear vinyl. This is clear vinyl. Hootie and the Blowfish Cracked Rear View, $29.99. I've got 2 sold and there's 2 more. Now, Ben Diger, I have 1 clutch left, but as Ed denoted, the shrink is torn right here. There's no damage to the jacket. There's no damage to the vinyl. If you're okay with that, you get the last clutch. It does have torn shrink. That's so do you. That is a final call. Now, Mothers has a new bid for 25. Bowie with a bid for 25. Bowie with a bid for 30. And now Prince is a final call for 25. And now Cheap Trick does have bids for 35 and 35. Kelly Vlodarchek came in first on that one. Next is Pink Floyd, Animals. This is the 2018 remix, $34.99. And there was 1 person on a waiting list, Richard Davis. Richard Davis on the Pink Floyd Animals waiting list. Richard Davis, there's 1. Now I have 2 extra copies if anybody else wants 1. Ben Diger says he's okay with clutch. Now there's 2 Hooties left. And there's only 1 copy here of Page and Plant going to California. Now, like I've told y'all, these come in 1s and 2s and 1s and 2s, and we never have enough. And right now, the Page and Plant waiting list is as follows. The next person in line is Adam Garvey. And that's for Volume 1. Is that Volume 1? Page and Plant. Yep. This is sold to Adam Garvey. He was next in line for Volume 1. Thank you, Adam Garvey. That's sold to you. Now Cheap Tricks at 37. Kelly Vlodarchek, you've been outbid. Okay, now that left me with what and where. Haley Creeder said she will take the Marilyn Manson. Now we can go ahead and sell Prince. Prince is sold to Michael Ruckman for $25. That is sold. Now Cheap Tricks at 40. And now David Bowie, we have an out from Tim Floyd. That's a final call to Kelly Vlodarchek for 30. Now Ivan and John Kaiser was battling over Mothers of Invention. John Kaiser had it for 25. Ivan R., it was back to you. That's a sealed Golden Archive Series compilation. I think we had several people on a waiting list for this Venom. Only 1 came in. This is called Venom, Welcome to Hell. 40th anniversary gold and black splatter vinyl. And let's pull up the waiting list here for Venom. And the waiting list for Venom was, 1 second, please. Maybe there was. Let's see here. Clutch, Warrant, Machine Head, all this stuff's about to come up. Godsmack, Under Oath, Cradle Phil, Steely Dan. Maybe not. Maybe this one's a lone. This may be a lone claim. It looks like it is. Venom. So, yeah, this is available. Welcome to Hell. Perfect for Metal Night. $33.99 if anybody needs that. It is available. Venom. Also, I've got 3 copies, and I don't recall ever having this one before. Clutch, Impetus. No waiting list. First time I've ever had this clutch. Another one. Let's see if we can sell out of this one. $38.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Bowie then. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for 30. And now we need 2 more 45 auctions. And we got some cool ones coming up. Like I said, let's go ahead and grab some more here. First one we have is, hey, let's do back-to-back Bowies, and why not a Janis Joplin too? This is David Bowie, Changes from Hunky Dory. Very cool here. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The B-side is Andy Warhol. That's from Hunky Dory. Changes on like a really interesting gray silver label. Changes and Andy Warhol. David Bowie, $7 start. And Janis Joplin, original single, Me and My Bobby McGee. That's a $7 start. Let's go back to the top. Cheap Trick was at 40, now 41 with Christopher S. And then we have a request for Marvin Gaye. The Marvin Gaye single. Yeah, I have some really cool. Is that the stuff I had laid out in the thumbnail there? Yeah, and I have a killer. Jason, you're going to have to really want to try to take it out of my hands. I'm going to run this in just a second too. Probably one of the most incredible Supreme picture sleeves I've ever seen here. Where Did Our Love Go? A white label promo. I have no idea where that came from, but it's incredible. Let's go back to the top and see where we left off of Clutch. Ben Dygert, Gregory Roberts, and Autumn Betts. 3 claims, and we had 3 in stock. Awesome. Does anybody want on a waiting list for Clutch? Impetus. We have one sold to Ben Dygert, Gregory Rogers, and Autumn Betts. Let me grab this, and oh boy, Blue Juice. I haven't had this in like 4 days, where I've been in Georgia, and I was... oh boy, the Diet Coke has already went into my veins, but this right here will go straight to my brain. This is Blue Juice time. The show is coming to a stop. Give me 1 second right quick. Whew. Wow, that's stout. All right, let's see what I left off here. I left off with saying Cheap Trick 41. We had a final call on that Mother's back there to John Kaiser for 25. Cheap Trick 37, Cheap Trick 40, 41. Okay, Clutch. Bowie 77, 10, 20. Scott Smith on the Clutch waiting list. And Mother's is at 27. Wow, I was just pausing to sell it. Richard Zeinert's in at 27. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Now, Cheap Trick, the last bid was Christopher at 41. Kelly Vladerchek, you were outbid, and she said she's done. And this is, I don't know if I actually showed it. Janis Joplin, her classic Chris Christopherson cover of Me and Bobby McGee in the original sleeve, $20 start. I've got 2 copies here of Lordy. And boy, the wind must be howling. I feel it sounds like the roof is about to come off. Lordy is $44.99. This is called Limited Edition. Limited edition, Lordy. I saw these being sold for pre-order, and I went ahead and grabbed a couple of each one. I don't know if they've all come in. Michael Rudolph gets Venom. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. That's so to you. Venom is sold, and we've got 3 copies, which is at a great price. Beastie Boys music. This is like a greatest hits from the Beastie Boys. Double LP, $34.99. Mother's is at 28. Richard Zeiner, you've been outbid. One of our new buyers from last night just got the Cheap Trick. Christopher S., you get that for 41. Thank you. Now, where are we on that David Bowie? Changes. Kelly Vladerchek has it for 20. Kelly has it for 20. Going once, going twice. Final call on Janis Joplin. We did a new LP. Here's Pat Benatar, Icon. It is on blue vinyl, $29.99. Heartbreaker, Hit Me For Your Best Shot. Little Too Late, Love Is a Battlefield, Shadows of the Night, Invincible, We Belong Together. 2 Pat Benatars, and I haven't had this Soundgarden in a while, usually because they're kind of pricey. I caught this one on sale. This is King Animal, which is a 2 LP Soundgarden, $34.99. These are typically about $10 or $12 more than that. So $34.99 on Soundgarden. Double LP, I've got 3 available. Beastie Boys, sold to E.J. Berg. And we have 2 copies of Korn for $46.99. That's a few dollars cheaper than the one I had last week because I got it cheaper from a different distributor. All righty. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run this. I'm going to make Janis Joplin a buy it now for $7, Me and My Bobby McGee. And I'm going to put up this Supreme single here, which I'm in no hurry to sell because I think it's incredible. A pretty scarce picture sleeve, one of their best songs, Where Did Our Love Go? And it's a white label audition copy, Motown, beautiful. EX Plus, not for sale. It has a Thanks Howard Bendo sticker on the back. I don't know the provenance of that, but I think this is one of the better Motown singles I've seen come through in quite some time. And I'm really, like I said, in no hurry to sell it. But if somebody wants to start it for $35, I'll entertain an opening bid of the Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? Picture sleeve, white label promo for a $35 start. That is a Motown relic there. Wow. $35 start on that. Bob Riger on Soundgarden. Susie Breedlove on Soundgarden. That is sold and sold. Now Mothers is at $30. And now we have Janis Joplin sold to Charles Siebert for $7. I knew Jason would be all over that. He's in on the Supremes at $35. Kelly Wlodarczyk got David Bowie Changes for $20. That is sold. And now our next single is from White Line. And this is Don't Give Up. It's in the original sleeve. It's Near Mint Minus. White Line, Don't Give Up, and Wait. Wait might be the A-side, actually. White Line is going to go up for a $7 start. Next is 2 copies of Black Sabbath 13 with hop sticker, new and sealed. $34.99 for Black Sabbath. Also, we have Warrant Cherry Pie. Yes, I can't believe it. But the other, last week, we actually had a waiting list for Warrant Cherry Pie again. On black vinyl, too, and that was for Solarplex Studios. I didn't think I would ever order these again, but guess what? We sold out of all the colored vinyl, and now we've had a few people ask for the black vinyl, and Solarplex Studios was one of them. So this is $38.99 for Warrant Cherry Pie. I have one left if anybody else wants it. And I haven't had this in stock in quite some time. The Highwayman, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, Chris Christopherson, $38.99. Richard Zynerton on the Mothers at $30. White Line's a $7 start. And unfortunately, Jason Boxell has the Supremes for $35. Where Did Our Love Go? He Who Means the World to Me, a white label promo for $35. Final call on that to Jason. Next is our newest Japanese pressing, which is Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. I Want to Know What Love Is. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl's Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And John Kaiser, just so you know, Richard Zyner does have the Mothers at $30. There is the Japanese booklet. There's the cover and obi. That's a $35 start. We have the Highwayman, sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk. That's a new sealed music on vinyl pressing. And we had a lot of interest in this right here. We had an OG pop up last night for, I think, $74.99. We had 5 claims for an OG at $74.99. This is a music on vinyl remaster. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $38.99. We have Supremes at $38. The Supremes now at $40. White Line is a buy it now for $7. No bids on that. Wow, that came in at a really good time. Chris Gardner gets White Line for $7. That's sold to him. And now our next single. Here's another 60s classic. I love the picture sleeve, or I should say the company sleeve for this one. Intermediate, a classic label. This is Ichiku Park, an original Small Faces single. And look at this picture, the company sleeve. Incredible company sleeve. I don't know if I've seen that. Perfectly matching with the yellow. Excuse me, that's pink, Chad. And that is a $7 start, a classic song, Ichiku Park, Small Faces, Steve Marriott. $7 start on that. Talks with Ravens on Soundgarden. That's so with Talks with Ravens. Now we have 0 Soundgardens left. We got Stevie Ray Vaughan. So did Doug Reeder. The Supremes is now at 50 with Jason Boxell. And here's a great live Rolling Stones. This is called Some Girls, live in Texas, 1978. You get 2 LPs and a DVD, $34.99, which is at a great price. A lot of this right in here is from that distributor that does on-sale stuff. So I get it on sale. Y'all immediately get it on sale. And we did have a waiting list for Machine Head. Mr. Bob Riger, I know you're watching. I'm pretty positive I had you down on a waiting list. I did. Bob Riger on Machine Head, Burning Red. I've got 2 extra copies from Music on Vinyl if anybody else wants one. Stacy's out on the Supremes. Jason Boxell has that for $50. How much was the Beastie Boys? That was $34.99. Also, somebody asked for the track listing. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, Paul Revere, Hold It Now, Hit It. That's just on side A. Shake Your Rump, Shadrach, Hey Ladies, Pass the Mic, So What You Want, Jimmy James, Sure Shot, Root Down, Sabotage is on here. Get It Together, Body Moving, Intergalactic's on here. check it out. Make some noise. Don't play no game that I can't win. That's a great track listing. 2LP, $34.99. Here's where we left off. Supremes 50, Small Faces 7, 13. Monty Reed wants a Beastie Boys. Now, I think earlier Michael Rudolph asked the track listing. So the order is Michael Rudolph if he wants one, Ryan Eaton, and then Monty Reed. So we'll see what happens. Michael Rudolph does say he wants one. He's the one that asked the track listing. That just sold it because now there's comments coming in left and right. And next in line's Ryan Eaton. So Ryan, there's one left. You're next in line. I've already pulled Michael Rudolph's. Let's update all of our auctions, though. The first, let's look at this Supreme single one more time. A scarce picture sleeve, Where Did Our Love Go? And it's on a white label promo. And that's a final call. And this is a final call to Jason Boxell for $50. Now, we have the Mothers of Invention. This was sealed. I had to make sure John Kaiser was done, but unfortunately, I lost him. So we'll go ahead and sell this to Richard Ziner was the other bidder. Richard Ziner gets that for $30. Let's make sure all these sealed OG records get put in new sleeves, please. And then back down here on the Beastie Boys, let me get back down. And Ryan said he will take it. So let's start a waiting list on Beastie Boys, okay? Let's start a waiting list on Beastie Boys. The next person would be Monty Reed. If he's okay with a waiting list, it'll be next week before they're in. And then Tracy Miller, if Tracy's okay with a waiting list. Rob Shaw, we'll get a waiting list started for Venom. Let's take a look at that record again. I only had one in stock. It got grabbed. This is called Welcome to Hell, 40th Anniversary Splatter. We'll put Rob Shaw on a waiting list and anybody else. For some reason, only one showed up. They could be back ordered now. We'll find out when I try to order them. Natasha's in on Foreigner at 35. And then was my Korn waiting list pulled prior to this evening? Uh-oh. Let's see if there was a waiting list on Korn. And that's Korn. And I don't see you down. How about I go ahead and pull you one right now? Unless you got invoice for one last week. If that was last week, then let me know. This week, I know for sure I hadn't been here, and I know Paul didn't pull one for you. So that's sold to Justin Deckelman. Rob Shaw on that. We sold the Beastie Boys. How much is Machine Head? $38.99. Ben Dygert on that last Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stacy Metternich is eating Pop-Tarts and watching Coletco. That sounds incredible. And then Melanie Jennings, the third person on Beastie Boys. Jason Boxell, you get the Supremes for $50. Thank you. Before I go any further, Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, I Want to Know What Love Is, has a bid for $35. That's a final call to Natasha. A really cool picture. I keep wanting to call it a picture sleeve. It might as well be. A really cool company sleeve here. Immediate Records. Beautiful sleeve, crisp. It looks brand new and an original single. That's amazing. It looks like it was in a store display rack, just ready to be bought right then. A classic song. That was one of my dad's favorites, Itchy Park. 25, now 28. And I have some incredible preview. I know it's Thursday night, metal night. We'll keep all the metalheads satisfied later with some auctions and some buy it nows. But for those, I have some incredible 60s and 70s picture sleeves here. Beatles, Alice Cooper, John Lennon, Neil Young promos, Beatles promos, Motown stuff, and just everything's extremely high grade. Picture sleeves or company sleeves. So that will balance out the auctions. We'll be running some 45s in the back, and we'll be doing some other auctions in the back as well. So first thing we have is Alice Cooper, another scarce picture sleeve I don't see too often. Check this one out. The B-side is called Gutter Cat, and the A-side, of course, is his classic, School's Out Forever. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. Alice Cooper, that is now up for bid. Stacey said, Chad, on my 45s, you look like they're brand new from the 70s. Yeah, John does a great job back there. We've got about 50 billion 45s. He sorts through them about every day, picking out the highest grade. He takes the time to match all these company sleeves, so they're all in sleeves and they're just not in plain white ones unless we can't find a company sleeve. Some of these company sleeves, I'm telling you, I showed y'all the other night, was it Sussex, the Bill Withers label, where somebody sold just 3 empty sleeves for like $22? It's pretty crazy what just some of these really nice company sleeves, because when you match that with a label, I mean, that just looks beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, that's how it's set in the shelf, you know, in 68, 67. And then the last record in here was King Crimson Discipline. Great prog here, King Crimson. 200 gram, too, remaster, $33.99. The B-side is I'm Only Dreaming on Small Faces. I'm Only Dreaming. All right, let's go back up the top. And you have a, I have a what? I have, Chad, you have, I'm not for sure what that, John Dodd. Chad, you have your A game back. Oh, my A game back. Okay, yeah. So I'm back. I'm back to full. Well, that blue juice helped. I thought you were trying to say I had something on my back, and I was like, oh no, a spider. And then Alice Cooper, and let's go ahead and sell Foreigner to Natasha for $35, and let's put up all new auctions, okay? And we have filled up a crate of vinyl already, and we need to read through that one again. And now Chad needs some blue juice. Well, I'm pretty well rested. I was going to go home. I have a ton of to-do list, and I pretty much slept instead of doing a lot of stuff I was supposed to do. But look how much better I feel, right? My body needs it sometimes. It's just like, man, Chad, you've got to sleep. So that's pretty much what I've done since the sale's been over last night. Wow, this is a great mixture of blue juice. I'm going to have to go back and give them another tip. All right, let's read through this one more time. Let me first, though, figure out where we're at. So, Small Faces. Carol Puckett went out. Michael went out. Jason Boxell has that for $35. Alice Cooper's at $22 with Stacy Metternich. School's out. And we have this. Well, I do have, oh, John's bringing another box of 45s. He hears all the chaos up here. And he's like, you know what? Here's some more. And he just dropped off another box. John said earlier, he said, you know, you're the king of 45s now. And I was like, no, you're the king of 45s. You're the one back here sorting all these. It would take me hours to do all that. John's probably the most knowledgeable person I've ever met on 45s. And that's why he was the first person I really ever hired. He used to come in here and shop. And we would talk sometimes for hours. And one day he was in here, and I was like, hey, do you want a job? And the rest is history. He's the first person I ever hired. So he was, I used to have him come in and just help me look through 45s because I would buy these in the thousands, and I just never had time to go through them. And I don't know, he's been with me now for several years. Couldn't do it without him. He can look through 45 so fast. I mean, it's like boom, 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 boom. He can go through thousands of them, sort them, look through them. Next is Stray Cats. This is a Japanese pressing. It has the original Japanese insert. It has a Japanese inner sleeve. There's the cover and obi. $35 start on Stray Cats, okay? Alice Cooper is now at $39. Let's go ahead and sell Small Faces to Jason Boxell for $35. And we had another Motown promo that was requested. Here's another white label promo, Tamla Motown, Marvin Gaye, Too Busy Thinking About My Baby. A white label promo in the Tamla Motown sleeve. How cool is this? A double-sided promo from Marvin Gaye. One of my favorite Marvin Gaye songs. That's one of those where his voice, it just hits you right in your heart. Too Busy Thinking About My Baby. That's a $7 start on that white label promo. Rebecca has Alice Cooper for $39, final call. Stray Cats is a $35 start. Laura just dropped off even some more auctions. It's my two surprises for later, which is Ozzy and Metallica. So hope everybody's ready for those. I might go ahead and mix in one advertised record tonight. It is going to go up just for a $10 start. It is unfortunately from the Connery collection. It has writing on the front, but it is, once again, from this guy's collection, a beautiful disc. And this was in the hot picture because it has some of the writing. I'll go ahead and run it now. C.R. Connery, he wrote his name on the label. The other side of the label, however, the disc is EX or better. He wrote his name on the inner sleeve. He wrote his name on the back cover, and he wrote his name twice on the front cover. That's 2, 3, 5 times he wrote his name on it. He didn't want anybody to steal it. That's a really clean copy, though. That's Sammy Hagar, $10 start. The name of the Stray Cats is called Stray Cats. Marvin Gaye has a bid for $10. Now, this was a killer bin of new vinyl with a lot of waiting list. Let's go ahead and show these one more time. Hootie and the Blowfish. Clear vinyl. We had a waiting list. There's 2 left. Cracked Rear View. Hold My Hand. Only Want to Be With You. Let Her Cry. That's $29.99. Pink Floyd Animals. 2018 remix, $34.99. Lordy was $44.99. Limited Deadition. Lordy, $44.99. We have Pat Benatar Icon. That's on purple or blue vinyl. I think it's blue. Pat Benatar's $29.99. 1 copy of Korn left. 2 LP Korn by Korn, self-titled, $46.99. We got Black Sabbath 13, their final album, $34.99. Warrant Cherry Pie, $38.99. The Highwayman, Waylon, Willie, Johnny, Chris Christopherson, 2 left. We've sold 1, $38.99. The Rolling Stones Some Girls, just $34.99. Machine Head, The Burning, $38.99. New and sealed. And King Crimson Discipline is $33.99. Alice Cooper sold to Rebecca for $39. Marvin Gaye's Now Final Call for $10. Stray Cats has a bid for $35. HSAS has a bid. And now our next single. This is a really cool Stones. Hey You, Get Off of My Cloud. In the original London sleeve, about EX on the vinyl. The Rolling Stones, a 60s single there from London. That is going to go up for a $7 start. Lordy, is that a compilation colored? I honestly don't know anything about Lordy at all because it's a new release and I just went ahead and grabbed a couple. It is on Fangoria vinyl. It should be colored. I could try to scan it right quick over here on Discogs and see what happens. But it is a new release, just FYI. They had a lot of stuff come out. And I think I ordered at least 2 of everything. Thank you, John. John, speaking of John, he is heading out. Let me scan it on Discogs. 2025 limited edition. It is on Fangoria neon green vinyl. There's only 10 for sale right now, and they start all overseas. And the only one in the United States is $50 plus shipping. Probably because it comes out tomorrow. So there is a Discogs listing, but it doesn't come out till tomorrow. Where did I get to? Korn, Black Sabbath, Warrant, Highwayman, Stones. Oh, I read through the whole crate. Wow. I'm so fast, I didn't even know that I finished the crate. Next is Susie Breelove on Black Sabbath. It's like when Patrick ate that chocolate. He ate his, you remember that episode of SpongeBob and Patrick ate his chocolate bar? And he ate it so fast he don't even remember eating it. Tim Graham on Highwayman. I've done that before. Highwayman, that's sold to Tim Graham. Stray Cats 36, Rolling Stone 7. Mason wants a Hootie. And we have, there is a 42 MC on the London sleeve, and it has a platter pack sticker. I call that a platter pack sticker. That's from one of those binders or platter packs where people would put a number on the label so they could keep them in order. So technically, yes. Jason Jones on Lordy. That is sold to Jason Jones, okay? Kiss Originals will be at as no earlier than 7, but no later than probably 8, if that helps you, okay? Marvin Gaye sold for $10 to Jason Boxell. Jason's backing on the Stray Cats at 38. And then the Rolling Stones, Stacy has that for 7. That's a final call. And HSAS has 1 bid for 10 with Brad Waits. I thought you went to the Masters. I was there Monday and Tuesday. I'm here for the rest of the week. I was there Monday and Tuesday. Okay, so we got King Crimson, Machine Head, Rolling Stones, Highwayman, Black Sabbath, Cherry Pie, Korn, Pat Benatar, Lordy, Pink Floyd, and Hootie and the Blowfish. Masters, that's why I was so distracted. That tournament's on this week. Man, I can't turn it off. It's just like I'm so engrossed in it. I'm watching it, focused. I'm trying to figure out all the places I walked around there. I am muting my mic for 1 second. Blue juice. I'm going to go ahead and knock out 42 ounces in about 3 minutes. That's going to be a hyper rush unlike any other. All right. Now, one of the big things we're going to be doing tonight is going to be doing some new vinyl on sale. Let me go ahead and grab some of these crates and see what I've got here. Could get very interesting. I think it's time to pull February dates. Yep, February. Let me pull out a couple higher priced ones here. February. Boy, there's going to be some great stuff in here, though, because of that. February. John's back. February. Oh, I don't want to forget that. February. I'm pulling February. We'll go ahead and knock out a crate right now of February on sale. I think y'all will love this. So these are all going to be $24.99 except for these, and they're going to be just $19.99. So here we go. Let me see. $19.99 on those. And let's do our first crate of on sale new vinyl. I've just done a quick sort. Some of this stuff should not be on sale, but y'all know what? It's Thursday metal night, and it's time to start discounting stuff. I don't know if that's usually something I do on Thursday, but it's my best plan for right now because we've got a ton of 45s, and so the best other thing we can do is do some on-sale new vinyl, okay? Brad Waits, you get HSAS for just $10. Though if we do have any more, I don't think there's many albums tonight with writing on them from that collection, but if we do, man, y'all are going to get some great deals if that doesn't bother you. We have the Rolling Stones. This is sold to Stacy for $7. Stray Cats was at $38. Who was the other bidder on Stray Cats? Because you did get out, but Tim Graham. Tim Graham, you're out on Stray Cats, just FYI. Okay, let's go back to this box of 45s here. And by the way, John, he just delivered another one. And let's put up this Otis Redding and Carla Thomas, King and Queen. Something else I've never seen. It's a 1, 2, 3, 6-track EP. Almost like one of those jukebox records, they call them. The vinyl's around VG condition. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas, King and Queen. Yellow label stacks. $7 start on that. All right. And then MT Matt wants a Pink Floyd Animals remix. No problem at all. I wish y'all could have seen everything that we already had waiting list for because there was just a ton in that other bin. All right. Are y'all ready? This usually gets really hectic. I hope everybody's paying attention. I hope everybody's paying attention because sometimes these bins can get out of control. It's a first-come, first-served basis, on-sale new vinyl. Everything in here is $24.99, and this first record is a pretty mind-blowing one to be on sale. It is Megadeth, So Far, So Good, So What. The price is only $24.99. $24.99 on Megadeth. That is new and sealed, $24.99. Kiss Animalize. On sale, $24.99 for Kiss Animalize, and Primus, $15 off. Pork Soda, $24.99. That's our first 3 on sale new LPs. Let's go ahead and pull Stray Cats to Jason Boxell for $38. That's sold. And then Michael Manning says it's a jukebox EP. Thank you. Jukebox EP. Thank you, Michael. That's what I thought this was. Something I don't see too often from Otis and Carla. Or I should say Otis Redding, Carla Thomas, King and Queen. Back up at the top, Tim Graham did say out on Stray Cats. I actually didn't even see that, but I'm glad you were out. I've already sold it to Jason. Otis Redding, 7, 10, 11, 12, 15. Hiram, first on Megadeth. Then Stacy Metternich. Finley Depperstein, first on Kiss, then Mike Torres, then Michael Peevler, then Edwin Riviera. Moses, first on Primus, then Stephen Riley. So far, those first 3 records are all $24.99. This is called Guster Goldfly. This is limited edition olive green vinyl. Guster is $24.99. I've got 2 of those, and man, this next record can go anywhere from like $100 when it goes out of print to right now on sale $24.99, and that's the Sundays reading, writing, arithmetic. That should be on silver vinyl too. We need new LP auctions, and that next new LP auction is going to go up right now, and it's a really cool Japanese pressing, a 2 LP. It's called California Jam. California Jam. This is California Jam 2, a $35 start, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LP, and I love this. Look at this sticker sheet. This is a sticker sheet that went with it. Aerosmith, Heart, Aerosmith, Ted Nugent, Dave Mason, Mahogany Rush, Santana. What a killer sticker sheet. It come with this huge booklet. This was an all-star lineup here. And a gatefold 2 LP. Santana, Dave Mason, Heart, Ted Nugent, Aerosmith, Frank Marino, Rubicon, gatefold. Really killer there. The gatefold looks like the sticker sheet with the same images. $35 start, a complete and near mint minus California Jam. Otis Redding's now at 18. We have both Sundays sold, Susie Breelove and Scentless Apprentice. Now this Guster Go Fly, I found this listening to 90s Alternative Essentials. 90s Alternative Essentials. Now I don't know hardly anything about them other than that's where I found that. Just saying, $24.99. I have Waylon Jennings, earlier, because it's RCA Victor, definitely with this label, a white label promo. That's the chance I'll have to take, and I wonder just where I went wrong. White label promo, Waylon Jennings, a $7 start. Kristen, unfortunately, only had 2 Sundays, and you were third. There could be another one pop up at any time tonight because I haven't pre-sorted these on sale bins. They're randomly being shown. Next, for $24.99 is Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. This may be on colored vinyl. Don't hold me to that, but it may be. Marvin Gaye, just $24.99. Stranger Things, 2 LPs of music, $24.99, and this is actual music, not score music. This is that fantastic. If you've never seen a single episode of Stranger Things, you would enjoy just listening to this. $24.99 on Stranger Things, 2 LPs. Thin Lizzy's on color vinyl, red vinyl, $24.99. These are titles from February that's been here now going on about 2 months, which is right here. Yeah, February 19th. So great big discounts on these. And Neil Young Harvest. Self-explanatory. I try to get somebody to buy this every time I show it. $24.99, Neil Young Harvest. Let's grab a new LP. And I think I got some more sealed stuff over here to try to throw up. I do. I got a sealed original Jimmy Buffett, Somewhere Over China. This corner here is a little smushed, but it is a sealed original for a $15 start. Jimmy Buffett is unopened. Now, let's go back to the top. I remember calling off the Sundays claims, and then Cal Jam, 35, 35, 35, 40, 45, 50. Waylon Jennings, 10. Ben Digert on Guster. That's sold to Ben Digert for $24.99. Thank you. Stacy got Marvin Gaye. That's $24.99. Thank you. And then John Dodd on Stranger Things. That's sold to John Dodd for $24.99. Cal Jam 55. Cal Jam 57. Edwin Riviera on Thin Lizzy. Thank you. $24.99. Cal Jam 60. Cal Jam 63. Cal Jam 65. Still got 1 Guster, still got 1 Neil Young. Now, the Otis auction on the board, I'm pretty sure, is Otis Redding and Carla Thomas, this 6-track jukebox EP. And the last bid, I believe, was with Jason Boxell. He has that still at $18. It's a final call. Cal Jam is now at $70 with Melanie Jennings. Kevin LeBeatty gets Harvest. Waylon Jennings is a final call to Shane for $10. No bid yet on Jimmy Buffett. It's a $15 start, a sealed original. Next, for $24.99, wow, Pink Floyd, their debut album, a mono remaster for just $24.99. Shakedown gets that last Guster. So far, we've sold everything in there. I have a feeling we're going to sell those too. $24.99. Here's one perfect for Metal Night. Catch this on sale at $24.99. Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral, on multicolored smoke-colored vinyl. That is Cro-Mags on colored vinyl, Age of Coral, Thrash Metal Essential, $24.99 for Cro-Mags. We have 4. There's 2 Pink Floyds, and I bet if Jim B's watching, he'll buy this. This is Gangstar, Hard to Earn, and this is $24.99. I only have 1 of those. All right, Otis Redding then. We can go ahead and roll that to Jason Boxell. Was that for 16 or 18? That was sold to Jason for 18. Jason, thank you. That is sold to you for $18. Appreciate that. When I'm doing these on sale crates, it's going to be fast and furious. Sort of like the movie with Vin Diesel, but it's vinyl instead of cars. It's going to be fast and furious. Next thing is Cal Jam was at 75. The 2 Pink Floyds are sold to Nashville Tiger and Talks of Ravens. Mono remasters. Spackle Tab was 3rd. Then Juanita Gagney. Justin Deckelman on Cro-Mags. Edwin Riviera on Cro-Mags. And then we have Gangstar. And this is sold to Scott Van Ollie. And Jim B was next. Michael Rudolph next on Pink. And you have Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral. There's 2 left there for $24.99. $24.99. Russell Flynn, he said, oh, okay, I thought that was a claim. Well, I'm just going by sometimes, I'm going by sometimes when I'm trying to research some of this myself, either through Apple Music or playlist or through my distribution. Sometimes they have, you know, like specific genres, and I look for thrash, and I just start ordering stuff under thrash. And they've always kept Cro-Mags under thrash, so I always order any kind of vintage looking. If they do call it thrash on there. All right, so Cal Jam's at 80 with Melanie Jennings. Jimmy Buffett's a buy it now for $15. No bid on that. And Shane, you did get Waylon Jennings for 10. We got a heck of a battle going for the Cal Jam Japanese pressing there. Let's put up another single here. And these are incredible. John brought these up. He was so excited to show these to me. He said, man, I opened up one of those platter packs back there. He said, you would not believe these Beatles singles I found. I said, let's see them. He said, you might want to make sure yours aren't this nice. And I was like, well, I've been upgrading mine for years. It'll be hard to beat. These are pretty close. These are beautiful. Beatles picture sleeves here. Originals, of course. Baby, You're a Rich Man and All You Need Is Love. And this is EX++, near mint minus. They are never in this kind of grade. And look at the sleeve. Fantastic. Wonderful. A $15 start on the Beatles. They're just never in that kind of condition. So who was the other bidder on Cal Jam? Melanie Jennings has it for 80. Everybody else is out. Rick Hall gets to seal Jimmy Buffett for 15. Next is another single. Let's throw up Patsy Cline here. And oh, Patsy is an early pink label in the original Decca sleeve. Half as much from her album Sentimentally Yours and Shoes from Midnight Jamboree. This is a promo. Now, I haven't got to check this, but I'm telling you, some of the most rarest Patsy Cline singles I've sold, those pink label Decca promos, and then the choral stuff from her. I've had a few that don't even have Discogs entries. I've had 2 Patsy Cline singles in the last 3 years that haven't had Discogs entries, and two 78s that doesn't have Discogs entry. So that's a $7 start. Back to the bin. Nobody else on Cro-Mags. There's 2 left for $24.99. And now the rest of this bin is just $19.99. They're all from those Now Playing series, okay? We have Al Stewart, Now Playing, which is a greatest hits on Sea Blue vinyl, $19.99. Al Stewart. So the Now Playings are marked down to just $19.99. Fantastic compilations. $19.99 on Al Stewart. These are called Now Playings, essentially a greatest hits. Foghat Now Playing. It's on Honey Hush transparent tan vinyl. We've got Captain Beefheart marked down to $19.99. Captain Beefheart Now Playing. And America Now Playing. Let me pause right there to update these auctions. I think we're done on the Cal Jam. That way I can introduce all new auctions. Great, fantastic pickup there. Melanie, that's so due for $80. Thank you. And Tim Graham just said he's out, and he was the next person in line. That's why I elected to go ahead and sell it. That is sold to Melanie for $80. That sticker sheet might have sealed the deal for a lot of people. That was really cool. And now a quick update on these 245s. Here's where we're at. The last thing that was read off was the Beatles. 15, 18, 15, 20, 20, 25. Do you have any cassettes for sale? I do. I don't know if I'll be able to get to them tonight, though. Beatles 28, Beatles 25, 30, 35, 33, Beatles 36, Beatles 39, and then Paul Oakley first on FB, and FB was for CB. He got autocorrected, Captain Beefheart. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Autumn Betts was next on Captain Beefheart, and then next was Paul Oakley's autocorrect, so he was still 1 and 2, Autumn and Paul. C-Note was third. Unfortunately, I have 2. George Samberes gets Foghat. That's only $19.99. Now the Beatles 40. Now the Beatles 50. And we have Final Call and Patsy Cline, and the last 2 was Bread, Now Playing, and that's $19.99. So that's the first crate of on sale new vinyl. Let's go ahead and grab. Man, I've got a 45 mess behind me, which is a good thing. I have so many back here behind me we've got to try to run through tonight. Oh my gosh, so many great picture sleeves and all the metal stuff I have over here. It's going to be a great Thursday night. On sale new vinyl. Great night to tune in if you're just here and you're like, you know what? I'm here and I'm ready to bid on stuff. You have found you're here on the right time at the right place. Let's get another Japanese pressing going. Vandenberg. Vandenberg is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. Vandenberg, a Japanese press with Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi, and that's now up for bid. The next new comment was Beatles is at 52 with Brandy Klein. The songs on the America album. It is fantastic. Horse of No Name, I Need You, Sandman, Ventura Highway, Don't Cross the River, Muskrat Love, Tin Man, Lonely People, Sister Golden Hair, and Daisy Jane. That's $19.99, Ron Cantrell. It's yours if you want it. Kelly Gabney gets a Brad for $19.99. Paul Oakley gets an Al Stewart for $19.99. And we have Jeff Mallwit says he'll take Brad for the wife. Of course. You don't have to be shy to say that's for you. Nothing wrong with some bread. Wow. No bid on Patsy Cline. That's a $7 buy it now if anybody wants that. And there's only two records left in the first on sale bin because Ron Cantrell gets that for $19.99, that being America. And then the new bid on the Beatles is at 52. So Mike Torres, you've been outbid. Mike Torres, you've been outbid. A beautiful pressing here, a beautiful copy of the Beatles. All You Need Is Love. And Baby, You're a Rich Man. Next is Larry Smith picking up the Patsy Cline for $7, then Rebecca, then Stacy. All right, we need 2 people bought in on a Cro-Mags. New and sealed, The Age of Coral, on sale for $24.99. Who wants them? And we can say we've knocked out our first bin on sale new vinyl, $24.99. Here's our next 60s picture sleeve, and then we have a request for something, the other Motown single, sure. First, this one's really cool. Hey, Carrie Ann, the Hollies in the original picture sleeve. The Hollies is going to go up for a $7 start. Check that out. Has the original 64-cent price tag on it. Awesome. The Hollies. Hey, Carrie Ann. That is pretty dang cool. There's Graham Nash. $7 start on that one. Now, Justin needs to put back Cro-Mags, so we'll give that one to Steve Lakey. Steve Lakey, you get the Cro-Mags and that Justin's putting back. So put back Justin's and give it to Steve. Steve, have you bought from us before? And that means I still got 2 left if anybody wants one. The Hollies is at 10. They're still bidding over the Beatles. Vandenberg's a $35 start. There's 2 Cro-Mags left. I thought we'd got down to 1, but Justin put his back. That broke my heart, Justin. Now I have to try to sell 2. Let me go ahead and start trying to sort through some more. That was very fun, and we might can do that for quite some time. But first, I'm going to take a drink of this highly potent energy drink. All right. Here we go. Sometime last year. Okay, thank you and welcome back. There's another Cro-Mag sold to Sunday morning sessions. And then Michael Rudolph coming in, getting both. Fantastic. That crate's a clean out. Those last 2 were sold Sunday morning sessions and now Michael Rudolph. That's what I want to see. Let me go find the next crate. And I did pull out some stuff, some higher price stuff, like those $65 Iron Maidens and the $47 Kid Rocks. I can't sell those for $25, but they will be on sale tonight. Let me try to find another crate and do a quick sort. I'm looking for stuff marked from February. Let me see what's in here. March. There may be some early March. Ooh, I just need to go through this bin. This has great stuff in it. We might just read through these later tonight. Yeah, this is really recent stuff here. This is all end of March, and it may be there's a lot of metal in here. That might be a great crate to just read through tonight. So there's that. And let me grab some more. I know they're on the table that y'all are looking at right now. It should be, most of that will probably be on sale tonight. And that's why I didn't read through it last night. I think 2 people late last night asked me to read through the stuff on the table. And I was like, well, actually, a lot of that is about to probably be on sale. And I would just wait and try to show it when we could. So, yeah, here we go. Here's a great looking batch here. February. Not that one. That one. I'll go ahead and mark that down. Wow. Yeah, some of these are putbacks, and they're just victims they're victims of bad stickers, meaning they shouldn't be discounted because they were just recently put back, but it will mess up my system if I try to re-sticker them. So it's just better for y'all to go ahead and see them on sale. Let me do a little bit of sorting here. Bear with me. We might go ahead and do some of the higher price stuff too. It'll be like a flat percentage, which usually works out really good. Here's March. These will be ready. In about 2 more weeks, we'll try to do this. We have so much new vinyl right now. There's so much already. Let's see, March. And here we go. All right, there's that. Let me bring some of these over. Make sure this is what I need. All right. So, where's that empty crate? Yeah, I'll just come over here and restock it. Let me go ahead and flip this crate next to me. It's that time of the month. See if there's any February dates over here. March, probably not. I mean, most of our stock's pretty recent. Yep, here's one. That one, but I'll need to do a percentage. About time to get into our metal auctions. It's almost top of the hour. Yeah, all this right here needs to be. And these here. We can transfer these over. We need to mix up these rancids though. And let me go ahead and add all this. Okay, I hope I have got these mixed up pretty good, but once again, everything in here $24.99. Sorry for the delay. What has happened here? Let me make sure we're caught up and good to go. The last thing I remember is we sold the last 2 Cro-Mags. The Beatles got a new bid for $62. Mike's done. Brandy, that's a final call to you. The Hollies got up to $17 with Jason Boxell. Stacy's out. Vandenberg 50, Vandenberg 56, Vandenberg 60, 66, 70, 76, 80, 86, 90, 96. 96 on Vandenberg with George Sambarez. Final call. Tyler just got outbid, so that's actually pretty recent. The Hollies, Carrie Ann's at 17. Final call to Jason Boxell. And the Beatles, All You Need Is Love. Beautiful picture sleeve. Brandy has that for 62. Final call. Let's go ahead and put up an auction right now. And we'll go ahead and pull something from, actually, the metal bin over here. I'm going to try to knock out some of these that I know that have writing on them. It'll be some great early deals. Some people have looked past it. We've had some pretty big bidding wars on some of them because this guy's stuff was so nice. Look how nice this is. It is near mint minus. It's beautiful. It's an 84 specialty original of Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. And this time, his name's only on the front, twice of a label maker and writing, and back here on the back. So that is a $25 start. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Jason Boxell gets the Hollies. Hey, Carrie Ann. A fantastic picture sleeve there. Original 64-cent price tag on it. And now Brandy gets the Beatles for 62. Vandenberg's the final call for 100. Twisted Sisters at 25. And we had a request for another Motown single. I just don't know which one it is. Beatles. That was probably the Supremes here, which is one I don't recall is off the 1972. Nathan Jones and Happiness is a Bumpy Road. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. All right, who's ready for more on-sale new vinyl? Coming up right now, 24. I might get crazy tonight. If we keep this going, I might go ahead and discount everything in the store, even in the newer dates. You never know about me. I've been known to do some pretty crazy stuff, like drink an entire gallon of milk. This is The Cure, BBC Sessions, now just $24.99. Classic live radio broadcast, BBC Sessions from The Cure. Was $36, now just $24.99 on The Cure. $24.99. Tyler Huber, you get Vandenberg for 100. Thank you, that's so to you. The Supremes is now at 10. Twisted Sister, $25.30. Patrick Fu picking up a Cure. These also should be numbered on the back. Yeah, they're numbered. Just $24.99. One for Patrick, one for Paul Oakley, and Brian Call, you were next. And as of right now, I only had 2. I have only 1 copy of Rush, which is at a sick price. $24.99 for Rush counterparts. I should be ashamed of myself. $24.99 on Rush. Hanoi Rocks Oriental Beat, just $24.99, new and sealed, 40th anniversary edition. That is a great price. And Machine Head is only $24.99 of Kingdom and Crown, limited edition of 500 on brown and orange marble vinyl, $24.99. One more is Slayer. Wow. South of Heaven on sale for $24.99. This is going to be one of those fast and furious on sale new vinyl nights like I was talking about. Hope everybody's locked in. It's pretty much just going to be, can you get lucky on some of them? Even as fast as you think you can type, it's probably going to come down to, can you get lucky? Next is Allman Brothers. Can you score on this vinyl? This is wipe the windows, check the oil, $1 gas. I always thought it was just dollar gas. This is $1 gas. Gatefold, Japanese pressing, live Allman Brothers, fantastic. $35 start on that. The Supremes is sold to Jason Boxell for $10, and now we need more 45s. But first, The Cure went to Patrick Fu and Paul Oakley. Brian Call was second. Hattori Hanzo third. Next was Thomas Clark fourth. Twisted Sister 31. Spackle Tab got Rush for $24.99. Dan Triaga got Hanoi Rocks. Brian Call second. Stephen Riley on S for Slayer. Dan Triaga next on Slayer. Finley Depperstein next on Slayer. Susie next on Slayer. Classy Lonnie Metal first on Machine Head. Edwin next on Slayer. Bradley next on Machine Head. Philip, Hattori, Classy all next on Slayer. And Vintage Vinyl was next on Rush. Allman Brothers 35. And now Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister, Jason Thomas has it for 31. The bidder before him was MT Matt. It is a beautiful copy. There is writing on the cover, though. That's from that Connery guy collection. Oh, Connery. Who's ready to bid on one of my other favorite Beatles picture sleeves, and got to be one of their just most well-regarded songs, Eleanor Rigby. Very cool. Yellow Submarine, technically the A-side here, but look at this. Just unheard of. It is in fabulous condition. This is going to go up for a $15 start. I expect this one to perform just as good, if not better, than the other one. All the Lonely People. $15 start on the Beatles. Let's get back to the $24.99 bin. Next is Slayer. Oh my goodness. More Slayer. $24.99. Haunting the Chapel. Red and white marble vinyl. $24.99 for Slayer. Haunting the Chapel. There's another Slayer coming up, so let me skip that one and show Rancid. And this is Indestructible. 2 LP limited edition colored vinyl. That is $24.99. Rancid, Indestructible, 2 LP colored vinyl. And now our next single is going to go up right now. I really love this Neil Young. Two of my favorite Neil Young songs as a white label promo, Sugar Mountain and Cinnamon Girl. A white label promo single, and extremely nice, as you can tell. Cinnamon Girl, what a song. And then Sugar Mountain. I think that was a song that really, I heard that like on a deep cut radio show one time, and I think at that point, that's when I really decided I like Neil Young. I'm going to take a drink of this blue juice right quick. Whew. All right. Caffeine levels at all-time high. Hopefully I don't crash tonight by 10 o'clock because we got to go at least till midnight. Twisted Sister, 33. Allman Brothers, 37. We have Allman Brothers, 40. MT Matt on Haunting. That's so MT Matt. Then Adam, then Philip, Twist Sister 34, then Hiram, Brian Call first on Rancid, then Patrick Fu, then Moses E, Beatles, 15, 20, 25, and now I'll go ahead and do the other Slayer, Live Undead, blue and black split colored vinyl with lyric photo and large poster. Slayer, $24.99, Live Undead. Muse, Black Holes and Revelations. Muse is only $24.99. I have two Muse, and I'm going to go ahead and show. This is pretty recent, but it's now qualified for on sale. The new half-speed master of David Bowie, Young Americans. It's my very last copy that I'm aware of, unless there's one more right back here. Yeah, there's another one right back here. I had a feeling there was. I had my David Bowie sense was tingling. Two David Bowies here, $24.99 each on those. That's that new Analog Half-Speed Master. Wow. All right, lots of comments. I got to figure out where one Slayer stops and the other one begins. Kristen Driscoll, Cherry Pie is new and sealed, $38.99. Cherry Pie is new and sealed, $38.99. Neil Young, 10. Neil Young, 15. Beatles, 25 with Mike Torres. Beatles, 28 with Tracy Miller. Adam Bullock, first on Slayer. Adam Bullock, first on Slayer. Then Philip Holt. Adam says he'll pass on Live Undead, so give this to Philip Holt. Philip Hope, you get Slayer. Hattori was technically second. Allman Brothers, 45. Tracy Miller on Muse. Kristen Barnett on Muse. Bob Riger, third on Muse. We only had 2. Patrick Fu, first on Bowie. Hiram next on Muse. Stacy's at 20 on Neil Young. Philip next on Muse. Hattori next on Muse. Rebecca first on David Bowie. Jeff next on Muse. Jeff Malwitz. Donna Mitchell next on Bowie. Beatles, 30. Susie next on David Bowie. Ivan next on Slayer. The high bid on the Beatles is $30 with Mike Torres. Tracy Miller, back to you. Neil Young, Cinnamon Girl, and Sugar Mountain promo is at $20. And the final call on the Allman Brothers is with Sandy V at $45. Let's go ahead and get another auction rolling. And that next auction is going to be Def Leppard, Pyromania. And this is a 1983 U.S. Pittman original. This is a nice copy. Nothing wrong with this one. Nice jacket, EX vinyl. Pyromania is a $35 start. $35 start. Now, the disc comes back as an 83 U.S. Pittman original. It does have a CRC stamp on the back, which tells me it is Columbia Record Club. Sometimes if you run the matrix on these discs, it'll come back an OG, and the only way you can really tell it's a club is the stamping on the back. Allman Brothers is at 46. Did I get Twisted Sister? The last bid on Twisted Sister, what did I do with Twisted Sister? Did I call it sold? What happened? Oh, it's over here. What have I done? Boy, my brain is, I don't know what I've done. We're not done with that one. Sorry. Twisted Sister. I said it over there and forgot about it. Jason Thomas has it for $34. The bid before that was MT Matt. Jason Thomas bid $34. Boy, I've really messed up. Now I've got 5 auctions going, and I'm in an on-sale bin. This is like also that scene from Seinfeld when SpongeBob's running around and his brain's on fire. That's currently what this is about to turn into. Kristen Driscoll says he wants a copy of Cherry Pie. You've got it. That's right over here in these newest arrivals, which is still right here behind me, I hope. Yep. And now, if anybody else wants one, I can still get these. Okay? Now, let me figure out where I left off. I'm going to have to sell one of these. Who had Neil Young? 20. Who was before Stacy? I've got to make sure that Tracy is done. Stacy has it. Tracy, you're out on Neil Young. And now Twisted Sister's at 36. I moved Twisted Sister to get to Bowie. Yep, that's what I did. Then I forgot about it. Now Def Leppard's up. And Allman Brothers was a final call, but now Nashville Tigers back in. Wow. Let me go ahead and show some more records, and we'll see if any more bids come in. And the best of my memory, the Beatles was at 30 with Mike Torres, and Tracy's out on that. So, Tracy, I think you're out on the Beatles. I think you're out on Neil Young. They're still bidding on Twisted Sister. Now we're tied. MT Mac came in first. Sandy, you're out on Allman Brothers, and no one's bid on Def Leppard. Next is Great White. It's only $24.99. Nothing wrong with this one. Great White, once bitten. It's on white vinyl, $24.99 for Great White. Great price on Great White. Also great price on Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. $15 off the 2LP edition. $24.99 on Aerosmith. And then we have CCR on sale. And this is on orange vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. That is CCR orange vinyl, $24.99. That is Bayou Country. Bayou Country there. $24.99 orange vinyl. All righty. So, okay. Let's see here. Okay. Twist Sister 36, Allman Brothers 47. John Dodd on Great White. That is so to John Dodd. Von Stom on Aerosmith. These are all $24.99. So John Dodd, Great White. Von Stom on Aerosmith. Michael next on Great White. Dan Triaga next on Aerosmith. David Suddy next on Aerosmith. Allman Brothers 49. Moses next on Aerosmith. Susie next on Aerosmith. Joe Salamo got CCR. Tracy's out on the Beatles. Tracy's out on Neil Young. since Tracy's out on Neil Young goes to Stacy since Tracy's out. Stacy Metternich, Neil Young, yours for $20. And now because she's out on the Beatles, I want to show this gem because I think there was one other bidder. Mike Torres has it for $30. It is a beautiful picture sleeve. And if you didn't notice the vinyl, fantastic. Eleanor Rigby, Yellow Submarine. It is unusually nice, including a crisp picture sleeve. $30 on that. Nationals out on Allman Brothers. We're going to go ahead and roll this so I can knock some stuff out to Sandy Villa for $50. Thank you, Sandy. That is so to you for $50. Now that's done. Now Twisted Sister. The most recent bid on TS was a tie with MT Matt and Derek Gunn. I have not heard back from Derek Gunn, so MT Matt, I'm about to sell that to you for $36. And also, I can't believe no one bid, but I have a lot to clear off and move on. Def Leppard's a buy it now for $35. It was an OG. The label comes back OG, but there is a CRC stamp on the back of the jacket. So it's an OG record. Def Leppard, Pyromania, $35. Larry gets that last CCR for $24.99. Okay, I'm going to skip this record because it was an artist I just showed. I have a bunch of Rancids here, so let me try to mix them up so it doesn't get hectic. Here is Rancid self-titled, colored vinyl, now $24.99. I've got two of those available, Rancid. Let me also jump ahead to one of my favorite albums, Crosby, Stills & Nash self-titled. This is clear vinyl. It's now $24.99 on sale. James Vasquez gets Def Leppard. Derek Gunn back in on Twisted Sister. And thank you, Mike Torres. You get the Beatles for $30. That's another gem there. All right. Now I've got the auction block back under control. Sorry. Did I get a Bowie? I think you did, but honestly, I don't know. I'm going to do a quick timeout, and I'm going to go ahead and mark. I see something in the corner of my eye. I spy something in the corner of my eye. I'm going to go ahead and mark these down for $19.99. We sold a bunch of them, and I have 3 left, especially since it's up for auction. Twisted Sister now playing, just $19.99. Those were priced on March 3rd. They've been here for a while. Now they're just $19.99. I have 3 of them on orange vinyl. Twisted Sister, orange vinyl, $19.99. The first 2 people on Rancid was Patrick Fu and Brian Call. Those are sold to Patrick Fu and Brian Call. Moses was 3rd. New bid on Twisted Sister, $38. Ben Dygert got the CSN. And now the Twisted Sisters are $19.99. They're $19.99. They're sold to Finley Depperstein, Rick Hall, and John Dodd. Another now playing, marked down to $19.99, and they're sold. They're gone. There's no more of them, to my knowledge. So MT Matt's back in on Twist Sister. Derek Gunn is out. And like I said, this is going to be one of those nights where it just really depends on how good your connection is. Probably to get some of these deals, you're going to have to get lucky. So if you get a few, if you claim 10, and you get a couple of them, you're probably pretty lucky. Here's our next auction. I love Japanese pressings, especially when the quality gets even more, just when the quality's over the top like these Sticks. These Sticks Japanese records, if y'all have ever listened to them, they sound incredible. This one has an etching just like all the other pressings, has the Japanese booklet. This is Paradise Theater with Obi, a $35 start on that. Now Twisted Sister is at $40 with MT Matt. Derek Gunn, you're back out. Let's go ahead and throw up another $45, and let's keep... it's about the time to do some buy it nows, but that would really make some stuff complicated. So we might do that a little bit later. Let's go ahead and keep the auctions rolling. Here's my next one, and it's another Beatles. And this is Hello Goodbye. And this time, I Am the Walrus. Very cool here. Once again, very nice vinyl. Hello Goodbye, I Am the Walrus. This one scuff there. Still think it's VG Plus or EX worthy. JP did put his initials on the label. But other than that, another tougher to get picture sleeve. Not rare by Beatles definitions, but just, you know, I don't have them laying around everywhere like I do John Denver albums. $15 start. The Beatles, Hello Goodbye. and I'm the Walrus. Singles from Magical Mystery Tour. Really cool picture sleeve there. $15 start. All right, next for $24.99, we got to keep the flow going. CCR, this is $24.99. This is their self-titled blue vinyl on sale. If you're just joining us, we're doing insane new vinyl on sale, $24.99. Let's go ahead and do another Rancid. I've got two of these, Troublemaker. There's another Rancid for $24.99. So CCR $24.99, Rancid $24.99. Also, we have The Descendants, and this is called Everything Sucks. That's $24.99 for The Descendants. And we have Sublime's Greatest Hits. Sublime's Greatest Hits is $26.99. That's $24.99. It was $36.99 is what I'm trying to say. $24.99 on that. And by the way, my crate over here has gotten really full. So while y'all's comments are coming in, let me go ahead and swap out empty crates and go ahead and bring over another one to start filling it up. And let me go ahead and condense this with the other new vinyl over here. And yeah, awesome. I think I got room in this crate to do such. I do. All righty, so here we go. About time to wrap up Twisted Sister, and let's sell that because Derek Gunn did go out. MT Matt, that sold you for $40. Thank you, that sold you for $40. And let's put that away. And then we have next is the next new comment was Joe Salamo on CCR for $24.99. Scott Blair on CCR for $24.99. Then Natasha. Patrick Fu on Rancid. That's sold to Patrick Fu. Philip Holt next on Rancid. And then we had Moses next on Rancid. Larry Smith next on CCR. Donna Mitchell first on The Descendants. Then Kristen Barnett. Then Philip Holt. Monty Reed first on Sublime. Kristen next on The Descendants. And then we had, actually, no, she got The Descendants. She was correct in her comment. And then Natasha got Sublime. That's sort of Natasha Pickett. Glenn Kesey is second. And then we have Scott Oman next on Sublime. And then Paradise is at $35. And the Beatles is a $15 start. Okay, put back Rancid. All right. Let me try to figure that out then. So I may just have to redo that little batch there because that can get very complicated then. So let me go through those one more time. Joe Salamo got CCR. Scott Blair got CCR. And then Patrick Fu got Rancid. And then we're going to skip Philip Holt. We're going to give one to Moses E. And then Donna Mitchell got The Descendants. Donna Mitchell got The Descendants. Sublime went to Monty Reed and Natasha Pickett on Monty Reed. Okay? Those are all sold and sold. We're good to go now. Now, we have Styx is at $40. Styx is at $40. And the Beatles is a $15 start. There's no bid on that yet. Styx is at $35, now $40. Let's grab a new LP to put up for auction, okay? Next LP going up for auction right now, I'm going to grab Marillion, Brief Encounter. Marillion is a 1986 U.S. Allied original, and this is going up for EX for a $15 start. EX for a $15 start. Marillion, Brief Encounter, $15 start. Oh no, another Rancid putback. Oh boy, this could get extremely complicated. Let me try to figure out Patrick Fu on Rancid self-titled. Oh boy. Okay, now let me figure out what's going on here. I don't know who was next on that one either. And I'm going to have to go pull it from the other bin. I may have to apply a new local rule like they do in golf. No putbacks on the on-sale stuff because this could get extremely complicated because there's so many backups and so many of the same artists here. So first, let me figure out. I think this is the one he's talking about, and that means Brian Call for sure got one. There was two. That means we need to give this to Moses, okay? We need to give this to Moses. And then Finley Depperstein, I'm going to keep you with Twisted Sister, okay? I'm going to keep you with a Twisted Sister. I'm going to keep that with your name on it. And now Marillion's at 15, so that means that other Rancid went to him being Moses E, and that's a putback from Patrick Fu. I know it's very fast action, but make sure before you claim these, you definitely want it. There was like 7 different Rancid albums here. I would just hold your comment until you for sure want it. I know it's like war right now, but otherwise, the one or two things is going to happen. It's going to end up on your invoice either way, or it's going to end up on the wrong invoice on Monday, and then Ed is going to want to take a hatchet and smash it in the back of my head because I've gone through these so fast and made it so confusing. So I don't, for the sake of Ed not smashing a hatchet in the back of my head, let's pause on the putbacks. But Marillion's at $15. There's no Sublimes left. But I do have another Rancid, and out come the Wolves. And this one's $24.99. Rancid's $24.99. I'm going to make the Beatles a $15 buy now. If no one buys it, I'll just go ahead and buy it. I figured this one would bring 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, just like the other ones. Now that one's just a $15 buy it now. Now Sticks is at 45. Marillion's a final call for 15. There is Rancid, and out come the Wolves. There's two available, $24.99. Y'all don't want to have to, I don't want to have to make a post, or I won't be able to. Somebody's going to make a post due to Ed striking Chad in the back of the head with a hatchet. There will be no more sales ever. We don't want that kind of post going up on Facebook. Due to Hatchet Ed striking Chad, due to an unusual amount of complicated putbacks, he is no longer in commission. All right, let me see what else I got over here. John's brought me some more 45s before he left. Still got some more auctions over here to do. And here we go. So, now, these are sold to Stephen Riley and Philip Holt. Ginger Lynch gets the Beatles for $15. Michael Rudolph was second. And John Gollin's out. And that was on Sticks. That's sold to Tyler Hubie for $45. And now Marillion's a final call for $15. This crate's just really complicated because it is a lot of Rancids. But we're going to go ahead and mark down Ace Frehley for $19.99. That is my remaining inventory on Ace. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just $19.99 on those. Let's see how fast we can sell those. Let's go ahead and move on to the next Rancid, which is called Let's Go, $24.99. And we have the Bouncing Souls for $24.99. That's our next on sale. Ace for $19, Rancid for $24, and Bouncing Souls for $24. This Rancid was called Let's Go. And that Marillion, just FYI, is at $15 with Ben Dygert. 15 with Ben Dygert. And that's going to that is moving to a final call. Let's go ahead and throw up another Japanese pressing, and it's another killer, Allman Brothers, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's two LPs. There's the Japanese insert, an iconic album. This is one of those that's been archived, the Library of Congress. They've archived that as a significant and cultural important recording in American history. Allman Brothers, $35 start. Next was, we already sold the Beatles, and now the Aces for just $19.99. Brad Waits, Mike Owen, Michael Rudolph, Edwin Riviera, Michael Peveler, and the Spirit of Vinyl. That's who got one. Brad Waits, Mike Owen, Michael Rudolph, Edwin Riviera, Michael Peveler, and the Spirit of Vinyl. And then next was Michael Snare, Steve Lakey. Moses gets Rancid for $24.99. And I'm going to wait on that one. Let me go ahead and sell Marillion for $15. And this was sold just one bid to Ben Dygert for $15. Allman Brothers already has a bid. Let's go ahead and visit one of the first records. Well, we have already been selling stuff out of the metal bins, but there's about 3 Hawk wins in here. So let's go ahead and pull this one out. This is a 77 U.S. Winchester original of Hawkwind, Quark, Strangeness, and Charm. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is spectacular. It has the original inner sleeve and a nice jacket. Hawkwind, a $35 start. And then I have one Rancid left, Indestructible. That's my last Rancid. I think I've actually already showed that one, $24.99. I told y'all some of these were slightly mixed up, and I may have to try to find them. So there's that, and it's $24.99. Okay. So I'm going to move those over here. That's our last 2 records in there. I'm going to step over here first. We'll go ahead and give that to Moses for $24.99. And that just means I need somebody bought in on the Bouncing Souls. And we're good to go. Hawkwind and Allman Brothers is our next auction. We have another really nice Beatles picture sleeve here. One of my favorites. We can work it out. Once again, just unusually nice. It was in a platter pack at one time. That's why probably somebody has a 17 on the label. That side there is really nice. It has a thumb slip. That usually is a variant. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. Never ordered. Well, we sold so much Rancid, and I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and order everything. And then I think I've messed up keeping them all together. That's why I don't keep records in alphabetical order. People ask all the time, especially when they come visit the store, and they say, are you ever going to put your records in alphabetical order? And I said no, because it's actually bad business for us to put our records in alphabetical order. It makes it very complicated because we sell 99% of our sales come right here live on Facebook and YouTube. Only 1%, actually 0.8% of our total sales last year came from our storefront. 0.8%. So less than 1%. So when people come in the store and say, are you ever going to put your records in alphabetical order? I'm going to say no for this reason right here. If we have stuff in alphabetical order, it makes our life much more difficult. It actually complicates things for us highly. Makes stuff tougher to sell if it's in alphabetical order. It's much better for randomization that way. All right, I think there's some February dates in here. There's some stuff here that's really recent, and I think we're about to do some February stuff here on sale. You may actually even be getting some sneak peeks here. Some of this higher price stuff I can't do $24.99, but I will discount it a little bit later, and I'll show you some of that in just a second. But some of this is February, and it needs to be put on sale, and that will be our first batch. Let me go ahead and bring over some of that other higher price stuff, and we're about to have a whole nother bin here of on sale new vinyl. I'm about to bring over stuff that's like 50, 60, 47, and we'll do straight percentage discounts on those. But you're seeing a prime example of why we can't keep stuff in alphabetical order. So, all right, here we go. There's that, there's that. Here's this, and there's all this. All right. Now, these here are going to be a straight percentage. No early claims. I won't allow it. No early claims. Those are going to be a straight percentage, and then we'll see who gets lucky with these. And sorry, now half of my auction block is gone, so let me put all these back and try to balance them and figure out what's going on. So, and let me grab Almond Brothers. Almond Brothers are wanting to sit down in the crate. They're wanting to relax. Okay. All right, here we go. Yeah, we do sell substantially more here, but for Record Store Day, we still have a ton of in-store stuff. I mean, I think it's just where we do sell so much here, but we still sell quite a bit in the store. But yeah, this far is this. But I consider this kind of like live. I mean, this isn't really, it's buying online, but it's like you're live here with me in our store. That's basically what y'all are doing, but oh well. Anyways, back up to where we were. We have Rancid. Natasha gets that last Bouncing Souls. So far, we haven't sold out of anything. The Beatles at 15, Almond Brothers 46.50, and now we have Almond Brothers 51, Beatles 17. Hawkwind, to my knowledge, has not received a bid, and that's a beautiful copy. Quark, Strangeness, and Charm, a $35 start. The Almond Brothers is at 56 with George Samberaz. And the Beatles is at 17 with John Gollin. That's where we're at. Now, everything in this crate up until a certain point is $24.99. The first one is Jeff Buckley, Grace, $24.99. Jeff Buckley, Grace, $24.99. If you just now join us, we're doing on sale new vinyl. Jeff Buckley, Grace is $24.99. I've got one random CCR here, Willie and the Poor Boys on yellow vinyl. That's $24.99 and a big discount. This shouldn't be in the $24.99 section because look at the price. Tony Levin, but I'm going to go ahead and mark down Tony Levin, bring it down to the base for $24.99. The Japanese Almond Brothers is now at 56. The Beatles is at 20 and 20. We can work it out, and Day Tripper, and we're going through on sale new vinyl right now for $24.99. 1 second, please. All right, let me grab my blue juice. Quick timeout. It's almost gone, which is going to be a sad day. I'm going to need 3 more to get through this crate. Okay, so we have Beatles 20. Christopher S. gets the Jeff Buckley for $24.99. We got CCR sold to Robert Warner for $24.99. Darren Wortman was second. Vintage Vinyl also on Jeff Buckley. Vintage Vinyl, South Carolina. Tony Levin sold to Mike Strauss. And then we got Allman Brothers then. This is officially sold to George Sambaris for $56. They're still bidding on the Beatles. And Hawkwind has a bid with Nick Bargeron for $35. Final call. Hawkwind, I was about to make it a buy now. Before I could say that, Nick's bid appeared. Final call. We have a request for a Hanoi Rocks. It's a little early, but no, it's already 7:27. Wow, yeah, this night's going to fly by if we keep at this pace. 7:30 already. Wow. All right, so here's Hanoi Rocks. This is called All Those Wasted Years. 1985 UK, original under sleeve, VG++ EX minus. This is technically classified as a reissue. 1984, 1985 UK, $25 start on Hanoi Rocks. There's 1 LP. There is 2 LPs. There's both original UK inner sleeves, and the jacket has some wear at the top. We'll have to call it VG. That's going to go up just for a $25 start. Tom's out on the Beatles. Tracy has that for $25, and the other Tony Levin is sold to James Vasquez. Next in the $24.99 department, Cinderella, live at the Key Club. Gatefold, marbled splatter vinyl, $24.99, and Hole, Courtney Love, lived through this. Hole's now $24.99. That's $10 off, and boy, I never did think I'd discount this record. Images and Words, Dream Theater on clear vinyl, but that's a random one that's appeared. And we also have Massacre from Beyond. That's now $14 off at $24.99. Wow, $24.99. We're going through on sale new vinyl. Hanoi Rocks, $25. Next is Kristen Barnett. Kristen Barnett gets a Hole for $24.99. Hiram Aponte gets a Hole for $24.99. Stacey Metternich gets a Cinderella for $24.99. Patrick Fu next on Hole. Dan Triaga first on Dream Theater. Ben Dygert first on Cinderella. Justin Deckelman next on D. Tim Turner next on Cinderella. Brad Wakes next on D. Those are Dream Theater, so y'all were next. Jeremy next on Hole. MT Matt next on Dream Theater. Steve Lackey first on Massacre. Shane next on Dream Theater. And then Spackle Tab. Then Garrett Cypert. Then Stephen Lewis Jr. And then Classy Lonnie Metal gets that last Massacre. Wow. The Beatles. This is officially sold for $25. And that winning bid goes to Tracy Miller. Hawkwind's probably had more time to get bids in than any other auction will tonight. And that is sold to Nick Bargeron for $35. Thank you, Nick. That's sold to Hanoi Rocks, just 1 bid for $25. Our next auction, let's throw up another Japanese press. Cream, Live Cream Volume 2. Now, Volume 2 has a better track listing than Volume 1. This one has Sunshine of Your Love on it, Deserted Cities, White Room, Politician, and, of course, Tales of Brave Ulysses. That's a $35 start. Cream, Live Cream Volume 2. It does have the lyrics insert with it. That's going to go up for a $35 start. And our next single is a tougher to get John Lennon single. Give Peace a Chance. John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band. Very nice. A $10 start. Remember Love and Plastic Ono Band. John Lennon. Don't get that one very often. $10 start. Next in the $24.99 department, which is the last $24.99 record, Soundgarden. Bad Motor Finger. $24.99 for Soundgarden. Bad Motor Finger. $24.99. Now, the rest of these will be a flat percentage. Instead of 25, let's do 30% off. Yeah, let's do 30% off, and I'll have to bring out a good old-fashioned calculator for some of these. But the rest of these, like most of the sticker prices, are 50, 60, 47, 49, and we'll do them a straight 30% off, okay? I'll tell you the record. I'll tell you the price. First on Soundgarden. First, though, Hanoi Rocks, 26, 26, 30, 30. Jason Thomas first on Soundgarden. Then Michael Peevler. then Christopher, then Patrick, and then Cream's 35 and John Lennon a $10 start, okay? So let me grab my cell phone and we'll do a flat 30%. I'll try to peek ahead so I can see the sticker and go ahead and have it calculated. That way I can tell you the price so no one gets sticker shock. The first record is $41.99. It was $59.99. That's Fish, Junta, 3LP, Chris Bellman, Bernie Grunman, 3LP on colored vinyl. Fish was $59.99, and this is now $41.99. Soundgarden, the first on Soundgarden was Jason Thomas, Michael Peevler, and Christopher S. Christopher, sometimes on your Facebook chat, it looks like you're first, but it actually... you have to go by what's on Restream, which is what's appearing on the embedded feed. C-Note gets Fish for $41.99. That is sold to C-Note, $41.99. Next is a record that was $46.99, and 30% off of that makes these $32.89. $32.89 for Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Greatest Hits, Kid Rock, $32.89. I have two of those. That's a double LP. 30% off is $32.89. $32.89. Did anybody bid on John Lennon? I don't think they did. Fred Morris bid $10. Final call on John Lennon, $10. This is Give Peace a Chance, Remember Love. We're about to sell that for $10. Now, nobody bid on Cream, so I'll go ahead and make that a buy now, and somebody's going to be very happy when you're listening to Eric Clapton and Ginger Baker and who else am I forgetting about? But just an amazing live album here. Jack Bruce, Ginger Baker on drums, Jack Bruce on bass, $35 buy now on Cream. Okay, Kid Rock. The first Kid Rock comment was for Justin Deckelman and Chris Frazier. So those are sold. Make sure these go in for $32.89. Leslie Silverly was next, then Jeff Coleman, then Rebecca Howard, then Scott Oman. Jen Cass gets Cream for $35. MT was next. Hanoi Rocks is at $60. This is called Hanoi Rocks, All Those Wasted Years of 1985 UK. Edwin, Hanoi Rocks, All Those Wasted Years, 85 UK, VG++ EX. Fred, there's a new bid on John Lennon for $12. It's time for another new auction. And that next new auction is going to be Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Unfortunately, though, it is a VG minus. It is a VG minus. Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East, $10 start. Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. One more time, VG minus. It's a well-loved disc, meaning somebody played it a lot. Okay, this next record was $49.99 and 30% off on that. I think we just did. No, we haven't done that price yet. $34.99. 30% off. This is the best of Annihilator. Limited numbered, 1,500 on silver-colored vinyl. Wow, so one of them I have price $55, one of them I have price $50. Either way, I'll do them for $34.99. So as much as $20 off the best of Annihilator. That's a new, sealed, now just $34.99 limited edition, and the first time on vinyl. That never was on vinyl before. So Dan Triaga gets a Annihilator for $34.99. I have one more. And then there's a big discount on these. I bet some people's been waiting for these to be discounted because they're pricey. And now we have 30% off of $64.99, makes these $45.49, so that's right at $20 off again. And that is Iron Maiden, The X Factor. Those are now they are $45.49. That is the on sale price, $45. Whoops, I accidentally cleared it off. $45.49. Jason Jones gets the other Annihilator. That is sold to him. And now for that same price, that other one, which was, let me run that again, $49.99. The Annihilator price was $34.99. Yeah, $34.99 on that. Now the Iron Maidens is sorry, I'm having short-term memory loss. $45.49, and Glenn Kesey gets one. There's two more left, and I think I have more up front. Did Fred Morris come back in on John Lennon? He did. He has this for $13. Ginger Lynch, you're back out. Hanoi Rocks is still getting bids. Melissa Bailey has that for $75. And now Judas Priest is a final call. It's VG minus, no bid on that. Ooh, this next record, there'll be a lot of claims for this. This shouldn't be on sale. And $31.49. The Cure Disintegration. The Cure Disintegration on sale? What? $31.49. Laura's going to ring her Shane bell in the back. That's only $31.49. $31.49. Freddie Milford gets one of the Iron Maidens for the on-sale price. And that's sold. Now there's one left. Now there's one Cure. Wow. That's sold to Paul Oakley for $31.49. And we have a new bid on John Lennon. I only have one Cure, unfortunately. What is next here? Oh, boy. This is another one on sale that we've sold a ton of. I just recently sold one for sticker price. This one's a victim of having a bad sticker on it, meaning it's probably been ordered since then. King's X Dogman. King's X is $34.99. King's X Dogman, just $34.99. A 2 LP. Music on vinyl, limited and numbered. Judas Priest is VG minus, a $10 buy it now. Fred Morris, you've been outbid on John Lennon. It's now at $15. John Dodd gets King's X for $34.99. Hanoi Rocks is at who and where? Melissa Bailey still has it for $75. After that was Jeff Brindley. He's out, so we're definitely about to sell that. MT Matt next on King's X. Kristen Barnett's next on Cure, and Christopher next on King's X. Okay, next was $46.99. That is 30% off. That means $32.89 on the Transformers. This was actually a special request for somebody. I ordered 3 or 4 extras about a month ago, 2 months ago, and now I'm down to one extra copy that I couldn't sell, and now it's 30% off at $32.89. Judas Priest is sold to Cody Gray for $10. Tracy gets Transformers for $32.89. That was my only copy, and now a discount on this. It was $46.99. I won't do that one right now. I'll do this one, which is 30% off, which is $32.89. This is Animal Magnetism, colored vinyl, 180 gram, and now the Scorpions is $32.89. $32.89. All right, let's get more auctions going because Hanoi Rocks is sold to Melissa Bailey for $75. Unfortunately, only one Transformers. If you're just joining us, we're going through on-sale new vinyl. This is a bin of a little bit more pricier stuff. We're doing it a straight 30% off. Freddie Milford gets the Scorpions for $32.89. We got more $24.99. Laura's in the back marking new arrivals. So this is a fun time to be watching because we're also going to be doing new stuff tonight. At some point, I'll start doing some vintage half off. I said Stacy. Stacy Metternich on Transformers. Then Tracy was next. Boy, Stacy and Tracy have similar names and similar music interest. We have the Best of the Monkeys, our next Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. This is the Best of the Monkeys. Stacy Metternich got Transformers. Tracy was second. That's happened already tonight. They have very similar music interest and very similar names. The John Lennon is sold for $15 to Ginger Lynch. And now we're ready for a new auction. I just put up the Monkeys, but now moving on to the, we're going to do Kiss Originals a little bit closer to 8. But let's go ahead and throw up AC/DC. Fly on the Wall, a 1985 U.S. Specialty Original with the original under sleeve. VG Plus, AC/DC, a $25 start. Best of the Monkeys, awesome track listing there. This is the AC/DC Fly on the Wall, $25 start. There's the cover. That's now up for bid. All right, what is next? I know what's next. It accidentally got flashed. And now the 30% off, just $27.99. Megadeth Picture Disc, Euthanasia. This has never been officially reissued on vinyl. Just picture disc. Megadeth is now just $27.99. Now just $27.99. And here's another one that should not be on sale. We just sold 2 the other night at sticker price. Somebody's like, hey, do you have the new Velvet Revolver? And I was like, yes, I have the new Velvet Revolver. This is $31.49. $31.49 on Velvet Revolver. That's another great price. So that means Dan Triaga gets Megadeth. That was my only copy, and that was sold to him one more time. Megadeth was sold to him, I think it was $27.99. I'm going to double check on an old-fashioned calculator here. And yes, that's right. He gets that for $27.99. And the Mike Ospaw was second, Leslie Sylvie third, Mike Monroy fifth, Hiram fifth, and then Leslie Sylvie first on Velvet Revolver. And let's confirm that one more time. $44.99, 30% off is $31.49. That's sold to Leslie Silverly. Thank you. That's sold to you. And then next is $46.99 at 30% off. And that is $32.89 for Ramstein. There is a tear in the shrink, but oh boy, Ramstein on sale? Ramstein on sale? What? Here's our next single going up for auction. This is Owner of a Lonely Heart from Yes, and this is going to go up for a $7 start. The B-side is called Our Song, and that's going to go up for a $7 star. Who was first on Rammstein? That's sold to Adam Bullock for $32.89. Thank you. There is a bid on AC/DC for $25. No bid on the Monkees. Final call for $35 if you want to lock in a bid. Beatles is at $25. Adam got Rammstein, then Donna, then Justin, then Rebecca. And there's some people very... we might... There's already been 5 early claims on Radiohead. There was 3 earlier, and there's 2 right then. So let me go ahead and tell y'all, if you want Radiohead, I would have your comment ready to send. It's not next, but I've already seen 5 early claims from 3 different people on Radiohead. So it's going to be a bloodbath, okay? It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, but we're not there yet. I still got to do this record, which is the same price, $32.89. Wow, Soundgarden, Chris Cornell, Down on the Upside, 2 LP, Blow Up the Outside World. One of my favorite here, Burden in My Hand, just $32.89 for Soundgarden. $32.89 for Soundgarden. Yeah, Radiohead, whenever I turn on the green light, it's going to be a bloodbath for that one. Oh my gosh. Yes has a bid for 7. AC/DC 26, 27, 28. Let's go ahead and make the Monkees a buy it now. The Monkees is a buy it now for $35. A fantastic Japanese compilation there, and it is minty. It is minty. And who gets the first 2 Soundgardens? I knew there would be a bunch. Soundgarden on sale? What is this, the end of the world or something? This should not be happening. Soundgarden, Chris Cornell's going to wake you up in the middle of the night. He's going to be haunting you. He's going to wake up and just scream right in your face, but you'll be happy. Rick Hall gets Soundgarden, and Brian Thurman was second. So that's sold to Rick Hall and Brian Thurman. So those are sold and sold. Michael Peveler was next, then Nick Bargeron, and, oh boy, Radiohead, $44.99, 30% off, $31.49. Who gets it? The suspense is killing me. It hadn't popped up. It hadn't popped up yet. Hell, there it is. Bob Riger. Bob Riger was first. Boy, that took longer than I thought it would. And we have already filled up another crate tonight. Wow, we've already filled up 3 crates tonight, and we didn't even have any new vinyl hardly come in. That's telling me we're selling a lot. Whew. That Radiohead on sale, that's like luck of the draw. You could have tried and had it pre-typed, but this kind of crate, it really just matters how good your lag is. There's nothing you can do about it, really. So, and I wish I had 100 I could sell where I was making money at $31.49. That's probably even maybe less than what I paid for it. Just so you'll know, if I'm ever doing this, most of these I'm taking a bath on. New vinyl is very expensive, even for me to order from distribution. So most of the stuff, I'm like just getting my money back or breaking even. But it allows us to free up all this inventory, and I'll probably reorder this stuff. Usually after I sell out of this stuff and then we start refreshing it, all of a sudden it starts selling again. It's a really bizarre thing. But that does go to Bob Riger for $31.49. And then Ronnie Ritchie, then Garrett Cypher, then Chris Frazier, then Nashville Tiger, then Wes War, and we're up at the top. So, Bob, you were first on Radiohead, but if you actually want it, it's yours. And then, yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart is at 7, and that was the only bid, and that bid came in with Mike Bartlett, and that's sold to him. And now AC/DC is with MT Matt at $33. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. Nobody bought the Monkees. That's surprising. Let's go ahead and put up another Hawkwind. Warrior on the Edge of Time, and I think this one has Lemmy with it. It should. This is a 75 US PRC Richmond. Yes is already sold. That was the final call. And we have our next auction going up, which is Hawkwind, Warrior on the Edge of Time, a 1975 US, and this one is near mint minus. This is a nice one. EX++. It has the original inner sleeve with it. There's Lemmy, bass guitar, Lemmy. $35 start. That's now up for bid. All right. There's that. Now, let's try to sell this last record in the bin, and that's Iron Maiden, The X Factor. We've already sold 2. It's a pricier record. It always has been just because it's an import, and the price was $45.49 after the discount. It was $64.99, so about $20 off, more than $20 off, $45.49. The Monkeys for $25. I will say the Monkeys for $30. I had it at what, $35? Hawkwind already has a bid, AC/DC 27, and Mike Torres does want that Iron Maiden. Now, what I'm going to do is I think some more, I already see, yeah, there's a bunch more February stuff back here. That's probably going to be our next crate. And then I think some stuff that I might have sold out of, I have more copies up front. So let me take this crate, and I'm going to go bring over another one. You may hear me cut out for a second. I would not go anywhere because as soon as I come back, I'm going to start doing more stuff like this. So don't go anywhere, okay? Stuff we've already sold and sold out of. We had additional copies up front on the store racks. So here we go. And some of this I might have to sort through right quick. Actually, let me take it over here, and so we don't have any Radiohead phenomenals again. Let me go ahead and sort through this. But yeah, here, I know somebody wants one of those because we just sold out. Let me mix up. Okay, we'll do those for 24. That will be a straight percentage. Those will be a straight percentage. I'll go ahead and do those for 24. Reluctantly 24. That will be a straight percentage. We've already sold out of those at 19, and I found more. That will be a straight percentage. That's 24. Straight percentage. That's 19. I'll go ahead and put these back in here. Those will be the first. First 3 records will be 19. And then there's more Massacres, more CCR. Guess what? More Rancids coming up. But that's okay. And we got more straight percentage. But first, let's knock out some more. These were very popular. We definitely didn't have enough for everybody earlier. So here we go. Sorry. It's going to be a busy night. Let's see what's going on here. First thing I have is, let me move this over. Let's see where we're at on our auctions. We're back in business. We had a Hawkwind Warrior on the Edge of Time. Let's put that right there. Hawkwind Warrior on the Edge of Time. And the last bid on Hawkwind that came in was Nick Bargeron at $38. $38. Nick Bargeron. The last bidder was Kevin Brown before that. AC/DC got the 37 with MT Matt. Joshua Vogt, guess what? I found another Iron Maiden for you. That was up front on the rack, and I'm pretty sure it's my last one unless we run across another one. So this is sold to Joshua Vogt, $45.49. Kristen Barnett said she would take the Monkeys for $30. And we've already sold the Monkeys. The first 3 records in here we've already sold out of. They were $19.99. Oh boy, 2 more Twisted Sister greatest hits, aka now playing on orange vinyl. $19.99 for Twisted Sister. I've got an additional Ace Frehley for $19.99, cobalt blue vinyl, and 1 more additional Fog Hat for $19.99. So that is 3 more now playing series just for $19.99. Hawkwind is Warrior on the Edge of Time. We've already sold Quark. It took me forever to get somebody convinced to bid on it, but it's already sold. Hawkwind is a 75 US PRC Richmond EX++ near mint minus. And then I'm going to go ahead and sell MT Matt. He's been the high bidder for a while on ACDC. The other bidder said out. So this is sold to MT Matt for $37. There's that. Now, there should be a lot of claims because those are just $19.99. And, yeah, I'm going to run Kiss Originals Plus. I've got, man, I mean, time's flying by because these bins are so insane. So I better start getting into some of the metal stuff right now, or just some of the advertised stuff. I mean, some of it's like Ramones and Hawkwind and Kiss. And let's see what else I have in here. Let's go ahead and throw open Ozzy. Okay? This is Ozzy Live Mr. Crowley picture disc. There is some damage on the sleeve. The picture disc is really cool, though. This is Ozzy Mr. Crowley picture disc. The note from Laura is an 82 US Pitman original. It does have cover damage. The actual picture disc is VG minus, and we're going to put that up for a $20 start. Ozzy's a $20 start. Now, who got first on the Twisted Sisters? First is MT Matt for $19.99. Then Devin Reese for $19.99. Next on Twisted Sister is Brian Reynolds. Chris Frazier first on Ace Frehley for $19.99. Michael Rudolph next on Twisted Sister. And then Scott Oman next on Twisted Sister. So was James Vasquez, John Cassidy. And then Hawkwind got a new bid for $41. And then Hawkwind $42 and Ozzy $20. So a Fog Hat now playing, a.k.a. Greatest Hits, Slow Ride, Take It Easy, $19.99. Now, the rest should be $24.99. And the first is Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. New and sealed, $24.99 on Alanis Morissette. We're doing on sale new vinyl. Alanis is $24.99. We also have Rancid, Let's Go. There's a couple more Rancids in here. Hopefully that doesn't confuse too many people. Rancid is $24.99. And we have 1 more Cro-Mags. The Age of Coral. That is on smoke-colored vinyl, $24.99. We sold out earlier. We had 2 laying over here. 2 people helped me out. There's 1 more. I have another picture sleeve from Yes. We just did Owner of a Lonely Heart. Here is The Rhythm of Love. Does have a little bit of a stain right there. Yes, really cool 80s picture sleeve, though. Some damage on the back, too. $7 start on that. Ozzy's now at $30. Hawkwind's at $42 with Jeff Brindley. Everybody else is out. First is James Vasquez on Fog Hat for $19.99. Brandon got Alanis Morissette for $24.99. So we still got Cro-Mags and Rancid. Natasha second on Alanis Morissette. And here is another CCR on blue vinyl. Susie Q, I Put a Spell on You. CCR, self-titled. That's part of that blue vinyl reissue series from a couple months ago. I'm getting down to my last stray copies. That's $24.99. Neil Young, Harvest. Another copy, $24.99. We sold one earlier, 180-gram remaster, and we sold out of Massacres earlier. I have 1 more here. So I got some stray copies that we sold out of earlier, and we're down to a few randos that I had laying around, especially up front. So there's those, $24.99. So if you missed out, here's another chance, because there was some people who missed out earlier. Hawkwind still getting bids. Hawkwind still getting bids. What about Ozzy? I haven't seen anything else Ozzy popped up until right now. Brian Riley has Ozzy at $32. Haley, you're out. Steven, you're out. Mike, you're out. Ozzy has a high bid of $32. Hawkwind has bids for $43. Now Christopher S. leads it. Larry Smith gets CCR for $24.99. Jason Hughes gets Neil Young Harvest for $24.99. And Hiram Ponte on Massacre for $24.99. Michael Peevler says, sorry, I have that Ace if anybody else wants it. Was there anybody else on Ace? Ace Frehley, who was first? It was, you didn't even pop up on the screen. It went to Chris Frazier. Michael Peevler, I don't think your claim even popped up for Ace. The person who got the person who got Ace Frehley was Chris Frazier. Your comment didn't even pop up unless you're talking about from earlier. Now, if you're talking about from earlier, that's a much more major problem. Next is Batman, Sun Ra, and his orchestra. Also, the guitars of Dan and Dale. We have sold a bunch of these, and I have 3 left. Gatefold, really cool Batman. It is music, really cool music from Batman, $24.99. We have 3 Batmans at $24.99. And then here's another Rancid. And this is Rancid self-titled. This is limited edition colored vinyl, $24.99. Ozzy has a new bid for $34. Haley's out, Corey's out, Brian's out, Mike's out. Boy, I love seeing all those outs. They're both good and bad. It lets me know that we're done, but also it lets me know that they're not bidding anymore, which is sad. And then Hawk wins at $44. Nobody bid on Yes, Rhythm of Love. It's a $7 buy it now. I have Guns N' Roses, a live unofficial Anarchy in the UK, a 2LP red vinyl. This is live Guns N' Roses for $24.99. Anarchy in the UK, $24.99 for Guns N' Roses. Now we're getting into some stuff I don't think that has really been on sale tonight. Those other ones had been. GNR is $24.99. Next is Hawkwind 51. Also, we have, what else do we have here? We have Hawkwind 51. That's with Christopher S. So, Slicker, you're back out. Mike Bartley gets Yes for $7. He got the other one as well. GNR, so to recall, for $24.99. Corey Ross got a GNR for $24.99. Now Ozzy's at $35. Rebecca next on GNR, then Brian, then Shannon, then Dave. Now Hawkwind's at $54. We got Dream Theater. We sold one earlier. Here is another one. $24.99, Images and Words, another Dream Theater for those that missed out on that one. And then, speaking of Yes, Fragile here on green vinyl, the newest Steven Wilson. We've had these for a couple months now. We've sold a ton of them. That's my last 2 copies of Yes, Fragile, green vinyl there. Steven Wilson, $24.99. I'll be the roundabout, $24.99. That is available, just FYI. Okay. Now, first thing we have is Hawkwind 54. Justin Deckelman on Dream Theater. That's sold to Justin Deckelman for $24.99. He was first. Let me confirm that. Yes, he was first. Then Brad, then MT Matt, then Stephen Lewis, then Patrick Lear, then Spackle Tab, then Kevin Brown, then John Dodd, then Dave Soretna. New bid on Ozzy for $36. And then Stephen Riley gets a yes. Eddie Passera gets a yes. Dave next on Dream Theater. Mike Bartlett next on yes. Darren Wortman next on yes. Ronnie Ritchie next on Dream Theater. Ozzy has another bid for $36. Hawk wins at $55. Wow. So Ozzy has a new bid for $36. Hawkwind has a new bid for $55. I'm going to have to start a 3rd LP auction. Also, if you haven't already, please go ahead and hit the like button on Facebook. We're not too far away from having 400 active viewers, which would be absolutely incredible. So we're not too far away. If you haven't already, please go ahead and do that on Facebook and YouTube. We're at 384 right now. We're not too far away from having almost 400 active viewers right now. That would be incredible. Probably because we're doing blowout new vinyl, fantastic auctions. It's Thursday Metal Night, and Dio Mystery is our next auction. It's a 1984 Euro original single, Dio Mystery. And this is going to go up VG condition, a $10 start. Dio Mystery. We got some people doing some slobber knockers for Hawkwind and Ozzy. They just keep getting bids, keep getting bids, keep getting bids, keeps getting bids. Talks with Ravens wants a Batman. That's a really cool record. I actually kept 2 for my collection. There's 2 left for $24.99. I have, guess what? Another Dream Theater, Awake, $24.99. Clear vinyl, that's insane. $24.99. Dream Theater, Awake, $24.99. That's a 2 LP. That shouldn't be on sale for that much. And we sold out earlier. There was a lot of claims. Here's another opportunity. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits for $24.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits for $24.99. How about we do audiophile stuff tonight at 30% off? Whoa. What did I just say? Audiophile, MoFi, and Analog Productions tonight at 30% off. The old stock from about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. I wonder if anybody would be interested in that. Could that spur up some interest? Wow. Okay. I may have spoke too soon, but Dio, look at these bids on Dio. Wade 10, Brian 10, Mike 10, Robert 10, Brian 10, Wade 7, Brian 15, Solar 15. We have David 15, Solar 15, Brian 20, Alonzo 15, Brian 19. Wow. I can't even keep up with that. Let me go back up to the top before all that began and figure out where we was at. Hawkwind was at 55, and then 56 was Slicker. Christopher S. bid 55, Slicker bid 56. Ozzy 37, Ozzy 37. We already sold Batman. Dio. Brad Waits got Dream Theater. Okay? Brad Waits was first on the Dream Theater. And then MT Matt. Then Mike Strauss. Then Bradley Smith. Kevin Brown wants a Batman. Dio 11. Dio 15. Spackle next on Dream Theater. Richard Sawley gets the Batman record. Now we're sold out. And then Paul on Dream Theater. Paul Oakley. Then John Dodd on Dream Theater. Then Jeff Mallwitz on Dream Theater. Then Dan Triaga on Aerosmith. Then Edwin Riviera on Dream Theater. Then Dave Surretton on Dream Theater. Jeff Sapia on Aerosmith. Tracy Miller were sold out of Batmans. Dio 15. Dio 19. Solar next on Aerosmith. Ben Dygert next on Aerosmith. Dio 21. Dio 20. Hawkwind 60. Dio 21. Dio 25. Dio 22. Dio out. Hawkwind 62. And I think we're caught up. And we have a putback on Yes. And that was with Stephen Riley. I think I read that somewhere in there. And let's figure out who was next on Yes before those comments delete. The last bid on Yes that came in, or the claims on Yes, was Stephen Riley, Eddie Passeur. And so this Yes here, change this to Mike Bartlett, if that's okay with Mike. Okay? That is sold to Mike Bartlett. We're good to go. And the last record in here is Old Crow Medicine Show. First time I've ever discounted this. $15 off. Old Crow Medicine Show featuring the platinum selling single wagon wheel. $24.99. Old Crow Medicine Show, $24.99 on that. Okay. Now, somebody just asked, where's Hawkwind? Somebody just asked, where's Ozzy? And somebody just asked where Dio is. Dio is passed away. He's somewhere in a cemetery. I don't know where. Hawkwind, I don't think they're touring anymore. And Ozzy's probably somewhere over in England, wherever he lives. But if you're referring to the auctions, I will give you the high bids. The high bid on the live Mr. Crowley picture disc, Mr. Crowley, where, I don't even know, the comments are buried on this. Oh boy, let me see if I can find it right quick. Ozzy is, he's probably sitting in like one of those big throne chairs in his house yelling at Sharon. I think Solarplex has it for 37, and then Susie tied them. I might need y'all to bid again just so it's at the bottom, because there are so many comments between these bids, I can't keep it up. This is 37 with Solarplex. I believe that is the high bid. 37 on that. That was my, not trying to be that was me trying to be a comedian more than being a smart butt. I hope everybody had a good laugh at that. Yeah, I guess, where does Ozzy live? Somewhere in England, I guess. And then, I don't know the current status. Is there a Hawkwind that's still together? I don't know if that's still a thing anymore or not. And the Dio, where's Dio? Somebody looked that up. Where is Ronnie James Dio buried at? I'm sure there's some kind of big tombstone and people go and pay homage to him. Okay. Now Ozzy's at 38, now 40. Now Dio is recent. Dio is at 26 with Solarplex. If you're in higher or you want to be in higher, let me know. And then Hawkwind, that is a heck of an auction. That's been up for a long time. And Slicker has it for $62. The other bidder was Christopher S. at 60. So now it's at 62. Now it's at 62. And then the last on sale record I showed was Old Crow Medicine Show for $24.99. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $24.99. Jamie McCord gets one for $24.99. And then we have, there's the bids on Ozzy. And then we have Ozzy at $45.42 and Dio's at $30. Oh, Ozzy lives in California. Wow, I thought he moved back to England. I could have swore I read that somewhere. So let me mute my mic for 1 second. I got to have some more energy if I'm going to get through all this. All right. So he's in Hollywood, California. Okay. So he's in Los Angeles. Wow. So he's pretty close to Ozzy, if that's where Ozzy still lives. All right. So here's what's left in this $24.99 on sale crate. There's 2 Rancids. The only 2 left tonight. Self-titled and Let's Go. Self-titled colored vinyl. And we have Let's Go. And those are $24.99. They're on sale. We have 1 Cro-Mags left. Cro-Mags is $24.99. The Age of Coral. And then Old Crow Medicine Show, $24.99. Ozzy moved back to England. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think he lived here anymore. I knew I saw like a thumbnail article, and it was like him. He was on his cane. He didn't look too well, and it's like he's moving back to England. That's what I thought. Dio's at 31. Solarplex Studios. Ozzy is at 47 with Susie Breedlove. 47 on Ozzy, Solarplex, You're Out. And then Dio's at 31 with Solarplex. Christopher S. is out on Hawkwind. I'm dropping the hammer. Hawkwind is sold to the high bidder of Slicker Van Slyke for $62. That was up for about a half hour, maybe 40 minutes. And we hadn't even sold the best one yet. The other one should be another slobber knocker. But that is sold for $62 to Slicker Van Slyke. David Sapa. Hold on, David. I'm going to say your name here. David Sarparchino. David on the Cro-Mags. And David, if you're a first-time buyer, I may have to call you David S. Sorry, I just butchered your name there. That is sold to you for $24.99. Please make sure you message our name. We need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Adam Bullock wants both Rancids. These are sold to Adam Bullock and Adam Bullock. And then that just left Old Crow Medicine Show. I have 3 left. 20th anniversary edition. And by the way, this was like the first time this was on vinyl. So this is technically an OG. Paramount Pressing and Plating, Denver, Colorado. Pretty cool there. So that's the only 3 records so far since we've been doing this since about 5:30 tonight. That's the only 3 records that have not sold. Like there's nothing left that I've shown that hadn't sold except those 3 Old Crow Medicine shows. Okay? Dio is still getting lots of bids, and so is Ozzy. I don't think we're done on those. But first thing I'm going to do is grab this back left crate because I think this has our next victims in it. And it also has some room where I can add some of this other higher price stuff that I pulled out from up front. So let me do some sorting here and hope everybody's ready. Now, yep, February. So I'll make that, and then 24, that's going to be straight percentage, 24, 24, 24. Oh, man, that's going to be tough. I'm going to give those one more chance. I'm going to put them right here. Those are pretty recent. And then on sale, that will actually be $19.99. And then 24, 24, 24. 30%, 24, 24. There's another one of those. That's going to be straight percentage. That'll be 24, straight percentage. And then all these are straight percentage, which I've got some Rhino Hi-Fi series coming up. That's going to be our first, I did say audiophile stuff. So guess what? I got a whole nother crate here. And I've really run out of room. So let me move this crate back here center. All right. And then let me, I got to get my crate stationed This is... sorry, this is like trying to move 50-pound dumbbells up over your shoulders in an awkward position. See how much the table's shaking? And then here's our newest arrivals, which would be good to have right next to me anyways. All right. Plus, I've got the camera mounted on the table now. We've neglected the 45s for about the last hour or two. That was the heaters that started the show. I think Ozzy went out, so who has the high bid? Spackle Tab has it for 50, which is a final call. And then Dio, Dio got a bid for 37. Now, where did I leave off? Okay, I left off. Adam Bullock needs to put back Rancid self-titled. Let me lay that right there. Ozzy 50, Dio 37. Nick on Oak Crow Medicine Show. I could have swore I've already pulled one for you, though, Nick. Did I not already pull one for you, Nick Bargeron? Have already read that comment off. How many Oak Crow Medicine Shows do I have in the bin? I've got 2 Oak Crow Medicine Shows in the bin. One was with Nick Bargeron. The other was with Jamie McCord. So, yes, I've already... And then Nick commented again. Nick, you almost got 2 accidentally. Yeah, I've already pulled one for you. And then we had another claim, though, from Garrett Cyprit. So Garrett gets an Oak Crow Medicine Show for $24.99. And we're good to go. Ozzy has a new bid for $52. So there's 2 Oak Crow Medicine Shows left and 1 Rancid self-titled for $24.99. Solarplex, you've been outbid on Ozzy. The new high bid is $52. Dio is sold to Solarplex for $37. Okay? Now, somebody asked how much was Paul's Boutique. That's going to be in this crate on sale. And the only thing I have to say is you got to be ready to bid on it, or you got to be ready to buy it, okay? It's going to be in here. It's going to be a first come, first serve. Hopefully you're ready to buy it. No on Dio. What happened on Dio? Did somebody else bid on Dio? We're about to put up fresh new auctions, and hopefully these reset. Dio has a bid for $38. Okay, now what... I thought he had it for $39 though. Solarplex 37. If somebody bid 38, it's not on my monitor. Yeah, if somebody bid 38, it's not on my monitor. So whoever bid 38 needs to bid again. Okay? Same thing for Ozzy. Ozzy, here's who I'm showing as the high bids. And so if you don't hear your name in your bid, go ahead and send it again right now. Dio is at $37 with Solarplex Studios. Ozzy is at $55 with Spackle Tab. That's the high bids right now. Now, if you're like, well, I already bid and you're waiting for me to find it, it's not going to appear. You just need to go ahead and send it again. Ozzy's at $55 with Spackle Tab, and Dio's at $37 with Solarplex. If you didn't hear your bid right then, go ahead and send it again. First record in here is going to be $19.99. And that is going to be Toxic Reasons, Bullet for You. Toxic Reasons is just $19.99. This should be on red vinyl. Toxic Reasons is $19.99. Bullets for You. Now the rest up until a certain point will be $24.99. That's the only $19.99 record in here. Next is The Cure, Songs of a Live World, $24.99. This is Roxy London, one of the newest albums by The Cure, now eligible for a discount, $24.99. All right, now we have a new bid on Dio for 38 with David S., okay? David S. Now your bid has appeared. I didn't see it earlier. Now Ozzy's at 57. So we're good to go. Now Solarplex, if you're done, go ahead and say out. I think you are, though. David has Dio for 38, and Ozzy has a new bid for 57. Spackle Tab, you're done. Rebecca Howard has Toxic Reasons for $19.99. Donna Mitchell has The Cure for $24.99. And also $24.99. Actually, this is $19.99. This was already $24. REM is just $19.99. Chronic Town, $19.99 on REM. That was supposed to go back there with Toxic Reasons. My bad. And Sonny Boy Williamson is also $19.99. The Cure got out of place. So those two are $19.99 there. And now Hawkwind, the Best of Live on yellow vinyl, those are just $24.99. All right. Dio is sold to David S. David, did you confirm you're a first-time buyer? If so, I need you to message the page if you haven't already. Did you say yes or no to first-time buyer? Because I don't think I've said your name too many times. That is sold to you for $38. And then now Susie Breelove gets Ozzy for $57. That is sold to Susie Breelove for $57. Spackle Tab is out, okay? Now we're good to go. Let me go ahead and grab these. And the first thing we have is REM for just $19.99. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. That's sold to Patrick Fu. Michael Snared second. Kevin Brown on Hawkwind for $24.99. And then for $19.99 is Sonny Boy Williamson. I'm pretty sure I have one more of those up front on the rack, which I'm about to go up there and grab some more stuff. So if you want a Sonny Boy Williamson, let me know. Also for $24.99 is Morbid Angel. That's $15 off. Fatal to the Flesh. Big discount on that one, $24.99. All right, here we go. New auctions. The board is completely cleared after some slobber knockers. Yes, I just used that word again. Let's see what we have here. 1976 U.S. Original. Limited edition first press that they did for 250,000 copies. It has all inserts, including unpunched trading cards, the original inner sleeves, and all of the vinyl is VG++ EX. Just a $55 start. Let the bidding begin on Kiss Originals. Let's go ahead and go through it, though. This thing is complete. Kiss Army. It has the sticker, or what is this, a sticker? Yeah, I think that's a sticker. It has the unpunched trading cards, and as y'all know, this is a pressing of the first 3 Kiss albums. There's the book. There's all 3 discs, and here are the covers, a.k.a. the inner sleeves. Kiss Self-Titled, Hotter Than Hell, and Dress to Kill. The first 3 Kiss albums, a.k.a. the Kiss Originals. All 3 of those. The book, the unpunched trading cards, and the Kiss Army sticker. Sleeve, a little bit of shelfware, which is common. It's like a folder. That's up for bid. All right, now, the next new comment is 55, 60, 100, 60, 67, 150, and 105. And then Morbid Angel is sold to Adam Bullock. Adam Bullock got Morbid Angel. Then Classy Lonnie Metal, then Hiram Ponte, then Paul Richards. David says he'll message the page. Thank you. Okay. There's only one record left in here, and that's Hawkwind. Next is Taylor Swift, Speak Now. I don't really think this is supposed to be on sale, but I accidentally left it in there. $24.99. And then I think I accidentally left this in here. It's supposed to go up front on the racks with my other Led Zeppelin records. Take advantage. Presence. Led Zeppelin Remaster is only $24.99. Hope everybody hits the like button. We do have a lot of ghost watchers, okay? Now, if you think Kiss is crazy, I do have one of our first surprises of the night. Let me grab it. And let's go ahead and I'll do it in 1 second, actually. Teaser. I'll do it in 1 second. Let me put something else up. I've got to get one more piece of information. Let's go ahead, though, and throw up a Black Sabbath. Oh, my gosh. It's a 1971 U.S. original embossed cover of Master of Reality. I Love You, Sweet Leaf. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, VG condition. It is the original green label. Not bad at VG. These VG copies I've listened to have always played fantastic. $25 start. Children of the Grave, Lord of this World, Into the Void, $25 start. Also a VG, maybe VG minus jacket. It's a black cover. It always shows a lot of wear, but that is an original pressing. Okay, $24.99. We're doing on sale new vinyl. So not only is some of the auctions about to get pretty crazy, we're doing on sale new vinyl. We're very close to getting 400 active viewers, which is the most I've seen in a while. Who got Led Zeppelin first? MT Matt, $24.99. Romelu got Taylor Swift. That's so to Romelu. C. Philip got Led Zeppelin. Then Patrick Fu was next. Then Jeff Malwitz. Then Kiss, 155, 155, 160, 175. Talks of Ravens next on Zeppelin. Black Sabbath, 25. Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Kiss is at 182. Black Sabbath is a Warner Brothers. That's because it's US. Vertigo are the UK copies. This is OG United States of America, Stars and Stripes. Vertigo is British, UK, and other parts of the world, Germany, etc. Boston, their self-titled debut, on sale for $24.99. Boston self-titled. We're going through an on-sale new vinyl bin. Everything in here is $24.99 up until right here, and then we're about to do some straight percentage. Pearl Jam, just $24.99. Release Me. Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox, and Paul's Boutique is $24.99. Paul's Boutique is $24.99. All right. Now, there it is. Taylor Swift on Metal Night. It's a reputation, not an abomination, a reputation. Isn't that one of her albums or a song or something? Okay, now let's go back to the top and figure out what happened, because these auctions, I can only going to keep two going. They're going to get a lot of activity. I can't, even my feed's glitching. There's so much going on. Let me pick a certain point. Let me start right here. Wade Lucas bid 200 on Kiss. Black Sabbath 30. Kiss is at 200. Susie Breedlove got a Boston. Kiss is at 210. Shakedown got Beastie Boys. Kristen Driscoll next on Beastie Boys. You were close. Jim B third. Gregory Roberts fourth. Brandon Lack fifth. Aaron Civic 6. Kiss 2.25. Mark Riley on PJ. Spackle Tab next on Beasties. Garrett on AJ, so PJ and AJ sold. AJ is Alan Jackson. And then we still got Boston and Hawkwind. Okay, now the rest of this is going to be a straight percentage of 30% off. Everything else left in here is going to be a straight percentage of 30% off. This is some higher price stuff. This will probably help me out for a second. It might help slow down the feed for just a second, because I've got to do some calculations. And most of these I've only got one copies of until we get to this Iron Maiden. I'll go ahead and let y'all know that's coming up. First thing we have is $44.99 at 30% off. And this is now $31.49. And this is ZZ Top's first album. Rhino High Fidelity, all analog. This is now $31.49. That's ZZ Top's first album. $31.49. That is cut from the original analog master tape. $31.49 on that. On sale. Kiss is the original first press of 250,000. I'll go ahead and show the label. It is this label here. Limited edition first press of 250,000. Now, if there's another label, the matrix and everything comes back to this first press of 250,000, which is on that, what I call Casablanca Oasis label. Okay. Now, first thing is Kiss is at 240. Black Sabbath at 33, and Ronnie Ritchie gets ZZ Top at 31.49. Eddie Purser second, then John Gollan, then Susie Breedlove, and then we have next. This next record was $46.99 at 30% off, and that makes this $32.89, and this is Gojira, La Font Sauvage. That is now $32.89. Gorgira La Font Sauvage, $32.89. So who is the high bidder on Kiss? The high bidder on Black Sabbath. And one more time, this is OG 1971 Terre Haute. Green label. And this has a high bid of $33 with Alan Hagen. $33. Now $34. And Gojira is sold to Ronnie Ritchie for $32.89. Now, next was Finley Depperstein. Kiss is at $270. Next is another one for $31.49. Another ZZ Top Tejas. These are some of my last copies I've had actually since January. I've never discounted them because I was like, man, I don't want to discount these. $31.49 ZZ Top Tejas. Just saying. That is available. Give me 1 second here. I'm about to... 1 second. I'm about to put up our next auction as soon as this one sells. Okay. Now, all right, so ZZ Top. Sorry, who got that? I need my calculator pulled back up. Getting a little, making sure I have everything ready here. This one is sold to John Gollin for $31.49. Then Ronnie Ritchie, then Darren Wortman, then Joe Salamo, and now Kiss is at $290, and now Black Sabbath is at $36. Next, we already sold out of this earlier, and here's another one at 30% off. This is $31.49 again. Velvet Revolver, that double LP remastered expanded edition with bonus tracks. $31.49. That's my only one. We've already sold 2 tonight. Black Sabbath still getting bids. Now Kiss is at $290. If you're just hopping on, it is complete, it is original, it is first press, it's got everything with it. Unpunched cards, the sticker, the inner sleeves. It is at $290. Rick Hall got Velvet Revolver. That is sold to Rick Hall. My crate's almost full, but I'm going to go ahead and show this, and then I'll have to change up. Here's another one of those pricier Iron Maidens, and now they're 30% off at $38.49. They were $55. Iron Maiden Virtual 11, $38.49. That's the other one. Now Black Sabbath at $37. Now Kiss is at $300, and now Chad's fourth crate tonight has filled up, and I've got to swap out. Luckily, I've already got another one ready. And let's go ahead and bring that one over. Righty here. All right, now Sean Druin got an Iron Maiden. That's $38.49. I've got 4 more if anybody else wants one. Make that 3 more because Garrett Seipert's going to get one. Does anybody else want backing on Kiss? Are we done on Black Sabbath? Alan had it for $36. I'm waiting for Alan. Next is Maiden, also sold to Rob Shaw. That is sold to Rob Shaw. Now there's 2 left. And here's another Rhino Hi-Fi Devo, just $31.49. Devo, $31.49. Another Iron Maiden sold for $38.49 to Fred Cardinale. There's one Devo for $31.49. And we have Black Sabbath. He's out, so this thing's done. Sold to Aaron Civic for $37. Fantastic one there. Fantastic one there. Kiss is at $320. Patrick Fu gets the Devo. There's only one Iron Maiden left for $31.49. And now Spackle Tab gets the last Iron Maiden. Stephen Riley next on Devo. Kiss is at $330. Record Guy next on Devo. DJ Not So Good next on Devo. Oh, there's one more Iron Maiden actually. So Spackle Tab, I thought you got the last one, but there's one more left there. And next, oh, we've already had these tonight. Let me wait on that one because that might mess it up. Let's jump ahead here to this. And this is $46.99 at 30% off. And this is $32.89. Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty. That was $46.99. That is $32.89. So Kiss is at $350. The catalog number check. The catalog number on this is NBLP 7032. NBLP 7032. The new high bid on Kiss is $350. Kristen Driscoll gets the Beastie Boys for $32.89. $32.89 with Kristen Driscoll. Beastie Boys. Shakedown was second. Aaron Civic gets this other Iron Maiden for that on sale price. Then another Beastie Boy claim with Gregory, Ronnie, and Adam. Okay. Now, it is kind of time for me to put up another release here. And thank you, Laura, for the information. I've got a Metallica surprise. Hope everybody's ready. I don't get this too often. Metallica, unadvertised, the good, the bad, and the live. The 6.5-year anniversary 12-inch box set with poster. A 1990 UK original, $225 start from Metallica. I think I've only ever had this one other time before. One of 3 of my Thursday night Metal Night surprises. Really cool here. First, let me show you the poster. This is a 1990 UK original box set from Metallica. There's Lars giving you the middle finger, or maybe he's giving that to, whatchamacallit, not Spotify, but the other company. Okay, but there's Jump in the Fire. Really cool here. So it's a collection of 12-inch singles. There's Jump in the Fire. And then you get Creepin' Death. I think you get some live cuts here or some B-sides like, that's live. Harvester Sorrow, One, Bread Fan, Napster. Thank you. And then check this out. One single, Harvester of Sorrow single, Garage Days Revisited. Wow, that's some really cool stuff there. That is really cool. 1990 UK, of course, that's pre-Napster. He was just giving you the middle finger. That was 1990s pre-Napster. So a really cool Metallica box, $225. Look at all the stuff I look at the size of this box. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. So really cool, a box set here of all these Metallica. The EP, Harvester of Sorrow, One, you get some live tracks, and then those original single EPs, and then a poster. It's complete, it's nice, it's fantastic, and that's going to go up for $225. That's going to go up for $225. Next is Kiss at $350, and then Kiss at $365. I just want to make sure I got Hawkwind live. I don't know. There was one. I had 2, and there's only 1 left. Laura said all the disc are EX or better. So yeah, all the disc are EX to near mint minus. And we have hit 400 viewers. I figured we could tonight. I haven't seen that number in a long time on there. That's pretty cool. Thanks everybody for sharing and liking the post. 400 viewers. That's really cool on all platforms. We're having a busy night. I'm pretty sure you did. Let's make sure Kevin Brown got a Hawkwind live. There was 2, and I think you were the only person who wanted one. There's 1 left on yellow vinyl. All right, so Metallica's already at $250. And then it looks like Kiss has slowed down. We were down to 2 people, George Sambaraz and Darren Ray. George has it for $360. Darren Ray, you're out. And now he said, Wade Lucas says he's done. Thank you for letting me know you're done. All right, our next record is Trivium. The on-sale price is $31.49. Silence in the Snow, Trivium. The on-sale price is $31.49. Also, we sold out of these earlier, but I keep finding strays. Here's the next one. This is $45.49. That's the other Iron Maiden. The X Factor, $45.49. And then the last one in the bin for a straight percentage discount is $32.89. And that's Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $32.89. $32.89. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Okay, so they're still bidding on Kiss. Darren Ray's back in. George Sambaraz is out. We have found our high buyer, I believe, our high bidder, our winner. Darren Ray, $375, final call. Now, Metallica was at $230, $225, $250, $255, $275. Shannon Lee got Trivium at that 30% off price. One more time, $44.99 at 30% off was $31.49. Metallica $260, Metallica $280. Is this Hawkwind Best of Live? Yes, it is. Yellow vinyl $24.99. Jeff Malwitz got Elton John Elton John at 30% off was $32.89. That's sold to Jeff Mallwitz. Rob Bobby got Boston. Boston was $24.99. And then we have another claim on Elton John, another claim on Elton John. And that just leaves 2 records left in here. Hawkwind for $24.99. And then the Iron Maiden at 30% off, which is $45.49. Okay. Now, Metallica's at $300 with Brian Thurman. That leaves out John Kaiser, MT Matt, and maybe another. We're going to go ahead and sell Kiss Originals. Thank you, Darren Ray. That's sold to you for $375. Now we need new auctions, okay? New auctions going up right now. Let me repackage Kiss Originals because there's a lot of stuff in here. I want to make sure I put it all back in the sleeve nicely. And Metallica's up. Now we're going to get back to the regular stuff that was advertised and more on sale new vinyl if I can find it. I'm about to go through another crate. I think there's some more scattered around here with February bins, with February dates. I just got to find them. Fred Cardinale gets Hawkwind for $24.99. And now we're going to put up another record right over here for auction. Here we go. It's Black Sabbath. It is an 81 U.S. original retail copy of Black Sabbath Mob Rules. It is fantastic. It's going to go up for a $35 start. I want you to look at the vinyl. It is near mint minus. It is a really clean copy. It has the original inner sleeve. There is the cover, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Black Sabbath Mob Rules. I'll get Paranoid on deck. Metallica's at $350. That's a box set we don't get too often. GNR, I'll also get that on deck. Those are coming up on deck. Okay, let's see what I've got. Okay, let me walk over here and see what's next over here in some of these crates and check dates. Okay, I think I've already checked dates on some of these. Let's see here. March. Some of these are just great newer bins we probably need to read back through, which we might at some point tonight. But right now I'm just double checking. I'm hunting February's. I'm on a big hunt for February right now. Those are all pretty recent and new and nice. And then over here, that's all March stuff. That's all new stuff Paul just ordered. And then there's our first batch of Audiophile. We'll work on some of that later. We'll do that in a little bit later. Or we can go ahead and do a half crate of it, just so I can have it all here in order. That might be best, actually. Let me go ahead and do that. And yeah, let's bring this over. Let's go ahead and do this crate at 30% off. Let me mix up some of these right quick. I may have to step up front for a second and get more after this bin, and it may take me a couple minutes. I hate to walk away from the feed with so many people watching, but hopefully everybody knows that I'm kind of being mobile right now, moving stuff around and trying to get to these next on sale records. So you may have to, maybe some dramatic pauses in between some of these bins, kind of an unadvertised sale, last minute decision. And Laura is working on new arrivals, so here we go. Let's do some Audiophile, straight priced, 30% off discount. If we clean out this bin, y'all will probably make me very happy. I'll be a very happy person. Let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. The last bit I remember saying was Metallica 350, Metallica 360, Black Sabbath 40, Metallica 375. We have already sold one Hanoi Rocks, Metallica 355. We have not sold Demon, Metallica 380, Metallica 390. And the first thing I have up here at 30% off is Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. And that is $44.99 at 30% off. MoFi Simon & Garfunkel for $31.49. That is on sale. I'm going to go ahead and step up front and go ahead and be getting the next crate, just so right now while everybody's watching, that way you know where I'm going, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and grab that next crate, okay? So don't go anywhere. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. This could be very interesting with this many people. I'd love to see how many first-time viewers watching. Also, welcome. Welcome to CollectCo. $7 limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Pretty hectic night, okay? So just don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 1-2 minutes probably. Okay, I'm back. I also went and found my chapstick, got a bottle of water, drunk a bottle of water, and even had time to do a rare bathroom break. So, and Laura's already delivered a crate of records. I'm back. And I shouldn't have to walk away for like another 7 hours. So we're good to go. Yeah, snack, food, everything. First thing we have is Simon and Garfunkel. And that was on sale. And that's where I left off. And let me figure out where we are in all these bids. There's no telling where at, but we're good to go. But I think I got here, I had 3 Diet Cokes, a blue juice, and I already had a bottle of water, then another bottle of water. So I think that was my second bathroom break ever since I've been doing a live sale. And I was like, well, I might as well go ahead and find my chapstick because my lips were falling off. And I went ahead and got another buy it now best offer bottle of water. So let's figure out where I left off here. I may have to get y'all to send me the bids again on these auctions because I have no idea, honestly. Oh my gosh. I mean, I've been gone for so long. I know, John, okay, so we had 2 Simon and Garfunkels, right? I know for sure that other X Factor was sold to Rob Shaw. And let me run the numbers on that. This other X Factor was sold to Rob Shaw. I didn't pull that before I went away. That was $64.99 at 30% off. So $64.99 at 30% off. That was $45.49. That was sold to Rob Shaw. Okay, thank you. And then we showed Simon and Garfunkel on sale, our first audiophile record of the night at 30% off. That was $31.49. $31.49 on sale MoFi. John Gollin got that at $31.49. And then did anybody else want one? $31.49. And I see all the comments. We got viewers tonight from all over the country and world. Let me go back up to the top and figure out where we left off. Okay? And okay. So Metallica's at $425 with John Kaiser. Metallica's at $425 with John Kaiser. That's the high bid on this 1990 UK original box set. Thank you for the bid. We're back, and we hadn't lost many. We were at $424. It got up to $424 as soon as I left. Now we're at $371. So hopefully everybody gets back on. We're back at full speed now. And then the last bid on Black Sabbath, I think I can find it. The last bid on Black Sabbath that I seen. I'm looking. And then Brian Riley. Brian, do you care to go ahead and bid again? You're at $48. $48. And there's one Simon Garfunkel. Okay. Next in the MoFi land, on sale MoFi, Santana Inner Secrets. $31.49. $31.49. Santana Inner Secrets. We're doing on sale MoFi. I think this whole crate's MoFi, which is the first time I've discounted these since they come in 3 months ago. Metallica has a new bid, $438. Now Black Sabbath is a final call to Brian Riley at $48. We have Groovin', the Young Rascals. And this on sale price is $45.49. That's 30% off. Groovin', the Young Rascals. 2 LP, mono, $45.49. On sale MoFi. I don't say that too often. Santana's only $31.49. Simon and Garfunkel's $31.49. And Warren Zevon is also on sale for $45.49. Werewolves of London, Lawyers, Guns, and Money, Excitable Boy, Warren Zevon, $45.49. Looks like he's done on Metallica. Some final call for $438. Wow. An Ultra Disc one-step Eagles MoFi On sale, $124.99, 30% off, just $87.49. Just $87.49 there on the Eagles, on the border. Mike Monroy gets the Santana for $31.49. John Gollin got Warren Zevon, and the Warren Zevon is $45.49. And Chris Frazier gets the Eagles for $87.49. And now it's time to put up new auctions. Brian Riley gets Black Sabbath for $48. Thanks for sticking with me. And also, thank you for hitting the like button and tuning in tonight. It's a very busy night. And now we're going to sell this Metallica box. Thank you, George Samberez, $438. That is done. That is sold. I'm going to put it all back in here. Whoever's tagging the sale, let's try to put this in a new inner sleeve, or excuse me, a new outer sleeve. I don't know if we can find something to wrap that up in, but we'll definitely have to. Laura's already got them in new MoFi sleeves. Awesome. She's cleaned everything. It's good to go. John Gollin says, was I first on Santana? You was. My bad. John Gollin gets to Santana. Sorry, Mike Monroy, but John Gollin was first. I must have missed that. John Gollin did get Santana. I might have thought that was for Simon and Garfunkel because you got that one too. And then Eagles, and then next we have Run DMC. And this is at a great price, $64.99. 30% off, $45.49. Now, much of Run DMC is not in print, and now that's at a great price. Raising Hell, $45.49. And yes, so John Gollin did get the Santana, okay? John Gollin did get the Santana. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. I have really gone through some fluids tonight. Maybe I won't have to have another restroom break. And now it's time for more metal auctions, okay? We had a request earlier for Guns N' Roses. Let's go ahead and roll it. So I've still got MC5, Guns N' Roses, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Doc Holliday, Gary Moore, Yngwie, Ramones, Poison, AC/DC, Dio, Demon was requested, Hawkwind, Tool, something else, and Judas Priest. Let's do Demon, and let's do Guns N' Roses. This is censored. It's a 1988 U.S. Carrollton Original Club, original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition. Just a $55 start on Guns N' Roses Lies. Demon, the unexpected guest. Demon is a 1982 French original VG Plus, a $25 start. Run DMC is on sale. We're doing on sale MoFi. Rob Bobby gets one for $45.49. Robert Vladarchuk, if you want one, there's still one left. On sale MoFi stuff, 30% off. Next at $44.99, 30% off. This is just $31.49. Ray Charles MoFi. Ray Charles Sings the Blues, $31.49. Yes, this is censored. Yes, it is censored. It says lies, lies, lies instead of the line about wife beating. 1988 U.S. Carrollton. Now, Demon already has a bid for $25. Robert, if you don't want Run DMC, Nick Bargeron does. And we have the Spinners on sale. That's also $31.49. On sale MoFi titles, that's $31.49. So Robert Vladarchuk does get the DMC. So Nick Bargeron, you were third. And then the B-52s. That's just $36.99. Now 30% off, $25.89. $25.89 on the B-52s. We got Ray Burns getting the Ray Charles. That was $31.49. $31.49. Demon has a bid for $25. Guns N' Roses, no bid, looking for a $55 start. And another Run DMC, $64.99. And this Run DMC is $45.49. $45.49. So there is another Run DMC, $45.49. Looks like Stephen Riley was first on the B-52s. Looks like he got auto-corrected. And let's say he gets this. And this is $36.99. And that's $25.89. Garrett, you're second. Demon has bids for $26, $26, $28. And then another B-52 claim, another B-52 claim. And then Robert Vladarchuk says, I'll take the second Run DMC. So I think we're going to have a swap here. And Run DMC, give this one to Nick Bargeron. Give this one to Nick Bargeron. Give this one to Nick Bargeron. He was third, but Robert says he can have it. And then Robert Vladerchek says he'll take this one. Okay? And then that leaves another Eagles one step, and that should be $87.49. 30% off. These were $125. Yeah, just $87.49. Great golly, Miss Molly. $87.49. Okay, now there is a lot of claims on the B-52s. I only had one, and Stephen Riley got it. Garrett was second, then Carmen Schartiger, then Jeff Mawis, then Fred Cardinale, and then ST. Now, Mr. Okay, hold on a second. Also, Mr. Paul Fritsch was very confused on Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road was a buy it now. There was only one person that could get it, and there was about 7 claims. It wasn't an auction. It was an on-sale record, and Paul, you were way down the list, so you didn't get it, and it's long gone. Okay. Now, a quick update. Demon's now at 40, and Guns N' Roses does have a bid. No, just the cover. The actual record's not censored, just the cover. Just the cover. They censored it here, and I think up here. Now, this next Eagles box is sold to Chris Frazier. Now, there's surprisingly a few records left. I thought every one of these MoFi crates would get emptied. So let's show this one more time and make sure nobody wants these. There's only 4 records left. The first one is Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary and Thyme. MoFi, $31.41. $31.49. The Rascals Groovin' is a 45 RPM, $64.99. That is now $45.49. That's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Joe Salamo gets Simon & Garfunkel. I still got both copies of the Rascals on sale for $45.49. And then the last one here is the Spinners. And the Spinners is $31.49 as well. Let's go over Guns N' Roses again. Guns N' Roses is a censored cover. It is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton Original Club with the original inner sleeve, and this has a high bid of just one bid for $55, and that's a final call. There's the original inner sleeve. The jacket is extremely nice. So yes, it does have the inner sleeve. Everything about this is nice, okay? Everything about this is nice. And now it has a new bid for $56. And now Demon's at $50. And I'm going to put this back here. We've only had 3 other records not sell tonight. Rancid for $24.99 and Oak Crow Medicine Show for $24.99. So those are available. There's 3 of those. And then I'm going to put those right back here if anybody else wants those. That's the only stuff left over. Now, I have next to me a lower crate of new arrivals. We've been doing on-sale vinyl for the last 3.5 hours. We're about to show, for the first time tonight, new arrivals from Laura. While we're doing that, I'm probably going to also show some 45s, and I'm going to be grabbing the next on-sale new vinyl. I've got 3 more crates of audiophile stuff we can put on sale, okay? And those are up front, and that's what we're about to do. So let's grab this next Laura. No more chit-chatting. We don't have time to talk. Let's go ahead and just grab this next Laura crate. And it looks like some really cool vintage stuff, check condition and non-check condition. So let's go through this. Let's see the Laura crate sticker, and let's get ready to go. We have non-check condition. Looks like she's been marking some regular stuff and some vintage check condition. Nice. Let's see what we have in here, okay? Demon and Guns N' Roses is still getting bid. As usual, the first person to claim a record in here gets the Metal Night Edition of the Laura Crate sticker. I don't know how much metal's actually in here. Most of the new sealed metal we've really blown through the last couple, 3 or 4 metal shows. And what I have left is over here. We've been selling it at auction. With that being said, let's get started. So that way we can continue with the other on-sale new vinyl. I have here Catatonia Dead Air. Catatonia is VG++ EX-, just $17.99 for Catatonia. We have Humble Pie Street Rats. Humble Pie, mastered by Bob Lowood, EX, $17.99. RL and Dead Wax, Humble Pie, Street Rats. John Lennon Mind Games, a 1980s U.S. reissue, VG+, $14.99. And Band on the Run, Paul McCartney, EX condition, $37.99. A 1973 U.S. Los Angeles original with poster, EX condition, $37.99. Extremely nice at EX and a nice jacket, $37.99. Guns N' Roses 61, Demon 60. Also, we have Ronnie Ritchie, first on Catatonia, sold. Rebecca Howard on Dead Air. Rebecca, you were second. And then we have Demon Out, Brent Robley on Humble Pie. Also, we have Buku of Blues. This is EX edition, $17.99. A 1970 U.S. Winchester Ringo Starr, EX, $17.99. Corey's back in on Guns N' Roses at 63. Christopher S. on Band on the Run. Who has the high bid on Demon? Demon has a high bid with Jason Jones at 60. And that means the other bidder is out, and I'm not for sure who it was, but he has it for 60. Matt Salomo got Ringo Starr. That just leaves John Lennon. Also, we got Pentangle, Cruel Sister. Pentangle is EX edition, $12.99. Pentangle, EX edition, $12.99. Oops, I forgot to give out the Laura sticker. Let's not forgive out the Laura sticker. This is Catatonia Dead Air. This is sold. And make sure whoever got that gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker. I always forget. I always forget. I almost said always regret. I don't like giving those away. Al Cooper, you never know who your friends are. This is EX, $12.99. And Bobby Whitlock, Raw Velvet. Bobby Whitlock was in Derek and the Dominoes with Eric Clapton and others. That's EX, $12.99. And Jack Bruce, speaking of Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce from Cream, EX, $17.99. EX, $17.99. Are we done on Demon? I'm about to sell it. We got all kinds of auctions to run tonight. Holy moly. Demon's at 60 and Guns N' Roses is now at 63, now 64. Corey Ross, you're back out. Ronnie Ritchie does get the Laura Hop sticker, and we have Denner Sherman, Monsters of Evil, and this is Merciful Fates 2 Guitarist, EX edition, $17.99. Guns N' Roses is now at 70. Guns N' Roses now at 70. Another Catatonia, The Great Cold Distance, that's EX, $22.99. And Uriah Heep, we don't see that one very often. Their self-titled album, Top Loader, Mercury, EX edition, $17.99 on that one. David Baber wants this Merciful Fate related record here. That's sold to David Baber. Ronnie Ritchie on another Catatonia. And we have Pentangle. That was EX edition, $12.99. Hiram on Dinner, and I think that was the record that David Baber bought. Also, we have Surfer Girl by the Beach Boys, a mono, 1963 U.S. original. VG condition, $19.99. A mono, 1963 U.S. original. Uriah Heep is sold to Edwin Riviera. Scott C. next on Catatonia. Rod Burns next on Uriah Heep. Demon is officially sold for $60 to Jason Jones. Thank you, Jason. That is sold to you for $60. Now Guns N' Roses is at $75. And also we have Asylum Choir 2, Leon Russell and Mark Bueno, covers and shrink, vinyls VG, Shelter Records, $9.99. Clifford Umstead on Beach Boys, that's sold to Clifford Umstead. And Bad Company, this is their self-titled debut. It's by Bad Company. The name of the album is Bad Company. The first song of the album is Bad Company. EX, $19.99. Guns N' Roses is $75. Here is my next auction surprise of the night. This is Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked, a 1988 Euro original, VG++, a $95 start. Ozzy is a $95 start. This is Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked. This is a UK original, nice VG+++, has the original on her sleeve, Miracle Man, has also a polyline bag. Somebody had stored it in. Ozzy's going up for a $95 start. Paul, you were next on the Beach Boys. And John Gollin, I'll take the Eagles if you don't want it. Let me figure out. Y'all have to let me know in the comments what y'all are swapping around. Otherwise, they may mistag it. Bill Withers, Menagerie. Bill Withers is EX $22.99, and Moanin, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. With CD, a 2008 US EX $17.99. And we have the diverse Yusef Lateef, cool. A 1970 US Terre Haute original, EX Atlantic Records, $27.99 on that. Next is Paul Fritsch. He says he'll take Bad Company. That's sold to Paul Fritsch. Next is Chase Arnold on Bill Withers. That's sold to Chase Arnold. And we have Maynard Ferguson Carnival, VG Condition, $9.99. Nobody else bid on Guns N' Roses. I guess I'm going to go ahead and sell it. And we have Professor Longhair. This is EX Edition, $14.99. Jason Jones, you did get a Demon, yes. And Art Blakey is sold to Garrett Cypert. That's sold to him. And then Rod Burns was next. And we have Guns N' Roses. I hadn't heard back from David, and he just bid $76. Also, another Cattonia, Dead End Kings. Cattonia is EX Edition, $22.99. Ozzy's a $95 start. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. A final call. That is a 1988 Euro original. No bid yet on Ozzy. No rest for the wicked. A $95 start. Next thing is Cattonia is sold to Rebecca Howitt, and we have filled up another crate. This is almost full. Let me see if I can show one more record here. Montrose, very cool cover on this one. EX Edition, $17.99. Montrose, Dan Triaga's in on Ozzy at $95, and Little Joseph and Little Women, Life's Just BITCHIN. VG Plus, $9.99. So Chase is back in on Guns N' Roses. Now we have a new bid on Ozzy. Now Ozzy's at $96. And we have Camel Mirage. Camel is EX Edition, $19.99. Camel Mirage, EX Edition, $19.99. And Stars of the Apollo Theater, a gatefold 2LP top loader, VG Plus, $14.99. One more here, last check edition, Dr. Octagon. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Also has a Scene Crackle, $14.99. Fred Cardinal on Camel. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. And now, did you pull Bill Withers? I did. And now my crate's full. I'm going to swap out right quick. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Great new arrivals, Ben, that Laura has delivered here to us. We're taking a quick pause from on sale new vinyl because we are chipping away at these right quick. So we're about to go into non-check condition new arrivals. And I've got a new empty crate, a nice green one I'm about to fill up because we got a long ways to go. Adam Bollock on Dr. Octagon. That was the last check condition, Ben, record. And now I need to hear back from Dan Triaga. Do you want back in on Ozzy, Dan? It's now at 96. And Dan says he's out, so that's a final call. Ozzy just at $96, a UK original. And then Guns N' Roses, I'm waiting to hear back from David Baber. Chase Arnold has it for $80. Okay? And then I'm assuming David's out. I'm making sure. And then we'll put Poison up in just a second. The rest of the band is non-check condition. What does that mean? That means the rest of these are graded all EX or better. EX plus or better, approximately. Most of them are near mint minus. Also, if you're new and you're out there, we do $7 in limited shipping. You don't have to be pre-registered. You can jump in and buy at any given time, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. So that leaves me with the next record. Clone. Meanwhile, Clone is $24.99. Next is, we're hitting some metal stuff here because I can't read it. The Channels, Double Negative. The Channels is a punk record. Thank you. Laura even wrote it on the back for me. $14.99 on The Channels. And we have Amorphous Halo, $19.99. Price of Dr. Octagon, it is long gone. And Insomnium, Heart Like a Grave, $24.99. So Guns N' Roses is sold to Chase Arnold. Chase, that's sold to you for $80. Thank you. And now Ozzy did get a new bid for $100. And the new bid came in with Chad Sauls. And that means, Nick Bargeron, you're out on Ozzy. Nick, if you're still watching, there was a new bid on Ozzy for $100. So, Nick Bargeron, you have been outbid. Just saying, you have been outbid on that. It's now a final call. First is Rebecca on Channels. This is sold to Rebecca. Channels is gone. Next thing is Classy Lonnie Metal on Amorphous. That is sold. Shannon Lee on Insomnium. That is sold. And what was the Yusef Lateef title? That was EX $27.99. The condition is EX plus on that one. All right, now Ozzy, he's out. We're about to sell that for $100. Let's go ahead and put up a new auction. This was also requested even before Poison. This is a 1971 Terre Haute original U.S. pressing of Black Sabbath's Paranoid. VG condition, just a $25 start. It is OG label. We're talking Paranoid, War Pigs, Iron Man. This is a gatefold, Hand of Doom, Fairies Wear Boots, VG and VG cover. That's going to go up for what? A $25 start. Also, we have Dragon Force, Warp Speed Warriors. Dragon Force is $19.99. And Catonia, the Great Codistance. This is $19.99. And the White Stripes, $19.99. John Dodd on Clone. Clone sold to John Dodd. Ozzy is sold for $100, and that $100 bid goes to Chad Sauls. Thank you, Chad. That's sold to you for $100. Ozzy has bids for $25, $25, $27, $27, and I'll pause right there to put up the next auction, which was requested, Poison. And then we got to start selling some of these Ramones albums. But first, here's Poison, 1986 U.S. Carrollton Original Club. And this is a round EX minus, which means it's a pretty dang nice copy. And there's no writing. The last one we had was Stone Mint, but there was some writing on the cover. This one is fantastic. Look what the cat dragged in. Poison, that's going to go up for a $25 start. Let the bidding begin. I left off by saying Black Sabbath was $27.27, Mike and Carmen. And then Mark Riley got Catonia. And then Rebecca Howell was second. Ronnie Ritchie on White Stripes. Ed Riviere on Dragon Force. Scott Sneed next on Catonia. Dan Triaga next on Dragon Force. Black Sabbath 35. Ryan Eaton next on White Stripes. Black Sabbath 30. Black Sabbath 36. DJ also next on White Stripes. And Crack the Sky. This is a sealed original with a promo sticker. That is $24.99. Poison has a bid for $25. Somebody said, is there going to be any more 45 auctions? I actually have boxes full over here. I'm just trying to figure out. It's slowed down a little, but not much, where I can try to grab some. I think I might either wait till a little bit later tonight or, wow, this is really cool. Check this out. Is this, I've never seen this before. It's an EP for Breakfast at Tiffany's. An original from 1962 in shrink wrap. Wow. Featuring Henny Mancini's hit single Moon River. It's still in shrink with a price tag. Breakfast at Tiffany's RCA Victor EP. Let's put that up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Next is Beau Brummel's Triangle. The Beau Brummel's is a sealed blue vinyl mono. That's $19.99. Fred Carnell got Crack the Sky. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Lots of bids on Poison. Lots of bids on Black Sabbath. Roy Gallagher Tattoo. This is a 2011 pressing on red vinyl. Roy Gallagher Tattoo. That's just $19.99. Also Poison, Black Sabbath, all still getting lots of new bids. We also have Liminal Right, Kardashev, and this is Misty Rose Marble Vinyl in shrink wrap, $24.99. Breakfast at Tiffany's, 10, now 11. Poison's at 41, and then Black Sabbath, let me confirm who's the high bidder. Corey Ross at $40. Also, we have Phil Alvin, Gold Stamp promo. Also, Sun Ra appears on this album. Phil Alvin's a Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. Dwayne and Greg Allman. These are pre-Allman Brother recordings. Honestly, some of my favorite songs by Greg and Dwayne Allman. They're almost like demos. Really cool if you've never heard it. That is $24.99. And Foghat is $14.99. Foghat is $14.99. That's available. And the Call, and that's a gold stamp promo, $14.99 on the Call. And Cattonia City Burials, HD side, $24.99 for Cattonia. And the Best of the Memphis Jug Band, that is sealed, $19.99. Let's resume where we was at. The last thing I remember saying was Poison was at 40, and then 41, and then Tiffany got up to 18, Poison 45, Poison 45, Poison 50, Breakfast at Tiffany's 15, Poison 41, Poison 45, Poison 55, Sherry Darnell and the Allman Brothers, that's so to Sherry Darnell, Breakfast at Tiffany's 22, Fred Cardinell on Phil Alvin, and then Thomas Clark first on the Call, and then George Samberes on Foghat, and then Fred Cardinell next on the Call. Now Poison at 55. And who was the last bid on Black Sabbath? Because I don't think I've said the words Black Sabbath in quite some time. So now it's a final call to Corey Ross, an OG VG copy, Green Warner Brothers, VG cover, VG vinyl. Corey has that at 40. Now, if you bid and I haven't said it or you want to bid, this is the time. The clock is ticking. Breakfast at Tiffany's at 25. Poison's at 55. We got Jack White, Lazaretto. This is $19.99, the Ultra LP. And I think that pretty much means, is this the one that plays from the inside out? I think if you want to listen to this, you got to start it here and it plays that way. $19.99. How much is Liminal Right? Liminal Right is $24.99. Also, we have Crowbot, Rat Child. Crowbot is on bright green vinyl. That's sealed for $9.99. And George Harrison, Cloud 9. Got my mind set on you. George Harrison is $24.99. That's a very nice coffee. Adam Bullock on Jack White. That sold. Breakfast at Tiffany's at 27. Now Poison's at 55 of E.J. Berg. Dan Triaga bid 55 first, though. And now Black Sabbath is sold to Corey Ross for $40. Now, Adam, if you don't want Liminal Right, it looks like Garrett Cypret does, okay? That was a great bin. Adam Bullock says he will take it. I think that's the same record that Garrett's talking about. So, Adam did inquire first, so he gets that. So, let's read those one more time. What a great crate. It's almost all gone. Ronnie Ritchie on Cattonia. I think he's like 4 for 4 on the Cattonias. Now, E.J. Berg's back on Poison at 60. Looks like Rebecca's going to get the Breakfast at Tiffany's. It's at $27. Now, our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Ozzy, a 1986 UK original. This is super clean, as in near mint minus. This is a beautiful UK edition of Ultimate Sin. $125 start for Ozzy, Ultimate Sin. This is immaculate. There's the original inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for $125 start. Here's what's left in here. John Lennon Mind Games, 1980 US reissue, VG Plus $14.99. Al Cooper, EX $12.99. You never know who your friends are. Bobby Whitlock, Raw Velvet, EX $12.99. Jack Bruce's Best, EX $17.99. Also, Pentangle, EX $12.99. Cruel Sister, Solemn Choir 2, Leon Russell, Mark Bueno, VG $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Breakfast at Tiffany's. This is officially sold to Rebecca Howitt for $27. Thank you. What is the Poison stats? It should be, it's a U.S. original, and it was EX around EX. U.S. original around EX. Ozzy's $125 start. Yusef Lateef was a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute original, EX $27.99. Maynard Ferguson Carnivals, VG $9.99. Professor Longhairs, EX $14.99. Montrose is EX $17.99. Jerry Joseph and Little Women, VG Plus $9.99. Stars of the Apollo, and that was the last check condition record, VG Plus $14.99. And then here's the rest of the crate. The Beau Brummels is sealed, a Rhino Summer of Love reissue on blue vinyl, $19.99. Tattoo, Roy Gallagher on red vinyl for $19.99. The Best of the Memphis Jug Band for $19.99. Crowbot was sealed for $9.99, and George Harrison $24.99. I'm about to sell Poison. Dan Triaga went out. E.J. Berg has it for $60. No one's been on Ozzy. Final call for $125. Final call on that for $125. All right, let's see what I have here. I have not done any buy now 45s. Let's see what we got here. Boy, this is a cool single. This is going to go up for a $7 start. This is Take the Money and Run, Steve Miller Band, a mono stereo promo. What a classic song. Steve Miller, Take the Money and Run, Capitol original promo single, double-sided, a $7 start. Let's see what new just came in here. The next new claim was Cyclone Doug on the Bobby Whitlock. That is sold. Next is Weasel, which is Curtis Marachi. He wants Crowbot. Corey's in on Ozzy at $125. EJ Berg gets Poison for $60. And now this is the cover. Yeah, the cover's nice too. Hold on one second. I'll show in detail. Steve Miller, a $7 start. Scott Sneed next on Crowbot. And now our next auction is, let's do one of the Ramones. And this is Brain Drain. Oh boy. This is a 1989 U.S. Allied original gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve, EX condition. Just a $55 start on the Ramones. This is Brain Drain. Super nice at EX. We've already stored it in a inner sleeve for you. There's the original inner sleeve and a nice jacket. We don't get that one very often. This is Ozzy, the Ultimate Sin. Yeah, the jacket's really nice too. Just maybe just a few stress creases right here. But yeah, no writing, nothing wrong. Original inner sleeve. That is a UK original. It's at $125 and we're about to sell it. We've read through those twice. It's time for some on-sale new vinyl. It is time for more on-sale new vinyl. That was a great crate. If you change your mind and you decide you want something else in there, just let me know, okay? And I'm going to be grabbing the next on-sale new vinyl crate, which I think it's about time to get back into some audiophile stuff. Let me go grab that right quick because we've already knocked out that first one, and the other one should be right over here. Which is very heavy. And I've lugged them from up front. So let me set one down. Oh boy, that was heavy. All right, let me grab. Let's do the next audiophile crate at a straight 30% off. This should be very cool, okay? Here we go. First thing we have is Ramones, 55. Somebody said starting bid for Ramones. It was 55. Rick Berrien, he did say he wants to Yusuf Lateef. Let's pull that for him. Yusuf Lateef, that is sold. Next question is, do you have any metal? Condition on Ramones. Ramones Brain Drain was EX condition or better. This is overall EX or better. It's a nice copy. Steve Miller's a buy it now for $7. Ozzy is a sold price to Corey Ross for $125. All right. Now, next auction is going to be Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday is a 1981 U.S. Santa Maria original. EX plus a $15 start. Doc Holliday, a 1981 U.S. Santa Maria. EX plus condition, a $15 start on that. We're about to go through on sale. Hold on a second. Some of these are turned the wrong way. These have been up front. Oh man, I'll have to just flip them around whenever we get to. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let's bring out my calculator and hopefully we can wipe out. I hardly ever, never ever discount this kind of stuff, which is the audiophile stuff. And I wish y'all could see my hair right now. This has been such a crazy night. If when Laura walks up here, she'll probably think it looks like I've been electrocuted. Okay, so let's do these one at a time. They're going to be 30% off. I think these have been all twisted different ways, so I'm going to try to peek ahead at the price. If it's $44.99, the on-sale price is going to be $31.49. That's going to be easy to remember. Here we go. All right, so we got Foreigner head games. On sale MoFi, just $31.49. I think I've only got one. Foreigner is $31.49. Doc Holliday, 15. Doc Holliday, 18. Doc Holliday, 18. Doc Holliday, 18. Now the Ramones at $86. Nobody got the promo Steve Miller for $7, just making sure it doesn't look like it. Next in here is also $31.49. MoFi Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer Group. That's $31.49. And I have two of those. I do have two of those. And then let's jump ahead here. The on-sale price for this is $64.99. Should be $45.49. It is Alan Parsons' iRobot. Now, the perforated strip has almost come off. I still promise you, though, it's new and sealed. It's never been opened, and that's $45.49. So MoFi on sale right now. Wow is all I have to say. And let's grab, ooh, this is a new release too. This is brand new, $45.49. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, $45.49. Another on sale, MoFi 2LP 45 RPM. The high bid on the Ramones is $86 with Rebecca Howitt. Fred Crowbot is long gone, and Doc Holliday is tied for 18 and 18. Now, either the feed is clogged or nobody's commenting. I'll be very surprised if nobody's commenting. I bet the feed has kind of just ran into a glitch, because I would think there would be a comment pop up now, either a bid or something. But if not, then I'm kind of surprised. The first thing here is Ron Burns on Fleetwood Mac, and make sure that goes in for $45.49. Thank you, Rod Burns. That's so to you. I'm about to sell Richard Bradshaw, Doc Holliday. I haven't heard back from Edwin. Haven't heard back from Alan. I haven't heard back from DJ on the Ramones, so I was just kind of concerned there about the feed. I've got another Foreigner MoFi. This one's only $31.49. That's another Foreigner MoFi on sale. And boy, I don't discount these too often. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, on sale at 30% off. That's just $45.49 now. And that is the 2LP 45 RPM Analog Productions. Wow, $45.49 on that. Boy, there's the feed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was taking forever. Did y'all just see that? Yeah, it got throttled. There's just way too many comments, way too many people watching. Did y'all see how fast it just moved there? I was like, boy, what just happened? Because I'm like, somebody's not doing something right. Okay, so Ramones was at $86 with Rebecca. DJ, I'm going to make sure they didn't try to bid. Richard Bradshaw and Doc Holliday. Ron Burns did get the Fleetwood Mac. Stephen Tuttle second. Fred Cardinale got Alan Parsons, and that was $45.49. Eddie Bruce on Foreigner. Now, Eddie Bruce, do you want double vision, or do you want head games, or do you want both? Eddie Bruce, you were first. And then we have Doc Holliday's at 20. And then the Ramones at 105. Doc Holliday, 22. Brad next on Foreigner. We'll see which one he wants. John Galling got Leonard Skinner for $45.49. Then Doc Holliday, 24. I placed a claim on Jeff Beck. All right, so give Jeff Beck to Gary Wellman for $31.49. Now the Ramones at 120, and then another 120, and Eddie Bruce is first on both Foreigners. So Jeff Beck is the only thing left in here at $31.49. Sorry if your comments got throttled. It was just luck of the draw there. Hopefully everything's fixed, and there's two more full crates of audiophile stuff. I think we're going to be able to clean it out tonight. These are pretty crazy prices. Here's another one. Most of the stuff is at wholesale cost. $45.49 for who? Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Now just $45.49. 2LP Analog Productions, 100% analog. And here is another one crazy to be on sale. Just $31.49 for Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. Do what? $31.49 for Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. And same price for Carole King Tapestry. Wow. I have sold dozens of those at sticker price. Now that's just $31.49. Update on the Ramones. We have a $120 bid. John Kaiser, you're out. Rebecca has it. And then Doc Holliday, the last bid on old Doc Holliday, Val Kilmer, the last bid on this was Edwin Riviera at $24. Alan Hagen's out, so we're about to sell that to Edwin for $24. If you want in, now's the time. Justin Deckelman first on Stevie Ray Vaughan for $45.49. John Gollin second. Ronnie Ritchie third. Rod Bryan on Bill Withers for $31.49. That went to Rod Bryan. Ivan R. on the Carole King for $31.49. Garrett, you got a Bill Withers for $31.49. Gary Wellman next on Carole King. George Samberes next on Bill Withers. Gregory next on Carole King. George next on Bill Withers, and we have an out on the Ramones. Wow. Audiophile crate on sale. The only thing left right now is Jeff Beck for just $31.49. Next in here, let me try to peek ahead and see the price. This is only $31.49. Little Feet. MoFi, self-titled, $31.49 on Little Feet, and also Los Lobos, Kiko. Los Lobos, that's also $31.49. And let's do one more, $56.99 at 30% off. This is an odd price, $56.99. So $39.89 for the Miles Davis, Birth of the Blue. Miles Davis, Birth of the Blue. Wow, that's now on sale. And now it's time to sell some auctions. And now time for new auctions. Doc Holliday is sold to Eden Riviera for $24. That is sold for $24. And now we got the Ramones. That's sold to Rebecca for $120. Let's do it. And now we need new auctions going up. Here we go. New auctions. These are going to be insane audiophile crates. I might just keep these rolling. Next is MC5. This has been in the front of the crate all night because it should be. This is pretty epic. It's a 1970 U.S. original sealed copy. A 1970 U.S. sealed original copy of MC5 back in the USA. Now, it does have a punch hole. It does have where a sticker was on the shrink at one point, but this is an original sealed copy. A $45 start, sealed MC5. $45 start on that one. Now, next in the 30% off bin was Ronnie Ritchie. Does want that Jeff Beck for $31.49. Ron Burns gets Little Feet for $31.49. Susie Breedlove gets Los Lobos for $31.49. Rob Fordham on the Miles Davis for $39.89. Then Fred Cardinale. Gregory next on Los Lobos. And we have next is, wow, $64.99. So this is $45. I've got some of these memorized now. $64.99 at 30% off is $45.49. Miles Davis ESP, $45.49 for Miles Davis ESP. And I have, wow, there's a bunch more Miles Davis in here. I might have to jump around because I think the rest of the crate is almost Miles Davis except for this one. Count Basie, Live at the Sands, Before Frank. That one's also $45.49. Next auction, MC5 is sealed. We have going up right now, Black Sabbath, Live Evil. This is a 1983 U.S. Specialty reissue. This is a club copy, VG Plus, a $25 start. Black Sabbath, Live Evil, VG Plus, a $25 start. It's a gatefold, and it's a 2LP. Ronnie James Dio on vocals, $25 start on that. Let's also see what other 45s maybe we can come up with over here. Still got some more cool picture sleeves in here mixed in. Other singles. Here we go. The Rolling Stones. It's a Jumpin' Jack Flash here in the original London sleeve. That's very nice. $7 start on the Rolling Stones. So let's pause there because I've got a ton of Miles Davis here. That's the rest of the audiophile stuff. Can I get anybody interested in ESP? That is now $45.49, 30% off, and same price for Count Basie. If not, I've got other new vinyl on sale here I'm about to do. I'm about to pull some more February dates, okay? And also some other stuff. Let's see, March. Let me see what I can do in here. Okay, most of this is February. Good. And let me see what I can come up with here. We're about to do another type crate. Also, this stuff Paul ordered. Okay, great. Yeah, we're about to get into some really cool stuff here at half off. So let me just pull out, like I said, the stuff that will be a more pricier straight percentage. That's 24. I'll do those for 24. That for 24, 24, 24, 24. That. And this will be straight. This will be straight discount. These are some double LPs and pricier releases. Same thing for that. Definitely on those. That's a $55 record. Can't do that one for $24, but I'll do that for $24, that for $24. This one is $60. We'll do that one for a straight percentage. And everything else in here we'll do for $24. And let's go ahead and get them rolling. So let me mix some of these in. We'll start the crate with those. I'll mix a couple of these in. There's also some stuff Paul ordered, I think, when he first started doing his shows earlier this year, and then maybe even some restocks he did. And for what I'm seeing, this is a fantastic bin. We'll do another. Let me see what's going on. I'll probably try to mix in some of the Miles Davis, but first, that way it's not Miles Davis one after another. We did sell some here. First of all, Black Sabbath opened at 26. MC5, the starting bid was 45. It was a sealed original. Black Sabbath got another bid for 30. Stones 8. Chris Bachek does want on sale Miles Davis ESP. That is sold to him. Black Sabbath 32. Greg Herman. Greg, are you a first-time buyer? You get Count Basie for $45.49. These are at fantastic prices, just saying. And we have Black Sabbath at 35. So I'm going to put the Miles Davis that's left, Count Basie that's left right over here. And then I'm going to try to mix in some of the other Miles Davis. Yeah, the rest of this crate here is Miles Davis. I'll try to mix those in with some of the other ones. I would love to go ahead and sell these so there's no confusion. Zachary also gets an ESP. Does anybody want that Count Basie? Okay, but I will show the Miles. They're going to be on sale. I'm just going to mix them in here with this next crate I'm about to do. Thank you, Jetstream, on the Count Basie. There we go. So those are also $45.49. Don't let me forget about the Miles Davis. I'll start mixing them in with this other crate. Here is another. It's been about an hour since we've shown one. A whole nother crate of $24.99. The more pricier stuff I've already pulled out. And here we go. Stones is at $9. MC5's at $45 and $45. And somebody asked, it is stereo back in the USA. And Laura had made a note. Some of these had sold for as much as $180. Now the Stones is at 10, Jumpin' Jack Flash. And Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is at 35 with Derek Gunn. Brian Riley's out. Thank you. We're good to go. Here we go. My sister, Jill, is she now works here for us. She will be watching the sale tomorrow. Today was her first day, and I came in, and tomorrow, her second day, she's going to have to deal with watching this feed. And I think her and my mom might have this on at the house right now. My mom commented earlier. And so, Jill, I apologize. Her second day, and she's having to watch this sale to tag everything. Whew. She's going to have her hands full. So, but from now on, you may be hearing me say, Jill's doing the tagging. That's my older sister, and today was her first day here. So, Jill is going to have her hands full tagging all this. Here we go. Welcome to the Coletco family. She's already family. Now she's really Coletco family. The MC5, well, you can't really tell what pressing it is because it's sealed. All we know, it's a sealed original. Because it's sealed, we don't know because it's sealed. And the last bid was $48 of John Kaiser. And I think I've already misplaced the actual sticky note where Laura tagged this. I have. Some of them have already fell off on the floor over here. But you can't confirm a pressing plant because it's sealed. Black Sabbath, the last bid on that is now a final call. And that's at 35 of Derek Gunn. And then the last bid on the Rolling Stones was Kathy Collinsworth at 15. We're about to go through on sale new vinyl, $24.99. I told her when I got here, she was in the back listening to me do the sale. And I was like, well, I hope you like hearing me talk because your new job is hearing me talk about 8 hours a day, every day for 7 days a week Well, there'll be other people here watching the sales too, but she'll be doing a lot of it. All right. Who's ready? I think I'm good to go. Don't let me forget about mixing in some of the Miles Davis. The first record is Pussifer Money Shot. Brown Galaxy vinyl. Pussifer is just $24.99. Everything in here is new and sealed for $24.99. Marilyn Manson, One Assassination Under God. Pastel pink with blue splatter. $24.99 for Marilyn Manson. We got Bad Brains, $24.99. This is self-titled. Bad Brains debut, remastered, $24.99. Also, we have Beach House, Teen Dream, also $24.99. Doing on-sale new vinyl, $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. First thing we have is there's no ESPs left. Black Sabbath, 36. Rolling Stones, 20. MC5, 49. Shannon Mashaka, first on Pussifer for $24.99. Paul Fritsch on the Rolling Stones for $20. Thomas Clark on BB for Bad Brains, $24.99. Dan Triaga on Marilyn Manson for $24.99. Garrett Seifert on Bad Brains for $24.99. Zachary Pavlicki on Beach House for $24.99. And now there's one Beach House. Also, we have Slayer Live Undead. Slayer is $24.99. Slayer Live Undead, $24.99. Blue and black split colored vinyl. Slayer, perfect for Metal Night. On sale, $24.99. On sale, $24.99. Let me grab my calculator here and let's pull the next. And if you want this record, I have another one up front I can go grab too. This is 30% off, $45.49, $45.49, Miles Davis Sorcerer. Miles Davis Sorcerer, 2LP, 45 RPM, $45.49. That's on sale. I have another one on the racks up front. We got Aaron Civic on Slayer for $24.99. Classy Lonnie Metal on Slayer for $24.99. MC5 is officially sold. Well, actually, Jason, John Kaiser, you got outbid. He was at 48. I never did say Jason had it for 49. If I did, John went out. Okay, let's go ahead and sell it to Jason for $49. Next is Black Sabbath. And this was with somebody for the longest. Jason bid 36. Who was the other bidder? Derek Gunn. Derek, you got outbid on this, and I don't think I've heard back from him. Jason has it for 36, and Derek hadn't set out. We sold Slayer, and then Miles Davis is sold to ST for $45.49. And I do have another one. Let me go ahead and grab that for Fred Cardinale. Plus, I got to swap out crates anyway and put up all new auctions. So don't go anywhere. Let me go grab these. I put about 6 or 12 titles out, kind of spread them out up there in our racks. And then 2 or 3 days later, I came in and there was a bunch of empty slots. And my mom said, yeah, one guy came in and bought all that. He said he wanted to know if we had any more. And then I think Tanner took the crates up there and we had like a local show up and buy like a ton of this MoFi stuff, all at sticker price. And so since then, it's all been up front and I haven't really had a chance to bring it back here and show it live. So why not go ahead and show it live on sale? And I've got to pull another Miles Davis, and I've already pulled some other stuff that was shown already that I thought we sold out of, okay? So the next claim was Fred Cardinale on Miles Davis. So let's go ahead and knock that out. There's another one for him, $45.49. And now I've already shown this one, and I think there were some backups, but here it is, first come, first serve. This is $45.49. Another Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. $45.49. Christopher S. wants that last Pussifer. It's $24.99. Now Black Sabbath's at $38. There's another one, the new Tango in the Nights, okay? And we have our next auction, which is going to be the Ramones. And this is Subterranean Jungle, a 1983 U.S. Winchester original with the original inner sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. The Ramones, nice. No condition notes. I think by the end of the night, we will probably have sold every MoFi and Analog Productions record in this store. At least that's my goal. There's the original inner sleeve, a nice Ramones, an original, a $45 start. Are we done on the Stones? That was sold. That's been laying there forever. Paul Fritsch, $20. Paul got that for $20. Thank you. Now, Black Sabbath is at $38. David got that Fleetwood Mac for $45.49. Then Steven, then Chris Bachek. Next in the $24.99 bin is the Black Keys Stick Freakness. We're doing more on sale new vinyl at $24.99. There's the next one, Black Keys Stick Freakness. After that is the replacements, Pleased to Meet Me. That's only $24.99. And this is the third time I've shown this tonight. I wish I would have had them all together. It would have made it a lot more simple. Aerosmith, $39.99 originally, now $24.99. I think I've had one shown 3 different times, and every time there is a ton of requests. Now Black Sabbath at $40. Jason, you're out. The Ramones is a $45 start. The Ramones is a $45 start. Let's see what else I have here in some 45 department. A lot of buy it nows. I don't know how many of those I can do tonight. I don't want to get too much going on, especially with all the new vinyl activity. I was going to try to find a couple and slip in some auctions, though. John's got some great titles here. So first, these are we're doing some $24.99 records, and the next thing is Mike Owen on TR, and that was The Replacements. That sold to him for $24.99. Jason Short on the Black Keys. That sold to him for $24.99. Dave Soretin on Aerosmith. That sold to him for $24.99. Fred Cardinal on the Black Keys. That sold to him for $24.99. Mike Owen next on Aerosmith. Jeff Sapia next on Aerosmith. Black Sabbath at $42. 1 replacement's left for $24.99. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Ramones doesn't have a bid. It's a final call for $45. Next is The Breeders' Last Splash. That's $24.99. We have 2 copies here of Phoebe Bridgers and Rob Moose, Copycat Killer. This was already $24. I'll do those for $19.99. $19.99 on Copycat Killer, Phoebe Bridgers, and Rob Moose. And we have Deer Hunter. This is something you digest. Have you digest? That is $24.99. $24.99. And we have Muse. We've already had one of these. Here's another one. Muse, Black Hose and Revelation. $24.99. Now, Black Sabbath at $42. Derek Gunn, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Now the Ramones is at $45. And Robert Vladicek on The Breeders. That is sold to him for $24.99. Garrett Seibert gets a Phoebe for $19.99. And now Black Sabbath is at $45 with Derek Gunn. Mike Owen gets Muse for $24.99. There we go. Sorry I couldn't read that title, but I think it is Deer Hunter for sure, the artist. And then something Have or Haul You Digest. Also, we got Huey Lewis in the News, Sports. This is $24.99. And we have Iommi with Glenn Hughes. That's Tony Iommi, $24.99. All right, so we can go ahead and sell Rebecca. Only bid on the Ramones for $45. They're still battling out over Black Sabbath. I've got a slew of other Black Sabbaths over here. We're also ready for our next Miles Davis, aren't we? $45.49. Here's another one I've never really mastered the title. I call it Kilimanjaro. Feliles de Kilimanjaro. That is now $64.99 originally, $45.49. Another on sale, Miles Davis, $45.49, a 2 LP. That is a fantastic price. Next is Classy Lonnie Metal on Iommi for $24.99. And so far, the only thing left in this on sale bin, first at $19.99 is Phoebe Bridgers. And then we got 1 replacements, 1 Deer Hunter, and Huey Lewis, a 40th anniversary edition at $24. Next for $24.99 is Francois Hardy. This is now just $19.99. Now just $19.99. It was already $24.99. I'm going to put it back here. And then also we have Melody's Echo Chamber. That is now $24.99. Fred Carnell wants a Miles Davis for $45.49. Now Black Sabbath is at $47. And now our next auction, it's time for Dio Dream Evil. Dio is a 1987 U.S. Specialty Original with an original inner sleeve. And this has a saw cut on the cover. But other than that, there's nothing to fret about because the vinyl is immaculate. Near mint minus, it has an original inner sleeve. The cover up here looks like it has some touch up, like with a Sharpie, and it has a saw mark. But other than that, an OG Dream Evil, $35 start. Next is, I think Chris Bryant on Francois Hardy. Is that right? If so, that's sold to Chris Bryant for $19.99. David S., somebody's already grabbed Naomi. Rob Fordham second on Francois. And Melody Echo Chamber sold to Thomas Hujar for $24.99. Also, we have Yo La Tango. This is now just $24.99. I Can Hear the Heart Beating is one. Big discount on that at $14.99. Now at $38.99. Now $24.99. Excuse me. Now $24.99. Black Sabbath at $50 and Dio is at $35. Next $24.99 record is The Strokes. Is this it? $24.99. So we got bids going on Black Sabbath. We got bids going on Dio. And we're going through an on-sale new vinyl bin. I still got this Miles Davis. I was really hoping somebody to go ahead and buy them before I show the next one. But I will go ahead and bring over the other one. And it was only $44.99. So now this is just $31.49. That is Sketches of Spain. Sketches of Spain, just $31. This is for the next Miles Davis, $31.49 on that one. Now, we left off, Alonzo put either an I or an L, or maybe that was a miscue. I'm not for sure what that was for. And then Black Sabbath 50, Dio 35, Yo La Tango sold to Ivan R for $24.99. Garrett Cypriot got a Yo for $24.99. It's Francois, exactly. Sorry, I don't speak French. And then Ronnie Ritchie on a Strokes for $24.99. We got a Miles Davis for $31.49 going to Jen. Finley Depperstein gets one for $31.49. Chris Ferrara gets this other one here, this Kilimanjaro, and that's sold to him for $45.49. And then Rob next on Sketches, Scott next on Sketches, Fred Cardinell next on the Strokes, Rod Bryan next on Miles Davis, Dio 36, What Dio, Dio 40, Fred next on Sketches. What is the Dio? Is Dio an original? And then Black Sabbath, Live Evil. Black Sabbath, Live Evil. The last bid, Jason Short went out after Derek Gunn bid $50. We are about to sell it. And now Dio is an original. Yes, OG Dream Evil with the original inner sleeve. And that has a new bid for $40. Let's see what's next. At $24.99, Ohm, God is Good. That's now $24.99. If you've noticed, these are definitely some Paul records that he ordered a couple months ago. And this is what's left. And now they're $24.99. Also, check this out. Alice Coltrane Acoustic Sound Series, Journey and Sachamandanwanda. Sachadanwananda. That's now $24.99. And also $24.99 is Death. Death is a 2 LP, The Sound of Perseverance. $24.99. Black Sabbath is sold. That was quite a battle. This is sold to Derek Gunn for $50. Next is Ohm. $24.99. Sold to Classy Lonnie Metal. Also, Alice Coltrane sold to Patrick Lear, just $24.99. Rod Bryan was second. Mike Strauss next on Death. Now Dio's at $45. And now our next auction is going to go up, and it is the good old Ramones. Road to Ruin. Another really nice copy. A late 70s U.S. Jacksonville repress. We don't know the exact year. It is nice, though, at EX, and a nice jacket. The Ramones, Road to Ruin. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Dio 42, Dio 46, Dio 48, Dio 50. Next, in the $24.99 bin, we have almost sold out of all the CCRs. Here's the next one. Cosmo, as in not Kramer, his factory, $24.99. Red vinyl, classic album. Rock, the Casbah, the Clash, Combat Rock, And another Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick, $24.99. Wow, that was a heck of a crate. And now let's update. Let's see what I've got next over here in the Miles Davis department. These are now on sale for $45.49. Miles Davis Milestones on MoFi Super Vinyl, which is literally the best vinyl in the world. I think it's the best formula that they've ever made. $45.49, Miles Davis Milestone. Single LP, it is on MoFi Super Vinyl. $45.49 on that. Okay, that left us with the following. The Ramones did get a bid for $35, Dio $50, Dio $55, Ramones $40. Natasha got the CCR for $24.99. Adam Bullock got Morbid Angel for $24.99. Carmen Schartiger got the Clash for $24.99. Classy second on Morbid Angel. Jeff Hansen next on CCR. Robert next on CCR. And Scott Williams is out on Dio. Dio has a high bid with John Kaiser for $55. I guess, Chase, let me know if you want back in. The Ramones is now at 40. Rebecca, let me know if you want back in. And Garrett wants Miles Davis. Yes, that's a different Morbid Angel than earlier. The other Morbid Angel was Fatal Flesh, something Flesh and something Fatal. Definitely something metal related. All right, now Chad's going to try to finish this 5th bottle of water. I'm going to need like 7 more of those, plus a couple V8s, and maybe even something else. Dio is at 60, 63. Ramones is at 45. There's one Miles Davis left. Let's recap that crate. Miles is numbered 550. Yes, 550. You missed Fred's claim on Miles Davis. I see one, Garrett Cyprit, and that's all that came up. And then next play, and then George Samberez. Fred might have missed. He might have been a victim on Miles Davis. I don't see that up here. Then George Samberez. Let's read through these one more time. Here's what's first. Just $19.99. Phoebe Bridgers and Rob Moose, Copycat Killer. That's just $19.99. The replacements, Pleased to Meet Me, on sale, $24.99. We have Deer Hunter. No one corrected me. I don't know if anybody else knows. It looks like Hall You Digest. No one's actually submitted me a correction on that one, so we'll keep it the way it is. Huey Lewis is $24.99. And we have Melody's Echo Chamber for $24.99. And I guess what I'm getting told is Fred Cardinale wants the Miles Davis Milestone. So it was him, then Next Play Records, and then George Samberez. Now, Fred's comment didn't actually appear on my feed. That's where it can get quite complicated, actually, for me to determine who gets this. Y'all probably see Fred's comment, but I can't. And also, Next Play Records estimate. So it gets kind of complicated because Fred's comment to me is invisible. I know y'all can see it, but actually I can't see it, and I usually have to give it to whoever I can see. So technically, by the true Coletco rules, Next Play Records has dibs on it. Now, Next Play, if you pass, I think it should go to Fred Cardinale, but you technically, by Restream Coletco definition rules, Next Play Records has dibs. Pat Frapp on replacements, that's so to Pat Frapp. And if anybody else wants anything, Next Play's passing, so I think it goes to the rightful person. Technically, it's George Samberez next, but he's saying he'll give it to Fred for $45.49. Okay, and there is another Miles Davis, but before I do that, I'm going to put the rest of these back here with just the other few records that did not sell tonight. There's just a couple other MoFi records back there that didn't get claimed, and we are good to go. Let's go through. Oh, I've got some straight discount stuff, which I'm about to do right now. Let me get all that together. So 59, 44, 59, 54, 39. I can't believe that's been in here for, I think I just reordered those too, so that's kind of weird. And then 39, 39. Yeah, let's do these at straight percentage. So we're about to refill the bin. And let me see what else I have in here. This will be another one. I actually have a few more $24.99 records, and I have another MoFi that we sold out of, and I didn't have enough for everybody. So here's a new one at first come, first serve. Another Miles Davis for just $31.49. We still have one more, maybe, or is there two more up there? There may be one or two more audiophile bins, but I'm going to go ahead and knock out these straight priced records. And oh boy, here's another one for $31.49. It's another Miles Davis, My Funny Valentine. So two more MoFi titles there. Now, where are we on the Dio? John Kaiser has it for 70. Chase Arnold's out, and the Ramones is at 50 with Donna Mitchell. And that means that Rebecca Howitt, you're out. Donna Mitchell has it for 50. Okay? Chris Bachek gets Bill Withers for $31.49. I hope y'all don't blink. I hope y'all don't blink because we are about to keep rolling with some straight price discount. And this next one is a pretty dang desirable one. And it was originally $59.99, and we're going to do it on sale at 30% off at $41.99. George Samberes gets Miles Davis. Fred Cardinale was second. And this first record's only $41.99. Whitesnake, 1987. It was originally $59.99. It's an import only 1987 anniversary edition. Now $41.99. $41.99. And this is $31.49. Slow Dive. Music on vinyl just for a day. Slow Dive. That was $44.99 music on vinyl. The Dio here is officially sold to John Kaiser for $70. And I got to make sure we're done on the Ramones. And the last bid on the Ramones was a final call. I don't think Rebecca had said in or out. Donna Mitchell has it for 50. Got to make sure Rebecca was done on that. That's now at $50, okay? Chris Bachek got the Ramones. George on Miles Davis. Rob Fordham on Whitesnake for 41. What was the price on this one? It was... hold on a second. Let me double check on that one. This is sold to Rob Fordham for $41.99. Yes, $41.99. And then Rod Bryan, then John Dodd, and then did my 50 go after Donna? Just asking. I said out. Stephen Lewis. Okay, so we might have John Kaiser said he also bid on the Ramones. Okay, so it is John. I was just looking for your Dio bids. Okay, so John bid 50, Donna bid 50. And then Rebecca is out. She said out, but that didn't pop up either. Okay, so we have a tie on the Ramones. Donna, you're out. John Kaiser has it for 50. Slow Dive is $31.49. Next, here's this other guy that I never can get his name right. I just never remember. It looks like Sigur Rós, but it's not pronounced that way. And this was originally $60. This is now just $41.99. $41.99 on that one. Sigur Rós. I have two left. That's what it looks like, but I know it's not. And now here's our next auction. Black Sabbath is a 1975 U.S. Santa Maria original with the company inner sleeve. Black Sabbath is EX condition, a $35 star. Sabotage, $35 star. There's the original inner sleeve. There's Black Sabbath, a $35 star. Now, Mr. SR are sold for $41.99 to John Dodd and Christopher S., then Fred Cardinale, then Ronnie Ritchie. So far, the only thing left in here is Slow Dive. This was a tough-to-get record, and it should be at a great price now at just $38.49. I know I paid more than that for them. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. Those are now just $38.49. I think I have four of them. Marilyn Manson, $38.49. Jeff Hansen, make sure if you're bidding on Black Sabbath, you put BS $35. Donna Mitchell, you're out on the Ramones. I'm about to sell it to John Kaiser for $50. Marilyn Manson's at just $38.49. Those are originally $54.99. We got one sold to Chad Sauls, one sold to Dan Triaga. Ronnie Ritchie first on the Slow Dive. Make sure that goes in for $31.49. And two Marilyn Mansons left. Bradley Smith wants one. That's now $38.49. One Marilyn Manson left. And I actually just restocked this. And so this one's just a victim of an old sticker because I just ordered more. But I'll go ahead and just discount one. It is now just $27.99. The Best of Ozzy, his greatest hits, Memoirs of a Madman, 2LP. That was $39.99. Fred Cardinale gets the other Marilyn Manson for $38.49. Black Sabbath's now at 35, 37, 42, 45. John Kaiser, you get the Ramones for $50. This is sold to John Kaiser for $50. Thank you on that. So the $39.99 on sale prices are now $27.99. Finley Depperstein on Ozzy. That's sold to him, Finley, for just $27. Rob, Brandon, Brian, Classy, and Chad all next. Ozzy, lots of claims. Next auction is going to be Gary Moore, Corridors of Power. Gary Moore is a 1982 Euro German original with the original on her sleeve. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Next in here, also $27.99 on sale, music on vinyl. Mountain, their classic album Climbing with Mississippi Queen. Mountain is just $27.99. That was $39.99, and guess what? I have two of them. I have two Mountains, $27.99, Mississippi Queen. It's actually called Climbing. Also on sale for $27.99 is Lamb of God Wrath, another music on vinyl press. That was also $39.99. Now it's $27.99. Lamb of God, also Screaming Trees. That was $39.99. Now that's $27.99. And this is The Clash, London Calling, $27.99. No wait list on me. These are no wait list. These are on sale new LPs. No wait list for any of these. These are on sale, first come, first serve type deals. If I were to do a waiting list on these, I would go out of business because most of these I'm selling for less than what I paid for them. So that is no waiting list on any of these. These are just all first come, first serve, on sale new LPs right now. So lots of claims for Ozzy. Sabotage is at 52. Black Sabbath 55, Black Sabbath 62, Gary Moore 20, Black Sabbath 65, Gary Moore 26, Rod Bryan gets a Mountain for $27.99, Jeff Hansen gets a Mountain for $27.99, Gary Moore $21.99, Stephen Lewis Jr. on Lamb of God for $27.99, Shannon Lee on Lamb of God for $27.99, Classy Lonnie Metal next on Lamb of God, Clifford Umstead next on Mountain, Fred Cardinale next on Mountain, Rob Fordham got Screaming Trees for $27.99, Phil Lott got The Clash for $27.99, Gary Moore 28, Gary Moore 30, Jeff Sapia next on Clash, Fred Cardinale next on Screaming Trees. Wow. Another empty crate. Let me go up front and get the other MoFi bin. I wouldn't go anywhere. Let me go grab that. Or it could be Analog Productions too. I'll be right back. Going on here, and let me try to turn this crate the right way, and this is going to be pretty crazy. And I don't know if tonight classifies for an air horn. If so, I should have blown the air horn, what, 6 or 7 times? It's been pretty wild tonight. We've emptied a bunch of bins. Gary Moore is already at 30, now 31. What's the high bid on that Black Sabbath? And that's with Tim Colino at $65. Everybody else is out if you're not Tim Colino. We're going right back into some audiophile stuff here. This first one, just $36.99. We're doing this crate a straight 30% off. And this is the first time since January any of this stuff has been on sale. Any of the MoFi stuff. $25.89 for Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. New sealed MoFi, $25.89. That's now on sale. It was $36.99. $44.99. I already know that price. $31.49. Wow. Bob Dylan MoFi, just $31.49. I might keep it for that price. Blood on the Tracks. That has Tangled Up in Blue on it. Wow. Gary Moore, 35. Gary Moore, 38. Gary Moore, 40. And let's check the inner sleeve. This is Gary Moore, a 1982 Euro-German original. And look at the vinyl on this. Those German pressings are quite incredible. They look like Japanese. It looks like they come from a different world. There's the printed inner sleeve. Very nice. We don't get that album too often at all. All of a sudden, Black Sabbath has new bids, and I believe that came in with, no, that's George bidding on Gary. So that means Black Sabbath is for sure a final call with Tim Colino at 65. The first two records in here was Cyndi Lauper and Bob Dylan, and Lauper goes to Greg Herman. Greg, are you a first-time buyer? That is sold to you, once again, on that on-sale price, $36.99. That is sold to you for, wow, just $25.89. I had to do a double take there. Congratulations. Phil Ott got Bob Dylan. That's $31.49. That's sold to Phil Ott, then Paul Oakley, then Clifford Umstead. And then we have another one with Henry's Choice. I'm also going to jump ahead. Holy moly, I forgot about this. $45.49, Surlistic Pillow. Wow, I forgot how many great MoFi titles we have. I think that's what I've been surprised so much. How come we hadn't sold out of so many of them? 45 RPM, because most of these are already matched from the MoFi website or pretty close to it. And now they're on sale. So I think that's why these bins are pretty much getting obliterated. That is now $45.49. That's a 2LP, and it's in mono, White Rabbit. And let's jump ahead here. I skipped that one because it was another Bob Dylan, this time with the band. Another 2LP, 45 RPM. That is Before the Flood. Before the Flood there. So very cool. And my crate here is almost full. Give me 1 second. Let's go ahead and give Fred the Jefferson Airplane for $45.49. Rod Fordham was second, then Rod Bryan. And then Gary Moore has a new bid. I can't put another record in this crate because it is plumb full. P-L-U-M, plumb. There, that means it's nothing else can go in there. They might combust. It could cause the friction. It would be disastrous. There we go. New empty crate. So there's that. And then next is also $45.49. I've got that price memorized because a lot of these are $64, and the 30% off is $45.49. Did I hear back from first-time buyer? If you're a first-time buyer, let me know, Greg or anybody else. We're moving at a record fast pace, so I want to make sure and we get all of our new buyers registered and instructions, et cetera, et cetera. I could have sold this a long time ago. Tim Colino, $65. And now we have a $2 bump on Gary Moore. I don't even know what the last bid was, but let me go ahead and find out right now. The last bid on Gary Moore, out. Wow. George Sambera is 48. So Oso Adventure has it for $50. If you don't mind to go ahead and bid that, $50. Now George has it for $56. Elvis is a 2LP, 45 RPM. That has I Can't Help Falling in Love on it. Sweet MoFi. Next is our next auction. Black Sabbath. Again, Never Say Die. And check this out. A 1978 Vertigo German press. Now, it's not on the Vertigo Swirl. By then, they had stopped using that label. But it still is on Vertigo. And it's fantastic. It's a German press of Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Johnny Blades, Ozzy, $35 star. What a cover. That's now for bid. Now Gary Moore's at $60. Next record in here at 30% off. It's turned the wrong way. Boy, I sold a bunch of these originally. This is only $31.49. Carlos Santana, Blues for Salvador. That's now just $31.49. And then Janis Joplin, the classic album Pearl, now just $45.49. Janis Joplin Pearl, a 2LP, $45.49. Janis Joplin Pearl. Those are available. And I had one of these last night. Here's another opportunity. A greatest hits of Hall & Oates, just $31.49. Wow. That's a fantastic track listing too. Fantastic. I'm going to be saying that a lot. Fantastic. Gary Moore still getting lots of bids. Black Sabbath still getting lots of bids. Janis Joplin Pearl sold to John Gallin, $45.49. There's one JJ left if anybody wants it. Black Sabbath already has a bid. Greg Herman is a first-time buyer. So let me give some instructions right quick to Greg or anybody else that may be watching right now. Here is the way the things work around here. This is Collectco. We're live in Lebanon, Tennessee right now. We sell every night here on Facebook, $7 unlimited shipping. Now, the way that works is if you buy something for the first time, we just got to get you registered. And all we need you to do, if you're on Facebook, is to send us a direct message through Facebook Messenger. It is we need your email address, mailing address. We'll invoice you on Monday, okay? We'll invoice you on Monday. As much as you want to buy, $7. This is Thursday. I'll be here again tomorrow. I'll be here Saturday. And then we're having another sale, which will be with Paul on Sunday. That starts a new week. The last sale will be Saturday before invoices are sent out on Monday. Okay? There we have it. Hope all that made sense. Basically, we just need your information and we'll take care of it from there. Will Robertson also on that other Janis Joplin for $45.49. Black Sabbath's now at $40. Hall & Oates is just $31.49. We sold one. Now there's one left. The condition on Gary Moore, near mint minus. It is really nice. It's EX++ near mint minus. Now Black Sabbath's at 40 with MT Matt. That means the other bidder's out, which the first bidder was Chris Ligero. Next in the MoFi is another Miles Davis, and this is the Super Vinyl. 7 Steps to Heaven. That's now $45.49. Another Miles Davis, $45.49. And then let's go ahead and do Lou Reed Berlin. MoFi Lou Reed Berlin, also just $31.49. Now there's way too much already left over in this bin. I expect like all these to be grabbed at 30% off. We still got Lou Reed. I just showed it. There's Miles Davis. I still got that. Also, Hall & Oates, Carlos Santana, Elvis, and Bob Dylan, and the band. Make sure you grab everything in here because I may not restock these again for a while. The reason I have so much of this stuff, earlier in the year, we were selling so much new vinyl. The distributor I get this from, I ordered one of everything, or actually two. I ordered one of everything, but I ordered 2 and 3 copies of everything. And we've sold a lot. We've restocked a lot, but most of this came in back in January, and some of it hadn't sold. Some of it we've restocked 5 or 10 times, like the Cars and Bob Dylan albums. But you may not see this again for a while, and this is like the best prices on them I'll be able to offer them at. Okay, Patrick got the Miles Davis. That was $45.49. Rob got Lou Reed for $31.49. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $42. George Sherritt got the other Lou Reed for $31.49. Brett, you were next on Miles Davis. Now Black Sabbath $45. What happened on Gary Moore? It's up to Oso Adventure. George Sambaraz has it for $68. The generator is plugged in. Is it plugged in? No, it's not. We're at 65% though. I'll go ahead and plug it in. Whoop, sorry. I bumped the new camera. All right. Let me pause there. Give me 1 second. Let me see what my brother sent here. He's trying to share me our pictures from the Masters. Before he falls asleep, I think he really, there's no phones at the Masters, and he took one of his cameras, and Tanner and Addison took actually 2 or 3 cameras, but he's like, hey, can you check on these pictures before I go to bed? He works at the sheriff's department. He wakes up bright and early. And let me cancel that. Looks like I was already logged in. Sorry. Okay, cool. Got it. Awesome. Good. Okay, sorry. Had to let him know that. It's weird. If you go someplace without your phone, right, that's like the epic place to take pictures, Augusta National at the Masters, you kind of get thrown for a loop because we're so used to carrying around cameras in our pocket. And so all of a sudden, when you find out you're going to the Masters, you got to find digital cameras and kind of get ready to take pictures. And Nathan luckily had one. Of course, we've got a couple cameras here at the store, and I'm glad we was able to take lots of pictures because that's, like I said, the ultimate place you want to take pictures. All right, sorry. Back to business. He's out on Black Sabbath. Unfortunately, I've lost Oso Adventure. About 4 minutes ago, he asked the condition, and then I lost him. And so I've got to go ahead and sell this to George Samberes for $68. So that's sold. Where's the 45s? I think it's late enough now I can start working those in. I've waited until things had simmered down, but things are still pretty busy right now. Oso just asked again on the condition. Oso, you lagged out on me. I just had to sell that, and MT Mac got Black Sabbath for 45, okay? You have to leave your phone. If you bring your phone to the gate, they will get very upset and ask you to take it back outside. Because for about a 100-yard walk, there's people constantly telling you, no phones, make sure you don't have any phones, no phones, no phones, no phones, no phones, please don't have any phones, no phones. And so if you try to get one through security, by then they will probably be pretty frustrated. So yeah, no phones. It's a well-known thing. So I never heard an answer. My bad. Yeah, it was EX. I think you lagged out there. Yeah, it was EX plus near mint minus. I know for sure I answered. Here's our next auction. This is a 1981 US, a US original, $25 start. This is AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. If you watch the Masters this week, you will see nobody on a phone. It is nobody on a phone. It's pretty amazing. Nobody's trying to take pictures. Nobody's phone's ringing. Nobody's all crowded around Scotty Scheffler trying to take a selfie with them. It's just, it looks like you go back in time. But yeah, there's the old payphones. They're actually free, but they're pretty cool. But yeah, they have the old wired phones there. Yeah, here's actually there's a picture of me using one. I called my mom, my uncle. I had to call the bank, and I had to raise the limit on my debit card. So yeah, there's all the old. They're all like old, dial tone phones. So pretty cool. All right, so there's that, and it was like you was at a Tool concert. That was the same way at Tool. If you pulled your phone out at Tool, I saw 2 people get asked to leave at a Tool concert. No phones. Black Sabbath, a 1980 US Jacksonville. This is EX Plus condition, a $35 start. Heaven and Hell, Black Sabbath is a 1980 US Jacksonville. EX Plus condition, a $35 start. And boy, this is a nice one. Ronnie James Dio. There's the original on her sleeve. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. AC/DC is a 1980 US original. That is a $25 start. Now back to the on sale new vinyl at 30% off. MoFi stuff. Another Miles Davis, Jack Johnson. This is now $45.49. That was $64.99. $45.49 on Jack Johnson. I've got another Miles Davis, so I'll skip that one. Ooh, Bob Dylan on Super Vinyl. Wow. Bob Dylan on Super Vinyl, $45.49. Yeah, they were like old payphones, but they're free. They're free, courtesy of AT&T, which is a big sponsor of the Masters. So, yeah, they put in all those phones for free. It's pretty amazing. There's big lines to use them to because a lot of people get in there and they're like, man, what do I do? I don't have a phone, and and it just freaks people out. So I'm glad on that. I'm glad they have those. Okay, AC/DC. Sorry, I'll focus. I've got distracted by the Masters. AC/DC's at 25. Black Sabbath 35, Black Sabbath 35, Christopher S. first on Jack Johnson, another great pickup, another $25 bid on AC/DC, then Patrick, then ST, and then Henry's Choice, all on Miles Davis. Paul Oakley gets Bob Dylan for $45.49, then Michael McCullen. All MoFis are on black vinyl. Yeah, some of them may be translucent because they're on super vinyl. Sometimes they're translucent brown. Love, a 2LP, 45 RPM. That is $45.49. Love, Forever Changes. We're doing MoFi on sale, unheard of, $45.49 for Love, Forever Changes. And also, wow, just $31.49. The Cars, Candy O, $31.49. Any Manson left? No, I think all the Mansons are spoken for unless another one pops up later. So Black Sabbath is a beautiful copy of Heaven and Hell, like superb. And there's three $35 bids. Brian Riley is leading. That is a beautiful copy on that. And we have AC/DC at 27 with Jeff Sapia. Ivan R. first on the card for $31.49. We also have another Miles Davis. This is on Super Vinyl. Miles Smiles, $45.49. It was $64. That's on Super Vinyl. Miles Smiles, Super Vinyl, $45.49. Miles Davis Quintet. Ivan first on the cards, then DJ, then Pete Maselli. Next is, I'm trying not to do too many artists back to back. Nice. Grateful Dead, American Beauty, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, 45 RPM. That is $45.49. Another 2 LP. Grateful Dead MoFi, $45.49. AC/DC get new bids. Black Sabbath get new bids. The next two Miles Davis are sold to Brett Mutzel, and that is Miles Smiles on Super Vinyl, $45.49 to Brett, and ST. Those are sold and sold, $45.49. Next is, man, I just actually, we actually just sold a bunch of these in the new arrivals video from yesterday. Like I just was selling some of these for $44.99. Let me see if anybody else has claimed one before I mark them down. Let's make these $34.99, okay? I'll do these for, I just sold 4 of them when the show started. But I'll do $10 off. Instead of $31, let's do these for $34. Y'all should definitely buy these up now. The Car self-titled. There's 3. And there's 2 more. That's an insane price, especially since I sell them all the time for $45. So this is like Christmas, okay? Merry Christmas. The Cars is $34.99. Next is Miles Davis, Chris Bachek third. Paul Oakley gets the Grateful Dead for $45.49. And then the Cars, Epic self-titled, $34.99. And I have those there. Like we sold 3 or 4 when the show started at $44.99. If you're still hanging with us, these are $34.99, and they're sold to MT Matt, Don Nicole, George Sambaraz, Pete Maselli, and Chris Bachek. Those are all sold. Ivan R. was next, then Rod Bryan. We have Black Sabbath as a final call. Rod Bryan has it for $45. It's a beautiful OG copy, top grade. If nobody else wants to bid, I'm about to sell it to them, $45. The last bid on AC/DC was $33. Janet Wants Love for $45.49. Next is another Jefferson Airplane 2 LP 45 RPM Volunteers for $45.49. That's the 45 RPM 2 LP 45.49 Jefferson Airplane Volunteers. $45.49, and I have one more Cars album for $31.49. The Cars, Shake It Up. There you have it. Now, there's another crate like that, and I haven't still purged all the other just regular new vinyl on sale. I'm clearing out everything January and everything Audiophile. There's another crate right here that has a lot of metal stuff. I'll give you some teasers. That will be $24.9, or that will be on sale, such as Scorpions and Kiss and Eccentrics and Iron Maiden, and what else is in here? 9 Inch Nails and some other stuff, because I think it's the leftovers, a couple crates of leftovers of a Hatchet Ed bin. Let me see here. What else is in here? March. Okay, yeah, Warrant. Toxic Reasons, U2, more 9 Inch Nails, Slipknot. Yeah, there's still more coming up that I haven't purged January. I'm going to flip through every crate in this store and make sure I've pulled every January date, okay? Now, first thing I have is Cars, Love, Jefferson Airplane. These are sold $45.49 to John Gallen and Rob Fordham. Those are sold and sold. And then Henry's Choice on the Cars for $31.49. Rob was second. Okay, now nobody else bid on Black Sabbath, so I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Rod Bine for $45. Seemed like a great price. And then I think there was another bump. I think there was another bump on the AC/DC. Yeah, they're still bidding on that. Let's put up another new auction, and I'll remind you what's left in this bin before I bring over anything. Also, don't forget, we got a ton of Aussie. Also, Tool. We had some requests for Tool. I forgot about this thing. My bad. This was requested 5 hours ago. Tool Opiate is a 2006 US. It's in Shrink EX, $15 start. That is a 2006 pressing of Tool. Okay. Here's what's left in this crate. Straight 30% off. Bob Dylan and the Band Before the Flood. On sale price for the 2 LP 45 RPM is $45.49. Elvis Blue Hawaii, Elvis Presley, a 2 LP 45 RPM, $45.49. Can't Help Falling in Love, the signature song. Carlos Santana, Blues for Salvador, $31.49. That's the on sale price. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1. Rich Girl, Sarah Smile, Kiss on My List, You Make My Dreams, $31.49. AC/DC, sold to Corey Ross for $36. Tool has a bid for $15. Time for another new auction. Back here, just about this much right here. Hold on, let me move my arm. Right there is about the only thing left behind on that. Somebody wanted to know earlier if there's 2X tracks on the Hall & Oates. I didn't see that at all, but yes, there is. Yes, there is. And if you ask that and you still want it, let me know. We have a slew of Ozzy and Black Sabbath albums still left, so let's go ahead and put up Blizzard of Oz. Blizzard of Oz is a 1981 U.S. Terre Haute original with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. This is OG Blizzard of Oz. Crazy. That's how it goes. $25 start. Tool has a new bid for $20, and Ronnie Ritchie takes the Hall & Oates unless the person who asked about it wants it, unless that was Ronnie Ritchie. So go ahead and tag this to Ronnie Ritchie for $31.49. By the way, that's Hattori Hanzo, right? Just so the taggers don't get that mixed up. It is my sister's second day working here tomorrow. She's going to have to get used to all the YouTube and Facebook swap overs. Okay, that's fantastic. Let me head up front. And somebody asked about Analog Productions. That might be in the next bin. Give me 1 second. For any local people who come to the store and shop, we've now made a permanent display of signs around the store. A permanent display of signs around the store. 25% off all pre-owned vinyl. So the way we figured is if we put a record up for sale in the store, most people by now realize it's probably already something that's been shown here on Facebook and YouTube. So nothing gets put out in the store unless it goes through here first. And usually it don't make it up front to the bins until we've probably shown it here, made it buy it now best offer. Heck, some of it might have already been shown for 50% off. So we've kind of decided there's no reason to show new vinyl up front, vintage stuff at sticker price when some of it's already been offered here multiple times. So if you come in the store, 25% off all the pre-owned records. That's now forever. Anything that is got a sticker on the back that's vintage or pre-owned, if you come in the store, it's always 25% off. And then what we're going to do is the next time we have a dollar sale, we're going to make what's left 50% off. So like all of our price vintage stuff at 50% off, because we just have so much inventory now. We go through so many crates here every night. So if you come in and shop locally, all of the pre-owned stuff is always 25% off. And then every once in a while, we'll filter through it and do even more at half off, okay? Here we go. First thing is update on our auctions. Tools at $30, Aussies at $28, Aussies at $30. Back to the on sale. Boy, I see some great analog productions in here. Hope everybody's ready. First thing we have here is, yes, now just $45.49, 90125. Owner of a Lonely Heart, $45.49. Yes. Also, Sisters of Mercy. Wow. 30% off, $36.99. What a great price on that. Now just $25.89. Yes, Sisters of Mercy. And what is next? Awesome. Randy Travis. Randy Travis, now just $31.49. One of his few only studio albums in print with MoFi. And let me pause right there and let me update everybody on the auctions. I think I'm finally going to try to grab the next batch of New Orleans stuff and start trying to put up some New Orleans records. I apologize to Craig and probably Jim B. and who else. I hadn't seen Robert Warner's name all night because he hadn't been able to bid on anything. But yeah, let's go ahead and start putting these up. I'm going to try to start working in some $5 start New Orleans stuff here, okay? And see what we can come up with. Some of this stuff, I might have gotten to a box of hardcore stuff. Oh my gosh. Some of this stuff looks like that, like really hardcore type. It might be a different kind of box. I don't know, but we're about to find out. So let's see this is the last audiophile crate too. Let's see what's going on here. So Ozzy, 35, Ozzy, 35, Ozzy, 36, Ivan on that Sisters of Mercy. That's only $25.89. Sold to Ivan R. Adam Bullock on the other one. Laura crate's coming very soon. Ozzy, 40, Randy Travis, $31.49. One sold to Justin Garrett. One sold to Adam Bullock. And we have, yes, sold to Mike Bartlett, just $45.49. Just $45.49. And we have, first is a $5 start, Taste of Garlic. Taste of Garlic is going to go up for a $5 start. Taste of Garlic. And this looks like something called School Jerks. School Jerks is also going to go up for a $5 start. Kevin Billingsley on the Randy Travis. Kevin, are you a first-time buyer? If so, let me know. Maybe you've already heard the instructions. And Carmen, I'm fresh out of Sisters of Mercy. Oh, wow, this one shouldn't be on sale. I forgot about this. I should have shown this more recently. Natalie Merchant, now just $45.49. Tiger Lily. That's a 2LP 45 RPM for Natalie Merchant. And nice, more cars, just $31.49. That's incredible. $31.49 on the cars. $31.49. That is the cars. $31.49. That is on sale new vinyl here. Natalie Merchant's $45.49. That is sold to Shakedown. Garlic 5. Kevin Billingsley also on Tiger Lily. That's sold to Kevin Billingsley. School Jerks 5. There's everybody that's been waiting to bid on records for like 5 hours. Who got the cars? That's sold to MT Matt. Hiram was second. And then Kevin Billingsley. Now let me stop right there. Kevin Billingsley, I need to confirm you're a first-time buyer. Or you've bought from us before because you just bought the last 3 records in a row. So let me know right now if you're a first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered, okay? And make sure you're good to go. Chad's next on cars, and let's go back up to the top here and make sure we're good to go. I think he might have bought from us before. Have you bought from us before? You may have bought from us before. Sorry, at this point, if you're relatively new or maybe you've only had 1 or 2 invoices, I kind of forget. Okay, he's good to go. I've already confirmed he's good to go. Now, we've had a weird thing happen on these 2 auctions back here. I don't think really anybody has set out because we're tied on Ozzy. JK bid 40 and Brian Frenfrock bid 40. Brian, you're out. JK bid 40 first on Ozzy, okay? And then Tool. The last bid on Tool, it was a while back, but I haven't heard from anybody else. Philip Holt bid $30. I haven't heard back from, there's no other words anywhere that say Tool that have a bid or an out. So Philip's about to get it for 30, and now Ozzy's at 41. We're still going through 30% off MoFi stuff here, okay? Next is another Sisters of Mercy, which is 30% off of $36.99, which is now $25.89. $25.89. The Sisters of Mercy, Floodland, $25.89. Also, Steppenwolf Gold. That is now $45.49. This is a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Steppenwolf Gold, 45 RPM. And then Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Analog Productions. This is $69.99. This is 30% off, $48.99. A little bit different price there, $48.99. That's after the 30% off on CSN, a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Wow. Wild. A lot of stuff. I got sticky notes on my shoes. That's the name of my band. Okay. Now, Tool was a final call, and then we had a question. This is a 2006 pressing. This is a 2006 pressing. Also, we had bids on Garlic and Jerks. The last bid on Jerks was 6 with Craig, and then Robert bid 7. Craig's out. And then what about Garlic? Garlic was at 7 also with Robert. Okay? Sherry, I don't have any more Tiger Lilies on the on-sale price. No, unfortunately not. Now, Sisters of Mercy is the next comment with Thomas Clark. Okay, SOM. And these were $36.99 at 30% off. These are $25, and this one is sold to Thomas Clark for $25.89. Rob Fordham gets the Steppenwolf for $45.49. Ozzy has a new bid for $50, another bid for $50. Now, Henry, you put S. Was that for Sisters of Mercy or for Steppenwolf? Henry's choice, because if it's for Sisters of Mercy, there's one left. We have another bid on Ozzy for $50. And then Henry's choice also first on CSN, which is $48.99. And then Shakedown gets one, which is $48.99. Rod Burns next on Steppenwolf. Now there's a new bid on Tool for $31. And then Sherry Darnell next on Steppenwolf Gold. Now there's a new bid on School Jerks for $8. Craig's out on Garlic. Robert passes on Tool. John Gala next on Steppenwolf. Robert's out on School Jerks. Wow. So the next active comment is whatever Henry's Choice S comment was for. If it's for Sisters of Mercy, it's his. If it's for Steppenwolf, he was next in line. And if he didn't want it, then it's still available. Okay. Taste of Garlic. Garlic on my pizza. It's sold to Robert Warner for $7. School Jerks is sold to Chris Bryant for $8. The high bid on Tool is Mike Monroy at $31. And that's a final call. Ozzy, the last bid on Ozzy is JK and Brian have tied again. Y'all are tied again. Brian first this time, and now JK, you're second, but y'all are still tied this time at 50. JK, you're out. And whoever had the high bid of Tool at 30 for the longest, you've been outbid. Now Mike Monroy has it for 31. This is still available for around $28. Next is John Coltrane. This is 30% off of $46.99, which is just $32.89. Coltrane, standard Coltrane, 100% analog mastering from Analog Productions. Now, this record's really not supposed to be in here. It's music on vinyl, but we'll do it for $38.99, 30% off, which is $27.29. Yngwie Malmsteen Eclipse. That's music on vinyl. That really wasn't supposed to be in there, but there it is. And then the next record, $64.99. That's $45.49. Genesis for $45.49. Nursery Crime, 2 LP, pressed at QRP, Analog Productions, $45.49. Ozzy has a new bid for $55. Brian Frenfrock, you're out. Mike Strives put Y for Yngwie. This is sold to him for $27.29, I believe. $38.99 at 30% off is $27.29. That's sold to Mike Strives. Brett Mutzel got the Coltrane. The Coltrane was sold to Brett $46.99 at 30% off. That was $32.89. Michael McCullen next. Genesis at a great price, $45.49. Rob gets one. Paul Oakley gets one. Now we have a new bet on Aussie for $56. And now Tool is sold to Mike Monroy for $31. Okay, that's sold. Now we need a new LP. Plus my crate is full. Next thing we need, man, I got a ton of Black Sabbaths. Pretty amazing. Here's a very metal looking record. Very scary looking cover. Necrot. It's either Necrot or Necro. Necrot. Some kind of very evil looking sacrifice about to happen here on the cover. That is going to go up for a $15 start. 2017 USOG on Go Vinyl. The last Genesis is sold to John Ellis. However, I have no room to spare in my crate. We have just a few more records left in here, and I have a feeling Laura's about to make a special delivery. Oh my gosh. This is a very heavy crate. That is all completely sold. Let me move this rack of clothing too. I got a rack of vintage concert t-shirts here that's in the way. Wow, that's our 8th full crate tonight. That is incredible. Our 8th full crate tonight of vinyl. And that's not box sets. That is full packed of LPs. That is amazing. We'll probably have one of our biggest grossing sales nights ever here, especially with this higher price stuff. Oh my gosh. This has been an epic night. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I always say thank you, hopefully a bunch. I need to say it a bunch tonight. JK has Aussie for 60. Next, let's go ahead and show this. Man, the new Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $45.49. The last record in there. Let's grab some more 45s, okay? These are going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. Let's see what we have here in the 45s. And we have the Super Cools. The Super Cools is going to go up for a $5 start. The Super Cools is on reddish vinyl, burgundy kind of dark ruby, and Mighty 4. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Mighty 4. And that's on black vinyl. Okay? So, what's next? Ozzy was out. JK has it for 60. Brian's out. Necro, or let's call it Necrot. Necrot's at 15, 15, 17, 16. John Godlin wants a Fleetwood Mac for $45.49. Ronnie Ritchie gets a Fleetwood Mac for $45.49. So does Henry's Choice and George Samberes. So the only thing left in there, and it's a MoFi title for just 30% off, or it is 30% off, which is just $25.89. The Sisters of Mercy MoFi for $25.89. That sounds like robbery. There's only one left, and that's the last thing in there. And Brian Riley says he'll take it. Make sure he gets that for $25.49. Lots of bidding. Let's go ahead and knock out the Aussie. This is sold to JK for 60. Let's put up another Aussie. Actually, let's do a Black Sabbath because we got to chip away at those. Let's put up Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. An OG copy. An OG copy. A 1974 U.S. Terre Haute OG copy. First press. I see right through distorted eyes. I love that song. Black Sabbath. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. VG condition, 25. Spiral Architect is on here. Nice. VG, Killing Yourself to Live. Black Sabbath, OG, $25 start. Now up for bid. We got 4 active auctions, and guess what? We need more crates. I can probably go ahead and knock out some other stuff over here. Let's go. Let me pull January dates. Let's see. Yeah, I think... So the reason we're pretty strict about putbacks is because you're about to see what happens. So if we have Hatchet Ed crates, that means somebody put something back or canceled or most likely didn't pay for it after the invoicing cycle. So after they've been sent a bill, after we've done all the work, the record was put back or canceled. Well, when that happens, it usually means that it's something that has already had its cycle, which means it's a new release or a new restock. Everybody's already bought them. And typically for me to sell them again, I'm going to have to discount them, which means we're going to have to sell them usually at cost or for a loss. Or if I am selling them at cost, it might as well be a loss. So these are stickered January, January, January. January, January, January. Let's do some sorting. Straight price, 24, 24, 24, straight price. When I say straight price, it's going to be a discount. 24, discount. We'll do those for a straight price. And that's 24. And there's that. There's another straight price. We just did one of those straight price. Discount, discount, and discount. When I say discount, 24. The other ones I'm saying straight price on. I'm doing a little bit of sorting over here. Let me see what's in this bin. These are going to actually be $19.99. And then, is there any more January? Yep, January, 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 January. Awesome. Okay, we got some cool stuff. We got a lot of cool stuff in here. These are right on the borderline. I mean, they're late January for being discounted. So this is some of probably the most recent titles here you're going to see at 24 and 30% off. Now, if Laura brings up the crate in between me showing these, I'll go ahead and jump over to that. She's working on some OG stuff tonight that takes a little bit more time to price and clean and research. I know all about that. And let's see what else we have in here. That's going to be a straight price. And I'm not done sorting this crate, but I'm going to go ahead and bring it over so there's no further delay. And yeah, we're good to go. When is this? March 13th. What's underneath that? Good to go. All right, so here's like a whole new crate. And we'll go ahead and get started with these. And the first two records are just $19.99. And the rest of the stuff is $24 up until when we get to a certain title. And then they're going to be 30% off again. Okay? So, let's see here. The last thing I said, we put up 4 auctions. Neck Rot, Black Sabbath, Mighty 4, and Super Cools. Okay? And here's the current bids. Neck Rot was at $23.26, 23. Super Cool 7, Mighty 4 7, Super Cool 7, Neck Rot 27, Neck Rot 30, Black Sabbath 25, 25, 27, Super Cool 7. We have not sold Volume 4 yet. Black Sabbath, Super Cool's out. Neck Rot, and here we go. All right, so first is Neck Rot. This is a 2017 OG Go Vinyl. Blood Offerings by Neck Rot. Blood Offerings. The last bid on Neck Rot that came in is now a final call to Rebecca Howitt for $30. The Super Cools, which was on red vinyl, the last bid on Super Cools was Robert Warner for $7. And also Tim Voldness bid $7, and Tim was first. So Robert, you're out. And then Mighty 4, Tim also has that for $7. Black Sabbath was OG. It's an OG VG Terre Haute original, which is 1974. Terre Haute original. And the last bid on Black Sabbath, OG VG, was Doctor's Ebo at $27. I'm showing him as the high bidder. Let's get started. The first record in here is just $19.99, and that's Tyler Childers' Purgatory. $19.99. That's the on-sale price. Also for $19.99 is Toxic Reasons, Bullets for You. Toxic Reasons. Those first 3 records, 2 titles, are $19.99 each. $19.99. I have a random box set to show you. I'll do this it's fairly new. It's stickered at $169. I will do it at $169.99 at 25% off. This is $129 25% off makes it $127.49. And this is Mr. Bungle. The first 3 records, self-titled, Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante, and California. 6 LPs. They're both double LPs. All 3 albums are double LPs. It was $169. One Mr. Bungle box set, $127.49. That's now 25% off. First is Neck Rot 32. Robert Lee Bunch is at 28 on Black Sabbath, now 29. We have Adam Bullock on Toxic Reasons for $19.99. Ivan R. on Mr. Bungle, and that sold to him for $127.49. Both of these singles are sold, both to Tim Voldness for $7 and $7. Those are sold to him for $7 and $7. James Bragg, I'm pretty sure that was my only Mr. Bungle box set. I feel like I sold one. At one time, I had 3, and I think that was my last one. If I run across another one, I'll let you know. Same thing for Wes War. Now, our next, we have one more Bullets for You, and then $24.99 on Rush Hemispheres. Rush Hemispheres, that's just $24.99, 180 gram. And we have Eccentrics. This is called Ken, limited edition 1500 on Blade Bullet colored vinyl. That's $24.99. And we have Kiss, Crazy Nights. That's now just $24.99. On sale new vinyl, including John Denver's greatest hits. I'm going to show a few more, and then Laura just dropped off a new arrivals bin. So I think it's a great time to go ahead and pause and do that. And then after, because the last new bin, we almost sold everything in there. That way we can go ahead and resume, and y'all know that there's going to be great new vinyl coming after that. Hopefully we don't lose too many people, okay? Let's grab our next couple of auctions here. Let's grab this one, and let's grab another School Jerks. Yeah, we're definitely some hardcore stuff. Some of these have some pretty violent covers. So next thing is Black Sabbath 30. Was there already a 30? No, we was at 29. Now we're at 30. Mike Straw's on Eccentrics for $24.99. Dan Triaga on Kiss for $24.99. And then what about Neck Rot? We kind of stalled on that. Rebecca has it for $34, and that's a final call. And now a few more $24.99 records. This is Machine Head, Through the Ashes of Empires. That's just $24.99. Machine Head. And we have Chicago's Greatest Hits. Chicago's Greatest Hits. This is $24.99. And this is on yellow vinyl. Chicago's Greatest Hits. $24.99 on Chicago's Greatest Hits. Okay. Sorry. What happened here? Machine Head sold to Classy Lonnie Metal at $24.99. Bradley Smith was second. So Black Sabbath is sold for $30 to MT Matt. And Neck Rot is at $34, and that's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Okay. And we have next School Jerks. This is going to go up for a $5 start. School Jerks. And let's see what's going on here. There's a candid photograph of somebody. Kodak, 2003. Is this one of the School Jerks? That's a $5 start. I'll leave that in there. I was worried what we was about to see. I saw an old Polaroid of somebody. I was like, oh my gosh, what am I about to show live on Facebook? And then here's Violent End. Violent End, and it's on red vinyl. $5 start, okay? Okay, and then Classy, we're caught up. And now for $24.99, Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. That is a single LP standard reissue remaster, $24.99. Chad's about to sneeze. Dang it, I didn't hit the button. That was my karate chop sneeze. Okay. What is going on? Let me pull it. Also, let me figure out what's going on here in the comments. Hold on 1 second, please. There's some bizarre happenings in the comments. So, Our feed's been heavily promoted tonight. So it's been shared, probably no telling where. It's had a ton of views. I don't know what's going on with some of these people. Let me pull up this guy. Craig Thomas, do you know this Kyle Myers person? Craig can let me know pretty easily if he knows this person or not. I don't think he does. Okay. All right, so let me click on his name. Let me do something here. Shoot. Yeah, just some stuff I need to remove here. Oh, man. And then here comes all the random requests. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I wish I could figure out how to get to this stuff faster. You really can't unless you're just here and... Like, you can click on somebody's comment, but... Oh, no. All right, I've got it live over here, so maybe... Let me close out all this. I mean, I don't understand how this happens sometimes. And only that, like, what's going through people's minds. I wish I had like a, you know. Okay, so let's figure out where I left off. We're doing 24. I'm about to pause this crate anyway and put up new stuff. Jeff Hansen got Leonard Skinner for $24.99. That's so to Jeff Hansen. Thank you, $24.99. And these are $5 starts. Looks like both are at 7 right now. Both are at 7 right now with Tim Vogness, okay? Both are at 7 right now with Tim Vogness. He has the high bid. I'm going to pause right here in the middle of this bin and show some new vintage pre-owned arrivals, okay? New vintage pre-owned arrivals. Let me do that right now. And y'all see what's coming up. More on-sale new vinyl. We'll do that. We'll resume that bin as soon as I finish showing this next crate, okay? Thanks, everybody, for staying with me tonight. We have a new arrival from Laura. Sorry, I bump into the camera. If I bump into the camera, it looks like a small earthquake is happening. And here's the Laura crate sticker. Wow, we got a... well, we might have to get an explanation from Laura. It kind of looks like a... is this like an evil raccoon? I'm not for sure. Oh, here we go. She's already sent it out. The sticker features something I can't pronounce, who is Hello Kitty's friend and metal singing Red Panda. Oh, sorry. That's a... Laura's went way over my head, okay? Laura, that's why I'm glad she's here to explain it. She just went way over my head. And that's why I keep people on staff that knows a lot more about stuff than I do. Okay, that went way over my head. So here's our next auction, Hawkwind. We hadn't done a Hawkwind in like 3.5 hours. Space Ritual. This is a 1973 US OG, no pressing plant, fold-out sleeve, VG++, a $35 start. This is a 1973 US original Hawkwind Space Ritual. A very desirable pressing here. Also, here's the cover. It has that original fold-out gigantic sleeve that came with it. Awesome. Very cool. And Hawkwind is going up for a $35 start. Now, the next claim was we had bids on our 45s for 7, 8, 9, and 9. And then Super Cool Kids already sold. Dr. Zebo wanted Machine Head. I think somebody's already grabbed that. And then we have the Chicago sold to Adam Bernardi. Yellow vinyl. Adam, that's sold to you. Now, we're going through new arrivals. The first batch is check condition, so the grade, I tell you, is the grade. Let's see what we have in here. Lucifer's Friend, Banquet. This is a prog album. Lucifer's Banquet is EX condition, $17.99. Hawkwind's a $35 start. The most recent 2 bids here, we got Violent End and School Jerks. I think Chris Bryant has both for $9. He does. Final call. Traffic, Heaven is in Your Mind. That is a rare U.S. mono edition, a 2009 U.S. Sundazed reissue. Laura's sticker is feisty. It wants to keep on flying off the table. This is a 2009 U.S. Sundazed mono Traffic. Rebecca Howitt first on Lucifer's Friend. And you get the Laura crate with the person character there that only Laura can explain to you. You might want to screenshot that comment so you have that for a reference. We have Hawkwind at 35 with Shane Devers. And here is Black Sabbath, Volume 4. Whoa, this is a Vertigo swirl. I didn't realize this. This is a 1972 Netherlands original. A Vertigo swirl. Wow, look at this. Black Sabbath. It is VG minus. Black Sabbath, Volume 4. It is an OG Netherlands Vertigo swirl. Whoa. I didn't know that. Ah. Nice. I think the gatefold had some pictures here that are missing too. But that's going to go up for a $15 start. Okay. There's writing on the cover. It's a VG minus cover. VG minus. These are sold to Chris Bryant for $9 and $9. Traffic. What is the Traffic? It is a 2009 U.S. Sundays Mono Edition, EX $22.99. Next, Nielsen, The Point, VG Plus $19.99, and it has the book. Harry Nielsen, The Point, VG Plus $19.99. So Black Sabbath's a $15 start. Hawkwind has a new bid. Shane Devers, you're out. Okay. Let me show a few more records, then we need to throw up some more 45s. Trying to Live My Life Without You, Otis Clay. Otis Clay is EX, looks like it's a 2013. Otis Clay, $14.99. That was originally released, that was on High Records. $14.99 on that. Runt, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren. Runt is EX edition, $12.99 for Runt. Root Boy Slim, Don't Let This Happen to You. VG condition, $9.99. And Moon Madness Campbell, a 1976 Canadian OG Campbell, EX condition, $17.99. And Derek Clark's absolutely right. I forgot to mention that. That Traffic name, that Traffic title is also known as Mr. Fantasy. That is correct. I forgot to mention that. That is correct. Okay? Sorry, I'm over here monitoring the Facebook feed too. Okay. Back to business. Black Sabbath 18, Black Sabbath 25, Hawkwind 40, Black Sabbath 20, Black Sabbath 26, Black Sabbath 26, Talks with Ravens on Root Boy Slim, sold. Carbon Shar Tiger on Moon Madness, sold to Carbon Shar Tiger. Yes, I forgot to read that out loud, Matt. So MT Matt wants to give the Black Sabbath to Greg H. as long as he pays shipping. And I think Greg H. says he's good with that, right? So MT Matt wants to pay for the Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, but send it to Greg H. He pays international shipping. Dr. Zebo said, I had said I wanted traffic 2 times. You're kidding. Either you got throttled or I'm not seeing it as often. Your first comment says traffic question mark. And then you said, I said I wanted traffic 2 times. The only thing that popped up in my feed was traffic question mark, which isn't a claim. It sort of is, but not really. But then after that, no other comments from you have popped up. But since you were first, you do get traffic. This is sold to Doctors Ebo. But technically, you didn't have anything else pop up that was a claim. Chris Baycheck second. Hawkwind 43, Black Sabbath 30. Black Sabbath 31, Hawkwind 45, Black Sabbath 29, Black Sabbath 32, and Black Sabbath 35. Okay? But you do get traffic. Don't know what happened there, but your other comments didn't pop up. The Trout. This is a folk psych record, EX condition, $12.99. Let me check our master feed here just to see. I'm always curious if that is a restream error or maybe for some reason it just doesn't go through. Yeah, so yeah, my master feed, see, I don't know what happens there because if you commented you wanted traffic, this is what a weird situation that happened. So if you commented you wanted traffic, it never did come through even on Facebook because you asked traffic question mark, and then after that, nothing happened. So, you know, I don't know what happens. It could be a restream error or maybe your connection error when people say they're trying to claim something and I never see it. Because technically, nothing ever came through except you asking what it was. So that's a bizarre phenomenon that happens sometimes. Because I can pull up master comments on Facebook and on YouTube, and I can see everything everybody's ever commented. So that's how we go back through and find out who bid on something, et cetera, et cetera. The Call reconciled. The Call is EX $12.99. That's a Club RCA Music Service Edition. EX $12.99 and 37 minutes of Group Therapy. That's a psych album. Group Therapy, EX $17.99. Now, we've got a couple of contested auctions here. And the first contested auction is Black Sabbath, which is a European, technically Netherlands, Vertigo Swirl label. A 1972 Vertigo Swirl label, VG minus. And JK has this for $40. $40 on that. And then Hawkwind just got a new bid for $50. Thomas Clark wants the Call reconciled. We're going through new vintage OG records here. The next thing is Wool. What a bizarre cover. This is a 1969 US OG out-of-print record, a scarce psych album, VG Plus EX $54.99. $54.99 Wool. $54.99 Wool, WOOL. So I said 2 times. Was there anyone before me? No, there's nobody before you, but technically you just put traffic question mark, meaning you were asking what it was. You didn't actually, if you claimed it 2 other times, it never did come through. So not all of your comments are hitting, they're not even hitting Facebook. They're not even hitting Restream, but they're definitely not even going, they didn't even go through on Facebook. Hawkwind 55, Black Sabbath 41. John Gollin on Wool. What an interesting record there. Group Therapy still available, which is another psych record. That's still available. Also, we have Coven. Wow, we got some cool records tonight. 1974 US Sonic Original Prague hard rock album, Coven, Blood on the Snow, VG $24.99. And Tim Buckley, Greetings from LA, Jeff Buckley's dad, Tim Buckley, EX Edition $9.99. And then Eric Clapton in shrink wrap, VG Plus $17.99. Black Sabbath at 42, now Black Sabbath at 45. Hawkwinds at 55. Alan Hagen, you're out. Next is Emperor Prometheus, The Discipline of Fire and Demise, EX Condition, 1999. And then we have Parachute. Parachute, Pretty Things. A modern U.S. reissue, EX 1799. Pretty Things, EX 1799. Next is CO, I Think for Coven, which is Susie Breedlove. Hawk Wind is now moving to a final call because Alan Hagen's out. Shane has it for 55. Let's grab a couple more 45s over here, okay? Let's grab this one and this one. Some more looking hardcore stuff here. This is Life Trap, Solitary Confinement EP, $5 start. And Bad Dirty Hate, that's a $5 start. Okay. Black Sabbath 50, Classy Lonnie Metal wants this. Pretty Things is EX Edition, $17.99. The Stooges is a 2017 US, a Third Man pressing, Third Man Records pressing, EX Edition, $32.99. And Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Wow, a 2002 UK original. VG Plus, $24.99. Hawkwind is sold to Shane Devers for $55. Thank you, that's sold. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. I don't know, but I'm about to put it up. We have... It is a Victim of the Connery collection, but it's nice. Flying High again, probably my favorite Ozzy song. Diary of a Madman. This is a 1981 U.S. original Terre Haute. When I say it's a Victim of the Connery collection, that means it has writing on the label. It has writing on the other label. This one's a nice VG+++. The jacket is really nice, other than the fact he also wrote his name on the front. He put a label on the front and his name. Side one of Ozzy's just epic. Over the Mountain, Flying High Again, You Can't Kill Rock and Roll. There it is. A $20 start. Black Sabbath is a Vertigo Swirl. The last bid that came in was $53. Bad has bids for 5 and 5. JK first on the Stooges. Claymore on Coldplay. Dale Sanders on Parachute. This is a modern U.S. reissue, unknown year. Modern U.S. reissue, unknown year. Janet next on Coldplay. Bad is now at 6, now 7. Black Sabbath 60. Next is Stone, The Crows. VG Plus $12.99. And the Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever. A 1975 UK original, which is a fantastic Allman Brothers compilation. $19.99 on that one. Okay? The Emperor has already sold. Bad Dirty Hate is now a final call with Robert for 7. Black Sabbath's now at 60. Ozzy's at 21. The Almonds is sold to Ivan R. Sean Connery. That's what I've been telling everybody. It's Sean Connery's personal collection. Could you imagine if he signed all of them? A nice Sean Connery autograph is like $1,000. It'd be probably the greatest record collection ever if he signed them all. All these amazing records autographed by Sean Connery. Imagine, that would be a bizarre record if you had this Ozzy record signed by Sean Connery. And Ozzy signed it too. That would probably be a pretty expensive item, honestly. If it was signed by Sean Connery and Ozzy, that'd probably be like a $3,000 record. Black Sabbath is at 65. Ron Duffield got Stone, The Crows. James next on Almonds, then Clifford, then Richard Sawe. Black Sabbath still getting bids. And Adam, Dale had already asked about Parachute. He asked before you claimed it. Junior Kimbrough and the Soul Blues Boys do the rump. $14.99 on Junior Kimbrough. Texas Boogie Blues, Ray Sharp. That is sealed for $19.99. And Buddy Guy, Live at Legends. That is sealed on mystery colored vinyl, $29.99. And Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free, $19.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $65. David Shelton's the only bidder on Ozzy for $21. Let's go ahead and sell Bad Dirty Hate for $7. And that $7 is sold to Robert Warner. No one bid on Life Trap. It's a $5 buy it now. Life Trap. Farmer Redman on JK. And that was Junior Kimbrough. That's sold to Farmer Redman. Clifford Umstead on Buddy Guy. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Crescent Kirkley. Oh, Crescent Kirkley. Chris Kirkley on Jason Isbell. Adam Bullock gets Life Trap for $5. Are we done on Black Sabbath? Bobby Rush, Chicken Heads, with guest Buddy Guy, Government Mule, and Christone Kingfish Ingman. That sounds interesting. $14.99 on that. And we got 3 sealed copies. Nice. Aerosmith, their debut album, remastered, $24.99ers. All right, time for some more singles right quick. We've got 1 and we've got 2 here, going up for $5 starts. First thing we have is Vile Nation for a $5 start. Vile Nation is on clear vinyl, $5 start. And Vanity. Vanity is also going up for a $5 start. Okay? Now, Mike Ospaw BE comment was for Bobby Rush. Scott Van Ollie second. Let's sell Ozzy for $21. Another great deal because of the writing on the cover. David Shelton gets that for $21. Diary of a Madman. Now, in this grade or a little better with no writing, this probably would have brought like 70. So consider that a great deal. Life Trap is sold, yes. And now Black Sabbath. There's a new bid from Spackle Tab at $67. We're not done. JK, you've been outbid. That's now at $67. Let's put up another auction. Nobody on the Aerosmith. How about Yngwie Malmsteen Trilogy? Nice. A 1986 U.S. original hop hog. Yngwie Malmsteen is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl's really nice. EX condition or better. It has the original inner sleeve. There's old Yngwie. There's the cover. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. There's Vile Nation. Also, we have, but here we are, the Foo Fighters. That's new and sealed for $19.99. And Municipal Waste, The Last Rager. Municipal Waste is sealed on yellow and blue vinyl for $19.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $70. Spackle Tab, you're out. Yngwie's now at $35 with Dan Triaga. Final call. Vile Nation has 1 bid with Robert for $5. Nobody's bid on Vanity. Final call on that for $5. Obituary, Slowly We Rot. Unopened, new and sealed music on vinyl for $29.99. Adam Bullock on Municipal Waste. That is sold to Adam Bullock. Also, we have the Ramones, Rocket to Russia, sealed, Rhino clear vinyl, now just $29.99. MT Matt on Obituary. That is sold to MT Matt. Dr. Dre, 2001, the instrumentals only, $19.99 for Dr. Dre. Also, we have Memphis Rent Party, the blues, rock and roll in music's hometown on mint swirl colored vinyl. Memphis Rent Party, $14.99. Now Black Sabbath is $75. Yngwie has 1 bid with Dan Triaga for $35. Final call. We have another claim on Obituary. We have Vile Nation sold to Robert Warner for $5. If anybody wants Vanity, it's a $5 buy it now. Over here, we have Who and What. I've seen this before. Daptone Super Soul Review live at the Apollo on translucent teal vinyl, $34.99. More info on the Ramones. This is a new sealed copy of Rocket to Russia. It's a Rhino remaster on clear vinyl, $29.99. New bid on Yngwie for $40. You've been outbid. Dan Triaga, and also Black Sabbath is now at $75. JK, you've been outbid again. We also have Saxophone, Colossus by Sonny Rollins. Sonny Rollins on blue vinyl. Prestige Thank Indy, $19.99. And and Chad still has sanity. Is it vanity or sanity? Is it sanity or vanity? And then let's put up a couple more very hard looking records here. This next one's Violent Apathy. Violent Apathy is a $5 start. And this one here is, man, I can't read it. Or something in, very violent carcass carnage cover here. Liguena Armada, Violent End. Is this another Violent End? Yeah, so we got Violent A and Violent E. Violent Apathy and Violent End. We got a lot of violence there. Okay, and Dan's out, and there's a new bit on Black Sabbath. Talks of Ravens wants the Memphis Rent Party info. The Blues, Rock, and Soul in Music's Hometown. It's a compilation on Mint Swirl vinyl, $14.99. Looks like a Memphis-related music compilation, $14.99. Now Black Sabbath's at $80. Ry Cooder, this is Crossroads, the music by Ry Cooder. That is $19.99. That's available. Also, so is Paul Simon Graceland. That's $19.99. Paul Simon Graceland. That's $19.99. And the Who's Next? The 2008 Euro reissue, $19.99. The Who's Next? That's a 2008. Violent End and Violent Apathy are our current bids. So make sure you put VA or VE, or those are going to get very similar there. Just saying. Just saying. Okay. Talks of Ravens wants the Memphis record. That is sold. Memphis Rent Party is sold to Talks of Ravens. Next is Plot and Premonition, David Sylvian and Holliger Ezguke. That is an ambient experimental record, $24.99. Also, we have Deep Purple Machine Head, a 2019 US, a classic album. Deep Purple's $24.99. I'm going to run up front and grab myself a energy drink out of the fridge. I'm going to need it to probably finish this sale and get my mind back at full pace. I'll be right back. I had to go up here and get this. My voice, I've talked a lot tonight because my voice is about gone, which is not good. I got to have my voice. It's almost gone, though. What is the high bid on Ingve? It was at $40 with James Bragg. James Bragg's had it for $40. Sorry, I never did call that out, and Jason's asked twice. I had to go get this right quick. The high bid on Ingve is $40 with James Bragg. Okay, let me chug and crush this V8 right quick. Whew. Okay. I'm going to have to really figure out what's going on here. When I walked away, Black Sabbath was a battle between J.K. and Spackle Tab. J.K. had it for $80. Violent Apathy and Violent End. Violent Apathy 5. Violent Apathy 6. Violent Apathy 7. Violent End 6. Violent End 7. Talks of Ravens got the Memphis record. Violent Apathy 8. Violent Apathy 8. Jason asked the Ingve bid. Violent Apathy 10. Violent Apathy 9. Violent End 10. Both of Rebecca. Chris said he's out. Richard Sawy on Deep Purple. That's so to Richard T. Sawy. Robert's out. Chris is out. David Hoy wants the Sonny Rollins. Sold. Adam, somebody had already claimed Machine Head. Ingve has a new bid for 42, and Black Sabbath has a new bid for 82. James Bragg, there's a new bid on Ingve, and JK, there's a new bid on Black Sabbath. Rebecca gets this for $10. Rebecca gets this for $10. New bid on Ingve for $45. We're about to read through these again, and then I have another crate of on-sale new vinyl that I did not finish earlier that we are about to bring back up as soon as we read through this lower crate again, okay? Next is something. Violent Minds, okay? We had Violent Apathy, Violent Ends. There's Violent Minds. And here is Liars. I think. Yes. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath. We still got a few metal auctions, mostly Sabbath albums to chip away at over here. Here's what's left in this bin. Another great one that Laura has compiled tonight. Here's what's left very quickly. Nielsen, The Point, VG Plus, $19.99 with the book. With the book that came with it. Otis Clay, EX $14.99. Black Sabbath at $87. Spackle Tab, you're out. Ingve's at $45. Jason Jones is back in at $46. Next is Runt, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren. Todd is EX $12.99. The Trout is EX $12.99. 37 minutes of group therapy, EX $17.99. For those that's interested in hardcore records, let me show y'all something. Give me 1 second. I'll snap a picture of it. It's right around here. The best way for, I can't bring them to you, so let me snap a picture. These have been in the back for quite some time to kind of give you all an idea. These are crates. They're not New Orleans. They're all hardcore, some metal and some punk. Those baskets are full of 45s, and they go too deep against that wall. I think there's about 10,000 of them that Paul bought about a year and a half ago. So I think that's where some of these are coming from. So every one of those baskets are full of 45s. There's what? 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 7. So 14 crates. And those should be all full of punk, hardcore, and that's nothing to do with the New Orleans collection. That's a different collection that's been stored back there forever that we've never really touched. I think that's one of these crates that we went and got one night. So we have, even if New Orleans gets low, we can sell this kind of stuff here. Man, we have another year's worth of auctions to do, okay? Tim Buckley is EX for $9.99. Eric Clapton's VG Plus $17.99. Texas Boogie Blues with Ray Sharp, sealed for $19.99. Aerosmith is a sealed remaster for $24.99. We've got 3 of them. Foo Fighters, their newest album, but here we are, $19.99. Dr. Dre is $19.99. And then Daptone Super Soul Review, that is sealed translucent blue vinyl, $34.99. The Ramones Rock the Russia, sealed on clear vinyl for $29. Rycooter, $19.99. Paul Simon, $29. The Who, a classic album, 2008 press, $19.99, and Plath is $24. Okay, now Ingve's at $50. Jason Jones is out. This is sold to James Bragg for $50. Thank you, James Bragg. That's so to you. Now they're still bidding on Black Sabbath. Spackle Tab has it for $90. Spackle Tab has it for $90. And then we have Liars and Violent Minds. And we had Violent, let me call these off in order. Violent Minds 7, Violent Minds 5, Liars 5, Liars 5. That's the high bid. So Liars is tied with Chris Bryant and Craig. Chris came in first, so Craig, you're out. And then Violent Minds is with Rebecca at 7. Chris Bryant, you're out on that one as well. Todd Saw gets Eric Clapton. That's so to Todd Saw. And then Justin Garrett gets Dr. Dre. That is so to Justin Garrett. And now Black Sabbath's at 101. Now we need a new LP auction. And that next new LP auction is Judas Priest. Man, I should have done this one a lot earlier. I can't believe it's 11:35 and we still got on sale new vinyl to do. And we have some great auctions. Unfortunately, it is from the Sean Connery collection. There is writing on it. Other than that, another beautiful album from his collection. He took such good care of everything. I mean, look at the merch insert. I love the merch insert with this record. Such a cool merch insert. Judas Priest. The disc is really nice. EX are better. It has the original inner sleeve. Now, he wrote on the labels. He wrote on the front and back cover. It does have the merch insert. And this is going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Liars is out with Craig. So the only bid on Liars was Chris Bryant. So that's sold to him for $5. And then Violent Minds, I got to make sure Chris Bryant's out. This is a final call to Rebecca for $7. And then Black Sabbath is sold to JK for $101. The 1972 Netherlands OG Vertigo Swirl, that is sold to JK for $101. All right, there's that, and there's this, and there's that. Now, the ones I'm grabbing these from are from a full box. I don't know really where they came from. I will show you the box. I think Laura brought it to me about 3 months ago when I first started selling back here in the back, and it's been over here on the table. I don't know if y'all can see in it or not, but here is, this crate. So it's got a wide variety. I see stuff New Orleans like the Aardvarks, and then there's also some hardcore and punk in here. So this box for the next night and the next couple nights, it could be hit or miss if you're looking just for hardcore. So Rebecca Howitt wants the Plyth. Thank you, that's so to you. And now Violent Minds is sold to now, Chris, you also bid on Liars, which is LY. You got the Liars. You bid 5, then Craig bid 5, and then Craig went out. So that's sold to you for 5, unless you didn't mean to bid on it. And then Violent Minds, you technically haven't said out, but I've got to go ahead and sell it to Rebecca for 7. Okay? And now Judas Priest is at 26. Now, we have Judas Priest at 26, and then David V says he'll take the Ramones. So Rebecca got Violent Minds for 7, and Liars went to Chris Bryant for 5. Judas Priest is at 26. Now, let's bring back over that other crate of on-sale new vinyl. And at one time tonight, we had over 400 people watching. Let's go back to this. These are $24.99, and then there's some other stuff in here as well. That was $19, and then the rest of the crate will be straight percentage. If we can sell the rest of these, have we started our 9th crate yet? All right, so we've got 2, 4, 6, 8. We got 8 crates full. We're about to move into our 9th. Our 9th is almost full, then 10th. I have a feeling if we do some half-off vintage later tonight, at least 1 crate, we finish doing these and then do a recap, we might can sell 10 full crates of vinyl tonight, maybe 11. That would be possibly up there as one of the best sales we've ever done. Randomly on an April Masters Week, possibly, I think, just by quantity and knowing that we've sold all this high-end MoFi stuff off, probably one of the best Coletco sales ever has been tonight. So once again, thanks. That's just my intuition. I'm pretty good at guessing how much we've sold on quantity and price, and I'm not done. I might get even crazier and do some of this recent stuff just to get some of it sold. because next week I have to do a ton of reordering. I am very far behind, so coming soon. Let's read through these that I've already shown, but I'm going to remind you one more time. Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $19.99 with Lady May and Feathered Indians. Just $19.99 on Tyler Childers. I've got one left. Toxic Reasons, Bullet for You. One left for $19.99. That should be on red vinyl. Those are $19. Now for $24. Rush Hemispheres, 180-gram remaster. La Villa Strangiato, $24.99. I have that one, and I have another one up front if anybody else needs one. Just $24.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Take Me Home, Country Roads. Leaving on a Jet Plane. $24.99 on John Denver. I've went ahead and added this to the crate. Creed, the 25th anniversary edition on colored vinyl with Arms Wide Open. There is a tear in the shrink wrap. $15 off, though, just $24.99. Susie Breelove wants Rush. Wow, another great deal on a metal record because of some writing. MT Mac gets that for just $26. Brian Riley, I'll step up front and get the other Rush for you, okay? Because I had two. There's one up front. And let's put up some new auctions. I got Black Sabbath, and then I'll grab some more 45s. Let me step up front, and that's the only thing I didn't get off this rack was this backup Rush. That's why we didn't have any new arrivals from John. He got all these 45s ready, the stuff that we did earlier. So Brian Riley got Rush. This stuff should be a clean out because we have sold about every on sale. We've went through, what, 10 on sale new vinyl crates. The only thing that's left is right here out of 10 crates. And I'll remind you of those one more time. But first, though, this crate is full, especially with this Mr. Bungle box set. So let's go ahead and swap this out. And that was full crate number 9. Wow. That is amazing. So let's grab another new empty crate here. And Laura's also marked a lot of incredible stuff tonight. Great vintage stuff. I think we've plowed through most of that new sealed stuff. Plus, we've sold off a lot of that doing Buy It Now Best Offer. Next was, so Brian Riley got that second Rush. Justin Garrett got Creed for $24. Todd Saw on Denver for $24. Errol Smith was a new sealed remaster. Next is Pantera, History of Hostility. That is $24.99 for Pantera. That is like a greatest hits. Cowboys from Hell, Walk, I'm Broken, $24.99 for Pantera. Now, time for new auctions. Black Sabbath. Here's a Black Sabbath album that has still never seen a reissue. The sealed stuff has been effectively buried by the new collection. I was wondering why, because typically that's what Paul and Laura's been marking. Of course, I hadn't seen Paul or talked to him since, I guess, Saturday when I left for the trip. But, yeah, he went and bought a collection on Tuesday. That's why we had so many killer OG records for auction the last 2 nights. If y'all didn't see, we went around the Nashville area. Paul went to a person he knew and bought a private collection of about 6,000 albums. And this guy had really good stuff, as you can see. Some of it was sold tonight, maybe, in the bins, and then auctioned last night. And I bet Laura's working on more auctions for tomorrow night. Also, Black Sabbath. So what I was saying, here's a Black Sabbath album that has never been reissued. Born Again. Not even in that new Black, where remember when they reissued Headless Cross and Tear and all those? This one still has not seen a reissue. Born Again. An 83 U.S. specialty, VG+, a $25 start. Nobody on Pantera on sale. Moving along. Slipknot, Iowa, just $24.99. I can tell it's getting later. If I would have showed these a little bit earlier tonight, this stuff would have been gone. That's when the feed was almost out of control. So if you're still watching, now's the time. You know why? Because if I don't sell them tonight, the first video that's posted at 6 a.m. will be in Whole Lot of Records, and it will say, on sale new vinyl. And then tomorrow, when I'm starting the show, I'll be tagging everything else and selling it off. So right now, I would say, is your Last opportunity, because these will get gone in that flip video. Wow, OG Black Sabbath for a $25 start. Let's grab 2 more singles. Let's grab that Aardvarks. It's still looking at me. Aardvarks, and let's do another one up here. And let's do something right here. This looks like more New Orleans stuff, but honestly, sometimes I don't know. I don't know where this stuff comes from. Y'all got to think, we buy sometimes thousands of records, and like Lord just said, we have to recondense them and bury them, and sometimes I can't tell you where stuff comes from or where it is or what kind of theme it's going to be. It's just whatever it comes up. Here's another Violent Minds. So the Aardvarks and Violent Minds, those are going to go up for a $5 start. Now, we're doing on sale new vinyl right now, $24.99. That's more like it. Mike Monroy on Iowa, Slipknot, $24.99. Spackle Tab, $24.99. Classy Lonnie Metal, Pantera, $24.99. Nazareth Hair of the Dog. That is not in print, Todd. Not only is, I don't think I have an original where I can just go and get it, but also that album's never really been reissued. I know that's crazy. But Hair of the Dog by Nazareth is not in print. And I haven't seen an OG copy in quite some time. If one appears, it will be randomly in a bin. But as of right now, I don't know where one is. By the way, Black Sabbath, 25, now 26. This is called Pantera, History of Hostility. It's a greatest hits, $24.99. Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting, just $24.99. I don't think I've ever discounted those much. And I've got 3 copies. And of course, I think one of the bigger songs of that album is called Joey. $24.99 on Concrete Blonde. And I don't know if there is an OG of that. $24.99. Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting. And then Testament. Whoa, Practice What You Preach. What's up with that in there? It is a February date. That's from that original pre-order. $24.99. Delirious Nation. Great song on there. Testament, Practice What You Preach. Sounds a lot like Metallica. I never had heard that album until we posted that pre-order. And I was like, wow, this is actually pretty good. Kind of gives me some Metallica vibes. And if we need more, I've got 3 more Testaments here. Practice What You Preach. That first song's pretty good too. I guess it's called Practice What You Preach. Yeah, $24.99 for Testament. I've got 4 of those. 4 Testaments there. And they're on orange and bone swirl colored vinyl. Nice. King Crimson Red, 200-gram remaster. $10 off, $24.99. And then my favorite U2 album, remastered, The Unforgettable Fire. That's $24.99. Another Pantera. This is the studio album, the original album, Far Beyond Driven. White and Stronger Than Blue marble vinyl. Once again with I'm Broken. $24.99. Adam, if you don't want Pantera, I'm going to give it to Doctor's Ebo. He was next, but Adam did ask, so if he doesn't want it, I'm going to give it to Doctor's Ebo. Next is a slew of new bids. So Black Sabbath was at 26. Violent Minds was at 7. Violent Minds was at 9. Black Sabbath 27. Dr. Zebo on Pantera, unless Adam Bullock wants it. Carmen Tiger on Concrete Blonde, $24.99. Violent Minds 10. Aardvarks is at 5. Black Sabbath 27. Black Sabbath 27. Thomas Clark on KC for King Crimson. Nice. $24.99. Adam Bernardi on U2. That is Unforgettable Fire. And we still got Pantera and Testament. Also, the classic original sound score. The sound, excuse me. Oh, a bad time to have a hiccup. The original soundtrack, the score music from John Williams, of course. Raiders of the Lost Ark. $24.99. I saw a video of Harrison Ford just like riding the New York subway. He was just dressed in plain clothes, and this guy was filming them, and you can tell Harrison probably wishes the guy wasn't filming them. But it was pretty cool to see everybody's reaction, because people were like, is that Harrison Ford? Like, you could see people like, is this really, what is going on? Is this Han Solo standing in front of me? Is this Indiana Jones standing right in front of me? You can see those people kind of on the subway, and then the video kind of cuts ahead, and this lady's talking to him, and you can tell she's happy. He's sitting right next to this lady just having a casual conversation. But that is kind of surreal. He's just standing there. He's almost like larger than life. You know, if you saw him in public, you'd be like, what the heck? It's like if you saw him grocery shopping at Publix or something, you'd be like, what is Indiana Jones doing in here? Dustin Hodges, also on Concrete Blonde. Now Black Sabbath at 28. The Aardvarks is sold to Tracy Songer for 5. And then Violent Minds is sold to Rebecca for 10. Black Sabbath at 28. And now it's time for some straight percentage stuff. Hold the phone. I've got a few more things. I have another 1999 record, Sonny Boy Williamson, Down and Out Blues. That's what the original cover looked like. That might look familiar. That's the original cover, Sonny Boy Williamson. This is a with bonus tracks, just $19.99. I'm going to put that back there with the other $19.99 stuff. Also, I got the Misfits for $24.99. Static Age. The Misfits is just $24.99. Also, I've got another Neil Young. We sold 2 Harvests tonight. Here is probably up there my favorite. My favorite Neil Young albums are probably his first album. If you're talking about beginning to end, every song, his first album tied with this one, and then Harvest. And then probably Harvest is tied with Freedom. That's my top 4 Neil Youngs. I think every song on here I enjoy. There's a few on Harvest that would be skips. The first album, maybe 1, but I think everything on here, I'm good to go. Especially Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sound, Round and Round. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. I think that's his best work there. Of course, Harvest has Old Man and Heart of Gold on it. How can you argue with that? But if you've never listened to that first self-titled album, it is loaded with gems. I need to see if that's in print. I haven't ordered that in a long time. That is, got some it's really good stuff. I mean, you're talking about 68 Neil Young. It sounds more like some of that just great 60s Buffalo Springfield stuff. That one's $24.99. Cowgirl in the Sand. I've got, for the first time on sale, the newest album by the Lumineers, Automatic, on indie exclusive vinyl. That's $24.99 for the Lumineers. And Violence, Eternal Nightmare. That is now just $24.99 for Violence. Okay, Black Sabbath at 33. I haven't heard back from Rob Shaw. Haven't heard back from Scott Van Ollie. Haven't heard back from Farmer Redman. So we got 3 pending bidders. No one else has moved. I'm about to sell it to MT Matt for $33. I'm about to sell it to MT Matt for $33. Here is our next auctions. These are going up for a $5 start. We have Zoomer, 10,000 words in a cardboard box. Empty song, $5 start. We also have Sundial, Apollo. Those are going up for $5 starts. Those are now up for bid. Uh-oh, where does this go to? This goes to Zoomer. Oh, Zoomer is numbered 88. I'm glad I didn't lose that. That's the front and back. Zoomer is also on purple vinyl. It's also numbered. It's also numbered. Numbered? What did I just say? Numbered. Black Sabbath, new bid, 34. Now 36. We still got bids out of place. Classy Lonnie Metal gets Violence for $24.99. Okay, now I'm going to do some straight priced 30% off, just like I have been doing tonight. The first record was $54.99, 30% off. Wow, big discount. $38.49. The Best of Warrant. The Best of Warrant. $38.49. Available on vinyl for the first time. Limited numbered red vinyl. The Best of Warrant has a lyric insert, liner notes. Those were $54.99. No longer. My last 2 are $38.49. Somehow we're still creeping along with Black Sabbath, but I'm about to sell it to MT Matt for $36. Now Rob Shaw's back in at $38. We're not done. We're not done. They're still bidding. They're still throwing some punches. 36, now 38. Dan Triaga, make sure that goes in for $38.49. Rebecca Howitt, make sure that goes in for $38.49. That was my only 2. More 30% off. This is $39.99 at 30% off. $27.99. Green Day, Greatest Hits, God's Favorite Band. A 2 LP, $27.99. Rob Shaw, that $38 bid may do it. MT Mass says he's retiring. Final call. Sundial is a final call for 5. We've got 2 Green Days, by the way, a 2 LP greatest hits. Brain Stew. Is that what it's called? Brain Stew. That's probably, well, I don't know. I know we got some pretty hardcore Green Day fans watching. I think that's their best song. If you're just talking about straight up when I think of Green Day. $27.99. And then we have $46.99 at 30% off. $32.89. 9 Inch Nails Quake. $32.89. Quake. 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails. That is $32.89. The soundtrack to the video game. 9 Inch Nails did that. Jeffrey Sapia on Green Day for $27.90. Let's see. Let me confirm that price. $27.99. Yeah, $27.99. Sundial sold to Robert for $5. If anybody wants Zoomer is a $5 buy it now. And then Black Sabbath is sold to Rob Shaw for $38. That is sold to Rob Shaw for $38. You can catch 9 Inch Nails on sale. No longer. They're both sold. Those were $46.99 at 30% off, and those are $32.89, sold to Shannon Lee and Adam Bullock. Now we need another. I've only had 1 LP up because it's been mostly Black Sabbath, and here's another one. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. Black Sabbath is a OG, though, 1976 OG with the original inner sleeve. The vinyl, unfortunately, though, VG minus. There's the original inner sleeve. There's some writing on the inner sleeve. The cover's pretty worn, and there's some writing there, but just a $15 start. Neil Young is $24.99. Next is the Joshua Tree. Same price, 30% off of $46.99. A 2 LP with book, now just $32.89. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. With or Without You, Bullet the Blue Sky, Red Hill Mining Town. How many more can I name by memory? Trip Through Your Wires, Where the Streets Have No Name, With or Without You, In God's Country. What did I leave off? One Tree Hill. Oh, that's one of my favorites. Exit and Mothers of the Disappeared. I think I named everything else. Yep. I know that one from memory. Oh, In God's Country. So good. Where the Streets Have No Name. When the Edge starts doing those first guitar licks. It's awesome when you see it live. Dun, 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 dun. This is sold to Janet Gray for $32.89. Adam Bernardi was second. And then Susie takes Neil Young for $24.99. And then let's do 2 new 45s from this box. The first one is this one. And then whatever this is. They're about to go up right now for a $5 start. This is Millhouse. Time Again, Letters for Choice. That is a $5 start. And we have Right On, Buried Alive. Right On, Buried Alive, and Love. $5 start. I do love some U2. Yeah, not everything. But yeah, that's one of the first. Is that the first concert I went through? Yeah, that's my first concert. I saw U2 at Vanderbilt Stadium on the 360 tour. So that had a lot to do with it. I was relatively young, and it was such an incredible show. But, yeah, I'm a U2 fan. I don't know, the last, 3 or 4 albums, I don't like any. I don't know if I like anything they've put out in, 15 years? So, but, yeah, Joshua Tree. I love a couple of those songs on there. Let's see. Of course, In God's Country, One Tree Hill, Red Hill Mining Town. Of course, those first 3, everybody knows those. Where the Streets Have No Name. I still hadn't found what I'm looking for. With or Without You. Yeah. I don't really like Trip Through Your Wires. I'll pass on that one. Man, Bullet the Blue Sky. That's a great song. Okay, back to the on-sale stuff. We already sold one of these on sale tonight. Here's another random one. Yngwie Malmsteen is $27.29. Eclipse, music on vinyl, $27.29. Yngwie Malmsteen Eclipse. The on-sale price is $27.29. also at 30% off. We're doing 30% off, $31.49. Scorpions, Tokyo Tapes, $31.49. $31.49. When I seen U2 live, I don't know if y'all have seen any of that tour, but they walk out to Space Oddity by David Bowie. So I've never been to a concert before. I'm sitting in Vanderbilt Stadium, gigantic stage in front of me. The lights go off. The monitors in the stadium show U2 walking through the tunnel, and they're walking out to Ground Control to Major Tom. And it was an amazing moment. I was like, wow, I feel like I'm in this, I don't know if this is real. And then they come out to that even better than the real thing. That was fantastic. That was wild. And it was extremely loud, and I'd never had been to a concert before. So, but at that point, I was pretty much into U2. 27.29, Chris Liddings on Yngwie Malmsteen. Scorpions is sold to Susie for $31.49. Nobody bid on these records, so that's a $5 buy it now for Ride On, a $5 buy it now for Millhouse, and Black Sabbath is VG minus a $15 buy it now. Or did I go see The Who first? I either seen The Who first or U2. Wait a second. That's confusing. I'm having a brain lapse. I may have seen The Who first on the Quadrophenia tour. And I'm not talking about 1974. That was long before I was alive. I'm thinking about, man, you know, I don't remember. I'm going to have to double check that. You think I would know my first concert, but I'm confused now. Here's another Black Sabbath, and it's the last one of the night. Black Sabbath's greatest hits. Excuse me. A 1977 Netherlands OG, VG Plus. Now, this is on NIMS, but it's only on NIMS. It's not bad whatsoever. Paranoid, NIB, Changes, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Iron Man, Black Sabbath, War Pigs, Laguna Sunrise, Tomorrow's Dream, and Sweet Leaf. I'm coughing like Ozzy. Black Sabbath is a $20 start. Stephen Lewis Jr. Gets this Black Sabbath for a $15 buy it now. Adam Bullock on Millhouse for a $5 buy it now. And then we've already shown these multiple times tonight. I had these things scattered everywhere. These are now $45.49. And this is Iron Maiden, the X Factor. That is 30% off, $45.49. I need somebody to do some research. I need the date for U2 Nashville Quadrophenia, and I need the date for U2 Vanderbilt 360 tour, because whichever one of those is first is the first concert I went to. So, it was The Who. They did the entire Quadrophenia album at Bridgestone, and then they did Greatest Hits, and then U2. If whichever one of those is first, is what I went to first. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. More 9 Inch Nails, 30% off, just $32.89 for The Downward Spiral. Just $32.89 for The Downward Spiral. And then this shouldn't be on sale, but it is. Also $32.89. Sgt. Pepper's Remaster. And my last Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. Somebody asked earlier, is there any more? I was like, they could pop up at any time. And they're $38.49. That's the last one I'm aware of. 9 Inch Nails is sold to Dan Triaga, and that was $38.49. No, that was $46.99, 30% off. 9 Inch Nails, hold on a second. 9 Inch Nails was, my phone's being, let me lay it up here. $32.89 for Dan Triaga. $32.89. Hiram second, then Shannon Lee, then Dustin Hodges. Okay? Now, Black Sabbath is a final call for $20. No one's bid. Ron Duffield gets that last Marilyn Manson, and this is $54.99 at 30% off. $38.49. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. $38.49. All right. Black Sabbath at 20. Okay, so now, if this crate would have been shown, 4 hours ago, there'd be nothing left, especially with more Iron Maidens and the Misfits and Testaments especially. But you're going to get one more chance to claim these. Plus, I'm going to condense everything else that hadn't sold tonight. And then when we read through all that, I'm going to do one more final hunt for audiophile stuff, except for the most recent, newest arrivals. I may do a couple because I am overstocked on some stuff that didn't sell as well as I thought it would. I'll have to find them, though. And then we're going to do, I'm going to do a hunt for February dates and make sure everything's been pulled, okay? The Who Quadrophenia Nashville. Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I don't know which one came first. The Who Quadrophenia Tour in Nashville or U2. I don't know which one came first. Okay? So let me move these. West Will, you get Black Sabbath for $20. That's sold. Yeah, December. I knew it was close to my birthday. Yeah, December 2nd, 2012. My birthday's December 12th. I went with my brother, Nathan, who I just went to the Masters with. He took me there. And then U2 was July 11th. Yeah, U2 was my first concert. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. I was second-guessing myself. Yeah, my dad took me to U2, 2011. How old was I? July of 2011. So I had, I should be able to do that in my head, but since I'm got a calculator in front of me, that means I was 16 years old. Wow, 16, yeah. Pretty sure I was sophomore. Yeah, I was a sophomore. 16. Does that make y'all feel old? My first concert was in 2011 at age 16. I was a sophomore in high school. That was U2, July 2011. It was brutally hot. And then I didn't go to another show until December 2nd, my birthday, U2, or The Who. And I paid for both tickets, my dad's and mine, and my brother's and mine for The Who, selling stuff at the Crossville Flea Market. I went to the Crossville Flea Market every Saturday and sold anything I could sell and sold on eBay. That's how I funded both of those concerts. Self-funded. Self-funded. It made me feel good and bad. Bad that I spent so much money on tickets, but good that I was able to self-fund a concert. All right. Let's put up a couple more singles. Invasion of the Eight Men and the Two Sides of the Other Side. Those are $5 starts. Invasion of the Eight Men and the Two Sides of the Other Sides. That's our next 45s. Here's a final call for some on sale new vinyl tonight. Hope everybody's ready. And why can't I see this? This is so bizarre. Okay. There's Two Sides of the Other Side. Let's take a look at that. Black vinyl, $5 start. And the Invasion of the Eight Men. And let's check the color on that. Invasion of the Eight Men's black vinyl. That's $5. Okay. So the first record left at $24.99 was Rancid. Limited edition colored vinyl, self-titled. $24.99 on Rancid. That's still available. These are already discounted. No further discounts. This is what's left. Old Crow Medicine Show. We had like 6 of these. There's 2 left. First time on vinyl. So technically this is an OG, which is a 20th anniversary edition with their song Wagon Wheel. That's $24.99. Old Crow Medicine Show, $24.99. Old Crow Medicine Show. Next is the first audiophile record that didn't sell, a classic 60s album, The Young Rascals, Groovin' Down a Crowded Avenue. This was $64.99. The 30% off price is $45.49. $45.49. That is The Young Rascals, Groovin'. $45.49. That's the 30% off. It was $65. It's a 2LP 45 RPM. William has this for $5. William has this for $5. Final call on both. The other MoFi record that's still left is the Spinners. And the 30% off price on the Spinners is $31.49. The Spinners, $31.49. Next, these were actually $19.99. This was Phoebe Bridgers and Rob Moose Copycat Killer. That's actually $19.99. And then we have Deer Hunter for $24.99. And Huey Lewis and the News Sports, that's $24.99. And then Melody's Echo Chamber, $24.99. So that's some new vinyl there that was marked down to $24.99. Okay? We have a new bid on the other side for $6. That's weird. I can't see that comment. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why I can't see that. What is going on? Let me go over here. What was that name? So bizarre. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, so Deer Hunter is sold to DJ's Not So Good for $24.99. The other side still getting bids, but we can go ahead and sell 8 to William Dragovich for $5. Bob Dylan, another MoFi title. Bob Dylan with the band, which, if you didn't know, the band was historically Bob Dylan's band. And then they did their own stuff. But Bob Dylan and the band, Before the Flood, 2LP, that's now $45.49. Elvis, Blue Hawaii, that's also $45.49. We sold one. There's one left. Can't Help Falling in Love. And then Carlos Santana, $31.49. So we had 5 crates of audiophile stuff, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess technically 4 titles left. And that's it. That's all that's left with the MoFi. Okay? Sonny Boy Williamson, $19.99, Down and Out Blues. I'm going to put it back here with the other $19.99 record. The other $19.99 record is Tyler Childers' Purgatory. That is $19.99. $19.99. Also, Bullets for You, Toxic Reasons, $19.99. And Concrete Blonde, we sold 2. There's one left, Bloodletting. Concrete Blonde is $24.99. Testament, Practice What You Preach, $24.99. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, $24.99. Indiana Jones, a 2LP, $24.99. Raiders. Misfits, $24.99. Lumineers, $24.99. Green Day, that was a straight percentage, $27.29, 30% off, 30% off of $39.99. Also, Iron Maiden, $45.49. That was 30% off of $64.99. And then the Beatles was 30% off of $46.49. So that's what's left out of everything there from this bin, from all the bins tonight. The other side has a high bid with Tracy Songer for 8. Everybody else is out. Adam Bernardi was Carlos Santana. That sold to him for $31.49. Now back here, okay, I might do something a little different. Back here are the leftovers from the last big sale. Yep. Back here is the leftovers from the other last sale. How about we bring these forward And that was the leftovers from the last sale. And we marked those down to $19.99. Final discount before I post them elsewhere or show them tomorrow during prime time. So I'm going to mark down some more new vinyl from the last sale. And I'm also going to purge everything on this table and make sure I've pulled all the February dates, okay? The other side, now Talks, you just tied Tracy Songer. Tracy already has that for 10. Let me lay that right there, actually. The Sgt. Pepper's Todd Saw is a stereo remix and remaster. And this is a 30% off price of $32.89. $32.89. That's the 30% off price. That was originally $46.99. So let me first look through this crate right here. March. All this is pretty new stuff. I probably need to read through these crates. Here's some pre-owned sealed, if that makes sense. Laura stuff. Let's mark these down to $19.99. Ginger by Wallflower, or Wallflowers by Ginger, which is prog metal, and Jalib or J-Lib Champion Sound. I'll do those for $19.99. Okay, there's a couple discounted records. Let's sell this to Todd Saw for the 30% off price. And that was $32.89. Alice Kane wants Ginger for $19.99. Burt Jordan second on Beatles. And Tracy, you get the other side for 10. Okay, that's March. Great stuff in here. March, February. Aha, here's another Tyler Childers. This is just $19.99, which is my favorite, Live on Red Barn. We still got Purgatory, and there's Live on Red Barn for $19.99 as well. And then here's Tool, but Tool's actually, Tool and Zeppelin and Metallica, these are the bands I usually don't discount because, like, eventually somebody's going to want this. And I try to keep certain artists in stock all the time. Usually the Beatles, well, they're not up there. The top 5 I always keep in stock is Led Zeppelin, Metallica. I try to keep most of the Tool discography, a Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath. That's usually like some of my personal favorites, and then stuff that we always need, plus originals on that. So this was, I will knock $7 off. It's a triple LP, and if y'all know Tool, they think highly of their stuff, which this is incredible. It's worth every penny of it. This is like now one of my favorite albums ever. But if anybody does want it for $69.99, it's been around since December, but as soon as I discount it, somebody's going to want one, and then I'm going to have to order it, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll do Tool for $69.99. That would be $7 off, 10% approximately, but usually that's something that I need in stock. But eventually, tonight I discounted some Led Zeppelins. If they don't sell after a couple months, we discount them, and then I basically reorder them again. Let me put the sold 45s in here. So there's about 5 artists we always keep in stock, though. Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Metallica, Black Sabbath. That's like stuff that's just going, I constantly sell. Adam Bernardi wants a Tyler Childers. Sell Adam Bernardi a Tyler Childers for $19.99. All right, now let me flip through this back right crate. Taylor. There's more Tool. Tigers of Pantang. Nectar, Thin Lizzy. That's March. King Crimson. March. I need man, does anybody need a new sealed? And yeah, does anybody need a new Aussie? $33.99, Diary of a Madman. $33.99, Diary of a Madman. And then, let's see here, White Zombie. The 2 White Zombies are $38.99 each. $38.99. White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99. White Zombie and White Zombie. The Thin Lizzy is their classic album, Jailbreak, which is a Vinyl Me Please exclusive. All analog, cut by Kevin Gray. It's on orange vinyl with an art print. And that was a vinyl exclusive for $34.99. All right. I know all that back there is new stuff because I said it back there earlier. That's our new stuff that came in today. That's all March. And then that's brand new stuff for sure. Okay. And Tool at the same level as Zeppelin. Well, that's a trick question. Musically, yes. Sales-wise, no. Led Zeppelin still outsells Tool on vinyl just because you can obtain Zeppelin stuff much easier. But musically, and I am a diehard Led Zeppelin fan, Tool at certain levels is, yeah, they're up there, I think, musically talented with the members of Led Zeppelin. I think so. Thin Lizzy, so to Todd Saw. All right. And now I'm going to discount everything in here, a final discount for $19.99. Now you can already see Roy Buchanan, so we'll make him the first record. Roy Buchanan, second album, $19.99. Roy Buchanan, second album, $19.99. Roy Buchanan, second album. We're going to go ahead and discount these further to $19.99. Should be the final discount on these before I post them elsewhere. Let's grab a couple more singles here. And let's put these up for $5 starts, okay? And these are going to go up right now. First thing we have is Audiophile and the Shakes, Long Way to Hell. That's a $5 start. And another Violent Minds with another brutal cover. Violent Minds is a $5 start. And there is those, okay? Next in the $19.99 discount bin is the Cheetah Girls 2 soundtrack. Surely somebody needs this. This is up there with Tool and Led Zeppelin. Ha! $19.99, the Cheetah Girls 2. I got to find the right person that's nostalgic for. I hadn't found them yet. Somebody out there probably went and seen that movie and they're like, yes, I need that on vinyl, but I haven't found the right person yet. Cheetah Girls 2, $19.99. Also, Mitski, Puberty 2. Mitski is $19.99. And we have Jessica Pratt, Quiet Signs. Jessica Pratt is $19.99. Jessica Pratt. And we have the OCs, Floating Coffin. The OCs is $19.99. Floating Coffin, $19.99. And Sniff the Tears, Fickle Heart. Sniff the Tears is $19.99. Fickle Heart. Sniff the Tears. That has their hit song Driver's Seat. A further discount here on new sealed stuff for $19.99. The OCs again. Mutilated, Defeated at Last. That's $19.99. Question Mark and the Mysterians. 96 Tears. A classic 60s album. Too Many Teardrops. $19.99. Question Mark and the Mysterians. Also, John Mayall, The Hard Road, that's just $19.99. Talks of Ravens wants the OCs. Now, do you want Floating Coffin, Mutilated, Defeated at Last, or do you want both of them? They're both $19.99. Bleeding Through, 9. Bleeding Through is Black Ice and Orange Splatter. That's just $19.99. This is Dr. Dog, Shame, Shame. That's $19.99. Marilyn Manson, Hell is So Cold, a live unofficial. Marilyn Manson's $19.99. Violent Minds has one bid with Chris Bryant for $5. That's a final call. Audiophile does not have a bid. That's a final call. We have the Budos Band. That's just $19.99. Talks of Ravens wants the OCs and the OCs. $19.99, $19.99. Adam Bullock wants Bleeding Through. That's sold to Adam Bullock for $19.99. David V on 96 Tears for $19.99. And we have Caribou, Swim. That's just $19.99. A Mondo soundtrack, Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible 3, the score music, that's just $19.99. Pulp, different class. Pulp is $19.99. Obscura, a Sonication, that's just $19.99. War, half price. A fairly new release, Japan, 1974. Wow, half price at $19.99. And then the Fritz the Cat soundtrack. Fritz the Cat soundtrack. That has Bo Diddley, Charles Erlin, Billie Holiday, $19.99. Philip Ott on Pulp for just $19.99. That's sold to Philip Ott. Violent Minds is sold for $5 to Chris Bryant. Audiophile is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants Audiophile. That was a great 1999 bin. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. We got Fritz the Cat. We got War, Obscura, Mission Impossible 3, a Mondo soundtrack, Caribou, the Budos Band, Marilyn Manson, Dr. Dog, John Mayall, 96 Tears, Sniffing the Tears. We have 96 Tears and Sniffing the Tears. Jessica Pratt, Mitski, Cheetah Girls, and Roy Buchanan. And Adam Bullock wants Obscura. All right. Right now, there's 4 no bids. How many do we have here? We have 4 no bids. If anybody wants these for $12. The 4 no bids so far tonight. $12 on those. Fritz is pretty mad. Boy, this record has been... I think it's been put back twice. So it's pretty cursed. If somebody would love a cursed record, Fritz the Cat, I don't know. I remember somebody wanted a special request. They were like, we need a special request. Fritz the Cat. And I was like, okay. Then I found out it's a pretty pricey OG. And then I found out that it's a pretty collectible record. And we got down to that one copy there. And I think it's either been non-paid or canceled 2 or 3 times. And since I've re-stickered it, but it's been either non-paid or canceled 2 or 3 times. I literally am having trouble getting rid of it. So if somebody would like to take that off my hands, that would probably, I would be more excited about selling that than probably anything else tonight because it's pretty cursed at this point. Michael Ruttman gets the 4 45s for $12, so put those in for 3, 3, 3, and 3. So, I would love to sell it to somebody. But yeah, we've had the OG before, like a white label promo. It was like a $60, $70 record, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that thing's pretty cursed. I don't know what it is about some records, but people buy them and then they get put back and recycled back through. I re-sticker them so they have a fresh date. Somebody else buys it and then I'll see a message the next morning. Can I please put that back? Please don't block me. Tell Chad I'm sorry. I never do putbacks. Some people will have their first putback and they're very nervous about doing it. They're like, please don't block me. And then Ed's very nice. He's like, Chad's not going to block you for one putback. But then records do end up cursed. All right, I'm trying to find my last February records. I'm to the point where I've got to do a final purge. All that's March. I flipped through everything on the table. I'm looking for my final March records. February. I'm looking for my last of the Februaries. I might even have to go up front and make sure there's nothing left on the racks. And that way, basically, tomorrow, we can pretty much start fresh, and I can show a lot of stuff that hadn't been shown in a long time. Somebody asked about Five Finger Death Punch. Can you remind me the name of that one? Because there's some right here in these crates, but I have a ton of Five Finger Death Punch, but I don't think it's what you're looking for. These are all March. This is great stuff, too. I've got a lot of great records here. They're new and sealed at sticker price. I'm sure y'all may be interested in, but also I feel like if we showed maybe 1 or 2 or 1 more discount bin before I speak too much, we'd be in good shape for wrapping up the sale, but we're not done yet. I still got to step up front. I just flipped through 1, 2, 3, 4 crates. Those are all March. And let me step up here and see how much more is left. for a couple standards like Zeppelin and Metallica stuff I don't discount. But I did find a few more, okay? I did find a few more. So let's figure out what I can show here. Who wants Fritz? Dustin offered 10, but Talks of Raven says he'll take it. So I guess Talks of Ravens. Okay, I'm back. What was the last thing that I said? That's always funny, isn't it? I'm basically having to mime the rest of the show. And then I thought this mic was dead. I was about to have to say, well, both mics are dead. I guess the show's over, because at that point I would be, I don't think there's a way I can do it if both mics die. So, all right. What was the last thing y'all heard me say? Yeah, Fritz the Cat is sold to Talks of Ravens for $19.99. Talks of Ravens gets Fritz the Cat for $19.99. Now, here's some other stuff that I just found up front. Rush Permanent Waves on sale, $24.99. Rush Permanent Waves on sale, $24.99. Here's another Beatles that I found on the rack that's eligible just like Sgt. Pepper's for a discount. 30% off makes that $32.89. Another on-sale Beatles Magical Mystery Tour Stereo Remaster, $32.89. And then I just sold one of these out of new arrivals tonight. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $39.99. And I think I made a note even to order more. But if anybody wants this last copy, just $27.99. Wow. Music from the Elder. The foil cover, 3 discounted new sealed LPs there, $27.99 on Kiss. And then we sold one of these tonight. Here's 2 more. Also, just $27.29. Megadeth is on sale for $27.99. What in the world? Those are 2. Now, earlier when I had 1, there was like 11 backup people. And I don't know if they're watching right now, but if they're not, then you can take advantage. Because earlier, there's right now 199 people watching. At one point, there was about 424. And there was a lot of claims for these Megadeths. Next is Janet Gray on the Beatles. So she gets this at $46.99 at 30% off. That is sold to Janet for $32.89. And then these 2 Megadeths are sold for, I think that is $27.99 to Chris Ridlings and Chad Sauls. Mike Ospaw was 3rd. Next, now this Kiss is confusing. Let me check the stickers. I think one more, I think one's the German edition, but you can't tell. I have it stickered for $50 because I think it's the German edition. Now, I know the front is in German, but there's an art print, and then I think this is the regular half-speed master. But the problem is, does it have anything different? What I was going to do is go ahead and just make them both on sale, and then I mean, if you just want the record, it doesn't matter at that point. $27.99 for Creatures of the Night. Now, I think this one is the reason it's priced more, which would be a steal if it is. I think it's the German edition. That's why it's priced more. I had to pay more. But when I ordered it, I told somebody I could get it, and they thought this would have the German S's or the non-German S's, whatever. That's technically the German S's, so they're non-German S's. But I think people call them German S's. That's like the SS, like the Nazi S's, and so the German editions don't use those. They use like a regular S. So if you get what I'm saying, either one you can pick for $27.99. It'd be a great price, and then those would have already sold immediately. And then Creed, we sold one of these. I just found another one. Human Clay, also 30% off, $27.99. So wow, some great additions there. Rush, Kiss, and Creed. 2 more 45s. I'll pick out 2 more 45s. Let's run them. I'll try to find something that looks punkish. This looks punkish or hardcore-ish, and this looks punkish and hardcore-ish. So let's run these. And you can expect tomorrow. We're going to be running a lot more stuff like this. Beyond Possessions, Telltale Heart, $5 start, and Meatfly, the Stranger EP. Meatfly. That is a $5 start. Meatfly, the Stranger EP. $5 start. $5 start. Meatfly and Beyond Possession. $5 start and $5 start. That is both now up for bid. $5 start and $5 start. I did charge $39.99 for Kiss, and I just found this one of a February date. Now, that happened to somebody else earlier on a Cars MoFi, Kenny Cates. I don't know if he's still watching. Now, that's where it gets complicated. Glenn, I guess I can go back and try to alter that for you, but it's just one of those deals where here's another one that's on sale. No one's bought it. So I guess if you want, I guess technically you could buy this one and put back the other one, if by definition, but it's one of those bad circumstances for both of us. One, because I've already charged you, it's already put away and tagged. And now the same thing happened to Kenny earlier. He bought a Cars MoFi at full price, and then they were $10 less. And that happens quite often. When I'm doing on-sale new vinyl, it makes my life sometimes pretty complicated, because if we go through something else, we'll see another copy with a newer sticker, and somebody will be like, Chad, can I get that one for the cheaper price? And I'm like, well, I guess it's not really supposed to be cheaper, but I guess I can make it cheaper, because at that point, I'm in a bad situation, because that one was already claimed. Now this one's on sale. It's the same record, but really it's not the same record. But if I need to, I can go back and have them change that on your invoice. Probably the same thing for Kenny if he's watching, because he bought something in the new arrivals, and then a stick, like the one you had was priced back recently in March. This one's from February. That's why it's on sale. The one you got should have a sticker that says like March 21st. That's what makes it so difficult. I'm discounting anything with a February. Some of these same records are the exact same records. Some were marked in February, some were marked in March. And so it makes it very complicated, because it's the same record. One's supposed to be on sale, one's not supposed to be on sale. Then people see the same record on sale, and they're like, why did you charge me more? Why is this one more? Can I get a cheaper price on mine? And then Ed wants to come slash me with a hatchet, because people's messaging them, seeing where records are selling for cheaper. It happened the other night with an auction too. Somebody saw a record sell cheaper at an auction, and they bought one like on Tuesday, and they wanted to know, could they get one at a cheaper price? And I was like, well, that is kind of something I can't change, because that's an auction. So yeah, it leaves me in a bad situation. Okay, so the 2 records we have here is Meatfly, the Stranger EP. This is a $5 start. And we have Beyond Possessions, Telltale Heart. That's a $5 start. I just don't want Ed hitting me in the back of the head with a hatchet, because some people's wanting price changes. But we can make it work if we need to. Beyond Possession has a bid for 6. Meat has a bid for 6. Those are final calls. You should be able to tell by the first 3 numbers on the barcode. Germany is 400, 440. Yeah, I don't... one of these for sure is, though. Let me scan them and see what it comes up as. Because there's a half-speed master German, and then there's a 2014 remaster German. This is the 2014. Is this technically the Europe as in German? I think this is the European version. Notes. Because see how much they've sold for? Some of them have sold for as much as $150. And then here's Creatures. And then here's Creatures. See, why is this one selling for like $100? Very complicated here. It's some complicated stuff. There's 4 different catalog numbers. And of course, how many different versions of Creatures are there? Format. There's 92 different versions of Creatures. And then, is there one that just says Germany? Germany. 82, 2014, 2022. All right, there it is, 2022. That's what I'm thinking. You see, it has S's on the covers. See that? That is the newest half-speed master, the German edition. I'm pretty sure that's not what this is. Nope. This, it even says half-speed master. These are just regular... Well, hold on a second. See, that has German S's too. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost wanting to open one. Because at this point, I've marked them down so cheap, if I put one up for auction tomorrow, they would probably sell more than what I'm about to discount it for. Because that other version, if you just scan the barcode, this European version, it doesn't say. But I think, but this isn't European though. Is it? Can I get a crisp image of the barcode? Or the back? Because one of them's supposed to come with an art print that has the alternate cover. And that's why it costs more. But I may have miscoded them. I may have just misstickered them. At this point, it's pretty confusing. So, yeah, I'm not for sure. Okay, so Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Either way, I'm going to discount the cheapest price. Like I said, I think if I open one of these and put it up for auction tomorrow and started it at what I'm discounted for, it would sell for more than that. Y'all are just a victim right now. Not a victim. Y'all are in an opportunity for a great buy now opportunity, but I just don't think we have anybody on right now watching them. Hard to believe we still got 129 people wanting and nobody wants one. So, yeah. Yeah, these aren't the German S's. That's right. But I think that's because of the half-speed master. I think the 2014 European version has an art print with the German cover, with the non-Nazi S's. Those are what, you know, they look like SS, like Nazi S's. So, Beyond Possessions is at 16 with Jim B. Adam Bullock's out. So that's at 16. What about Meatfly? Meatfly is at 6 with Chris Bryant, and nobody else bid. That's sold to Chris for $6. Okay. And did you sell Dylan Mofi? I have, no, I still got that. $45.49. And then we have the Creatures. These are just $27.99 for either one. I'm pretty sure, though, this is it even feels heavier. And I'm almost wanting to open it. It would make it less valuable, but I just feel like there's something extra in here. I almost want to put it on a scale. That's why it costs more. So, so it's your pick. You can have the this one was originally $50. That one's originally $40. Your pick for $27.99. But my friend that a lot of y'all know, Jason Herndon, he explained that to me one time, how that worked. So Okay. Sorry that took so long, but that was pretty much bothering me. Beyond Possessions at 20, Jim B's out. And then Chad if you want either one. So your best bet is to buy the $50 one, and you may get a pretty pricier, because if that's an import, that's why it costs me more. And then I think that's just a regular 2014 remaster. They don't have hop. If they had hop stickers, it would solve a lot of problems. That's why hop stickers are important. I tell people not to remove them because they can. They're sometimes pretty important to determining what kind of pressing something is. All right, let's see what else we can do for the rest of the show, okay? I'm making sure Jim B's done on Beyond Possession. Adam Bullock has it for 20. All right, so we have on our clock left about a 45-minute timer. We stopped last night at like 47 minutes ago from now. We still got a lot of people watching. Kiss is sold to Chad Sauls for $27.99. And Beyond Possessions at $20. Jim B's out. Adam Bullock has it for $20. I still got to do some condensing. And I have shown every new vinyl LP that's eligible for a discount, unless I run across another crate somewhere later, which is highly possible. I've got stuff stacked so high and so dense, I'll probably be like, hey, we got more on sale new vinyl tonight. I found 4 more crates. It could very much happen tomorrow. Let me find, I would love to find another fantastic crate to go through, discount some stuff. Laura bands that hadn't been shown in a while. Let me see what I can come up with. First of all, I don't know why these records are right here, but they're getting damaged the way they're stacked. Oh. Okay. What do we want to do first? I'm kind of walking in circles. I'm not walking on sunshine. I'm not saying I'm not in a good mood or anything. I'm just walking in circles. Walking on the moon. Walking in your footsteps. I'm naming off songs now that have walking in them. Show feels like it's in quicksand. Well, yeah, because I've officially ran out of ideas. I'm trying to strategize for the last half hour. We've been on such a high speed, and now I'm to the point where I'm like, now what's going on with Beyond Possession 25? Is that an original reprint? Reissue. 91 reissue. Are we sure? Ah, okay. Awesome. Still at a great price. Still at a great price from what I'm seeing. Okay. I know y'all usually look them up, but I didn't know what y'all. I didn't know it was 91. Okay, yeah, because let's say this has definitely got an older feel to it. But yeah, it is 91. Okay, 91, and this is 25. Final call to Adam Bullock. We're about to sell that. I'm trying to move some stuff around here, trying to find a Laura crate, but we've really knocked those suckers out. I mean, if I go through a Laura crate, I feel like it's going to have been shown multiple times. There's not much of that new sealed Laura stuff left. It's all gone. Or we've shown it 4, 5, 6 times, I feel like. So, yeah, honestly, there might be some mixed crates, I'm hoping, like from John or whoever else, Paul, we can try to find. But, like, here's a whole Laura crate. We went through that one last night. We went through that Laura crate with that one. There's 6 right here. I feel like we've shown them to death, and that's why I've been trying to take them all out of here, because we keep trying to show them, but there's not much left. All that stuff's gone. It's all gone. Let me go ahead and sell this to Adam for 25, and she says the other stuff's buried. They're going to have to work out this new stuff like she sold the night before they get to any more of that. But if we've shown some of that stuff, it's been multiple times. Multiple times. Unless there's this one over here that I can't get to. That's the problem. I do have, I'd have to kind of price them on the fly. I do have a whole box of new sealed records. I was going to auction them. They're all Record Store Day and sealed singles from that same collection. Here's 3 crates of Laura stuff, but it's been gone through pretty heavily. Here's 8, 12, 16 John crates that's probably only been shown once. These are next in line for half off. This is all new and sealed stuff. That's John stuff. John, Fred Goodwin. There might be a Laura crate here buried. Errol Smith. Errol Smith was a new arrival from tonight from Laura. Those are sticker price because they hadn't been shown anywhere else. So Adam Errol Smith's $24.99. That's a new arrival. That was just put out tonight. So all that's always sticker price. I'm wrestling with crates right now. This is stuff from the last couple nights here. Hatchet Ed crate. No Hatchet Ed crates. Hatchet Ed crates happen often, but nothing's eligible. Everybody's been paying. When everybody pays, there's no Hatchet Ed crates. That's a good thing. I'm great with having no Hatchet Ed crates. That means everybody's paid their bills and nobody's had too many putbacks. Let me see if this stuff's been gone through. I did just find 2 full crates of new vinyl. Here looks like some stuff. All right, what's in here? Willie Dixon, Phoebe Bridgers. I don't recall reading these too often, so let's make this bin buy it now best offer. Okay? From Laura. Adam Bernardi wants Errol Smith and Crossroads. All right. These are going to be some pretty popular buy it now 45s for tomorrow. I always say I never want to, like, quote, waste them, because if I go through them at the right time, we only have to ever go through them once. And most of them sell. If there's some stuff in here we need to auction, I'll go ahead and pull that. I'm kind of getting an idea of what's coming up. Chad's flip. I am a professional record flipper. I am a pro. You got to have quick eyes, especially 45s. All right, that's a good one there. All right, I'll know to stop there tomorrow. Okay. Fantastic. All right, let's go through these buy it now or best offer. First thing we have is Melanie Martinez K12. Sealed on pink vinyl. Melanie Martinez, $29.99. Sealed on pink vinyl. These are buy it now or best offer. Trail of Flowers, Sierra Farrell. Sierra Farrell is sealed for $24.99. Sierra Farrell. We have Kamasi, Washington, Fearless Movement. Sealed for $29.99. I have one copy of Danny Brown, Atrocity Exhibition, featuring Kendrick Lamar, sealed for $29.99. And we have the Mars Volta, and this is sealed for $24.99, the Mars Volta. Let's also go ahead and put up two more 45 auctions over here. I have Final Conflict, and the other auction is, the Birds. Here's another one of these records. Oh my gosh, y'all remember this? This was, this is a pretty pricey reissue. It's the unofficial. Do y'all remember this? It's that unofficial, the Birds. It says it's on Decca and everything, but it is the unofficial. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We got Final Conflict here. This is the American Scream. Final Conflict is on clearish, yellowish, green vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. The Birds and Final Conflict. Next is Sierra Farrell. Sierra Farrell is sold for $20 to Preston Rose. There's one more left if anybody else wants it for $20. How much is Siamese Dream? This is new for Friday. It's my last copy, $44.99. 2 LP on red colored vinyl. Phoebe Bridgers, Punisher. We have a bunch of these. They're sealed for $24.99. Phoebe Bridgers, Punisher, $24.99. And 3 copies of Willie Dixon, Catalyst. Willie Dixon, 1973. Long got a print until now. It's on yellow vinyl. Willie Dixon, Record Store Day, $29.99. Jim B. and on the Birds at $5. Final Conflict already has a bid for $12. Janet Gray wants my last copy of Smashing Pumpkins. That is sold to Janet Gray. Thank you. Final Conflict has a bid for $15. The Birds has another bid for $5. This is the Interrupters. The Interrupters is sealed for $29.99. And Andre 3000, this is sealed for $59.99. The New Blue Sun. New Blue Sun. Just New Blue Sun. Andre, $59.99. The lemon twigs go to school. The lemon twigs is $24.99. And the garden, you want the scoop. The garden is just $19.99. You want the scoop. The garden, $19.99. Boy, Vinnie Vincent's eyes are, look how those eyes are perched perfectly over that bin. Wow, look at that. That's pretty cool. Perfect angle there. Vinnie Vincent staring you down. Those glow-in-the-dark eyes. All right. Anybody want to make an offer on anything in there? One Sierra Farrell claimed. Uh-oh, what is this right here? I just found... Oh, man. This is how much layered stuff I have. I mean, it's just absolutely insane how much stuff I have just buried, just right here behind me. This is another lower crate. Ow. Just smashed my thumb. Oh no, it's more new vinyl. And it's February dates too. Oh my, I knew I would find something. I knew I would find something. Mad Villain, Eagles of Death Metal. Yeah, see, we've already shown some of this. It seems like Motionless, Juice WRLD. Yeah, those have all been shown recently. What's in here though? Oh no, it's even more new vinyl. Depeche Mode, Evanescence, The Residents, Wasp, Danger Danger, Crocus, Slayer, Violence, Pearl Jam. I forgot about all these titles. Here's the last of last week's metal stuff that didn't sell either. Wow. Okay. Eric Carr. Eric Carr, sorry. Eric Carr. Not Vinnie Vincent. Are you sure? Vinnie Vincent. Eric Carr, Vinnie Vincent. Eric Carr? Vinnie Vincent. Where are we on the birds, by the way? It doesn't say. I'm going to take your word for it. I get some of those guys confused. Yeah, I think it is. You're right. It is Eric Carr. Yeah. It is Eric Carr. Okay. All right, so Birds is at 6 with William Dragovich. Jim B's now at 7. Andre, what's my best price? Andre, 3,000. Let's find out. Okay, and then it looks like we got a couple other offers. So when was Vinnie Vincent? Wait a minute. Creatures. Eric Carr, a drummer, the Fox. He replaced Peter Criss. Vinnie Vincent, guitarist. So that's the next album, right? Vinnie Vincent replaced Ace. I'm gonna have to read up on my Kiss history. Andre 3000. What is the difference between these? Worldwide, limited edition. Includes 3 discs. A different Epic logo. All right, so there's no difference in these entries except the logo on the back. Well, they should merge those. That's pretty ridiculous. All right, so this one has the Epic logo circle. This one has the script. So this one has the script logo. So this is the version. $50. $50. I will do $50 on an Andre 3000. Andre 3000. Yeah, that's right. Ace is on the cover, but he pretty much didn't even play on the album. That's right. Yes. Oh, I scanned that. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm about to bring over this other crate I just found too. By the way, if you're on Facebook, the clock is ticking, but we still got some time. I meant to look and see what that format, United States. Yeah, that's a really good price. I mean, if you're trying, let me sort by lowest. Yeah, I mean, if you want to buy one right now, they're $73 shipped. The cheapest one you can get is $73 shipped. $73 shipped. That's the cheapest one on Discogs right now. Shipped. $73. I've got these right here for $50. Sealed Andre 3000s. The cheapest price on Discogs shipped is $73. $50 on those. Now, the Birds was at 7. William Dragovich out. Final Conflict out. And Final Conflict, the last bid was Chris Bryant for $20. That's a final call. He's out. We're also about to sell the Birds for $6. Okay? Now, what else was I about to do? There was another offer on something. Chris Bryant, no, maybe that wasn't an offer. Maybe that was a bid on Final Conflict. It was. We just sold Sierra Farrell out of there, right? We just sold Sierra Farrell, okay? That's good. That was a bid on Final Conflict. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, let's read through these right quick and see what we can come up with. Now, if these have a May sticker, I'll go ahead and reduce the price. And I wish I would have had this crate 6 hours ago. We would have sold all these. The first one is Maroon 5. This is $24.99. So that's $12 off Maroon 5. That's now $24.99. Pearl Jam Backspacer is now on sale, $24.99. We have Radiohead now on sale for $24.99. We have Pearl Jam Aladdin Las Vegas now on sale for $24.99. More Violence, we sold one earlier. Violence is $24.99. And then 3 copies of Slayer, Haunting the Chapel for $24.99. The Birds is sold to Jim B for $6. Final Conflict is sold to Chris Bryant for $20. Sorry those took so long. I was having another Kiss debacle. I hate being wrong about Kiss stuff. I got to stay up to date because if you misspoke on a Kiss fact here on this chat, you can cause quite the discussion and quite the conflict. Here's the next one, the Roadrunners. The Roadrunners is a $5 start, and Ray Bandy's Monkey Planet. That's a $5 start. Okay? Those are $5 starts, 2 more singles there. And then I have Maroon 5, Hands All Over for $24.99. Adam Bullock wants Haunting the Chapel for $24.99. Korn is $24.99. These are all on sale prices. Now, that's a March title, so let me move over the X-Files. The X-Files is $29.99. Crocus is a March title. It's $34.99. 13 for Elevators is $34.99. That's a March title. Same thing for Danger Danger and David Bowie and Rascal Flatts and Metal Church. The Black Flags, those are all sticker. Those are all new releases. So is The Descendants and Corrosion Conformity and Gang of Four. Now, here is some final calls on some metal stuff. Best offer before they're probably auctioned next Thursday or maybe even at another date. This is Carcass on white and black red splatter, sealed for $29.99. That is a buy it now best offer. So is Fit for an Autopsy, green with pink and pinwheel black splatter, $34.99. Sigh, Scorn, Defeat. Somebody was asking for these the other night. Sigh is $27.99. Voivod was sealed for $36.99. Voivod the Wake, $36.99. Also Sigh again, Shiki. Sigh is $24.99. Scorpions Virgin Killer, that is sealed on blue vinyl for $29.99. Carcass, that's sold to Adam Bullock for $22. We also have Pantera. We already sold these tonight. On sale for $24.99. This one was marked $29.99. There's another opportunity for another Pantera for $24. Scorpions in Trance, clear vinyl, $29.99 for Scorpions. Prophet, is an industrial album, unopened for $14.99. Another Scorpion, sealed for $29.99. Michael Schenker Group, Heavy Hitters, red vinyl, double LP of Greatest Hits, $29.99. Another Pantera, sealed $29.99. Another Pantera, sealed $34.99. And then Rage War Stigma, sealed for $19.99. And Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath on smoke-colored vinyl, a new sealed remaster, $29.99. All right. So let's go ahead and buy this a bite, make that a bite now for $5, and that a bite now for $5. Roadrunner and Ray Bandy's, $5 and $5. And folks, I have pretty much got to the point where I have nothing else left to show you. Now, that's a lie. I'll go ahead and admit to it. I have enough stuff to show you. I could stand here and talk literally till I pass out from exhaustion. But I need to pause right now to say that the show's coming to an end, do a final call. Once again, get ready for tomorrow. Both Maroon 5s are sold to Adam Bernardi on sale for $24.99. So he gets this one and he gets this one. Also, I need to pull his other request. I hadn't done that yet. First is Hiram getting Black Sabbath. Let's sell that to him for $24. Talks of Ravens wants Panthers. Panthers? What was that? Panthers? Panteras, maybe? And then we've already sold Black Sabbath. And then we have these and these. And William Dragovich gets Ray Bandy's for $5. And then Talks with Ravens wants the Pantera History of Hostility, $24.99. What about the Record Store Day sealed stuff you mentioned? Well, there's enough of it right here to keep us busy for about 3 more shows. So there's, even if I started it, I don't think we could make a dent in it. Let's pull these other records Adam Bernardi wanted, which was Crossroads and Aerosmith. Let's sell those to him. He wants those at sticker price. And yeah, I mean, I could start marking some of it, but I think most of it I wanted to use for auctions. I wanted to use a lot of it for future auction stuff. Crossroads, this is sold to, these are both sold to Adam Bernardi at sticker price. Those were new arrivals from tonight. And Roadrunners is also sold to William Dragovich for $5. There's only one record that didn't sell. I'll mark it down to $5. A promo copy of probably my favorite Steve Miller Band song, Take the Money and Run, a double-sided promo for just $5. I think the Record Store Day single stuff would make great auction material for when we need some 45 auctions. I know we have thousands of hardcore, thousands of New Orleans, thousands of other stuff, top 40, but I think some of these would be pretty cool. Let me grab a handful and see what some of them look like. But yeah, this came from that store, so it's all singles. It's all new singles. Some of it like the New Pornographers, Record Store Day, John Cage and Sun Ra, Keith Richards, Picture Disc, Twisted. This would be great auction stuff for the near future, maybe even tomorrow. Game Face, J.J. Cale, Nancy Sinatra, Chad Smith, Chester Atkins, The Charlatans, Just a Gigolo. That's David Bowie. That's pretty cool. Music on Vinyl. Those are coming up. Mad Parade. So, yeah. All right. Let's go back up. Roadrunners and Metal Church. Metal Church is, no, this is $39.99. That's fairly new. And it is new. It's $39.99. And I guess we'll stop there. I can't discount that. That's a new sealed record, Spackle Tab. It's $39.99. I think that cost me, my cost on those like that are like, man, I think they're like $31. That's what they cost me new. So that's why when I do discount this stuff at 30% off, it's like I'm taking a loss on it. That's why I got to keep it. Hopefully I can keep it a sticker price and make maybe after all my cost $5 or $6 on it. But I did sell a lot tonight, but I sold 80% of what we sold tonight was probably at cost or below cost with all this on sale vinyl. So I try to hold out at least for a few months and try to get sticker price on this new vinyl. At least that way I can make something on it. But some of these are just ridiculously expensive new. And if I could, I would immediately start taking less. But also, I just got an update. Music on vinyls, unless something changes, as y'all know, there's some wicked stuff going on. The stock market has seen swings unlike anything else in the last week. The lowest in a drop and the highest jump. And with things going on, I was told this stuff here is about to increase by like 40%. If that's true, music on vinyl stuff, instead of like $39.99, it's going to go up by, let's see, 10, 4, 16. That means all that stuff's going to start being like $55. And hopefully that will change and they'll even it out and get it back down to where it's supposed to be. But if they do change the prices, then these like Metal Church and what other music on vinyls? Stevie Ray Vaughan, instead of 46, he would probably be like $69.99 instead of 46. So, yeah, I've got confidence in it. I think it'll all play out okay. I've got a lot of confidence in it. If you have time available for a while, show. Yes, I still got to do that. I'm going to be up here front. I'm going to be up front working on some stuff on my computer. I hadn't ordered vinyl once again a couple days. The Masters have been so distracting. I didn't get to watch the last 2 hours of coverage. I'm about to go start that right now. I've got about 2 hours of Masters to watch while I work and then hopefully try to find some sleep so I can get up tomorrow and be well rested enough to watch the rest of the Masters before I get here. It's pretty bad when Masters coverage is on like all day and, you know, I've got to sleep and try to do a sale and they're out there playing golf and I want to watch every shot. So pretty bad. But I hope that new vinyl isn't, gosh, I just hope it don't see some crazy price increases. That would be bad for all of us. But I think if it does, it'll be temporarily till it all works out. I got faith in it. All right. Anybody else? This is like the best time to ask me stuff, request stuff. It's like the final chit-chat moments of the show. I'm done showing vinyl, but we do have final moments. Can you tell me if you can get the can you tell me if I get the Eagles box set on the border? Yeah, that was the one steps. That was the one steps. Yeah, I think yeah, we had one each. Yeah, somebody wanted to swap something around, right? Yeah, I can't remember how that failed, but I'll make sure, okay? Anyone grab the Dylan and band? No, that's still available. That's still available. That's still available. That was one of the last MoFi titles. The Iron Maiden left in the bin. This one in here. Or the one in the on sale. The one in the left of the on sale bin is the X Factor. And the only MoFi record that's still left is Bob Dylan and the band. Let's make a note on the John Gollin, whoever's tagging, Jill or G, in the bin left. Oh, this is some new stuff here. This is Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark for $39.99. And No Prayer for the Dying. No Prayer for the Dying, $34.99. 2 Iron Maidens there. We had a local company redesign mailers for us that we order. So we have our mailers made basically privately here by a company locally in Lebanon. So they make all of our mailers and stamp them for us, and that's what they do for us. The Bob Dylan Mo-Fi was 30% off, which makes it $45.49. $45.49. Good investment. I don't even know I couldn't tell you a single record store day record tomorrow. I have no idea. I don't know what's coming out tomorrow. These current tariff and negotiations reminds me of Kennedy and dealing with Khrushchev in the Bay of Pigs or the the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's kind of what it reminds me of. It's like they're like both like, I guess with China, it's like they're both throwing shots. It's like who's gonna blink first or who's gonna cave first. It's like it reminds me of when they blockade Cuba, and it's kind of, I was thinking about that the other day. It's like, wow, these are some intense negotiations. It's like who's gonna blink first. Chris said he'll take it, and this is $45.49. We got a few last second claims here. And then we have No Prayer for the Dying and Fear of the Dark. No Prayer for the Dying and Fear of the Dark. There is this and this. And yes, those are both available. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's that one, and those are both sold and sold. And I'm going to try to fit those in this last crate. They're going to fit in there. And does the local place offer record mailers to the folks like me? Well, the reason we get them so cheap, first of all, the shipping would probably kill you. The shipping would probably, because we order like thousands at a time. That's how we get them so cheap. And I think trying to get them to you shipped would be a problem. So, and plus they have a die that they've basically made for us with I guess they don't have to stamp them Coletco, but I don't know. I could ask Tanner, but I don't know how that. Tanner has handled all that, so he helped in the design process and the die fee. They charged a pretty big fee to do the die. I don't know a lot about box making, but wow, he was one of the blockade ships. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's if you watch the Oliver Stone movie JFK, one of my favorite things to watch, almost as much as the whole movie, is that opening scene where they're playing the taps, the and the JFK kind of memorial, and that guy's narrating JFK. If you know what I'm talking about, I love watching that opening scene. It's pretty much the prelude to the movie JFK, and it's being narrated, and it tells a brief history there of the 60s and Cuba and JFK and Castro. And I've watched that so many times, just that opening scene from Oliver Stone's JFK. And it's really cool. And then, of course, as soon as that stops, it goes right into the JFK movie with that woman, which is still a mystery, and the whole conspiracy that they found on the side of the road, and she was saying they were going to kill Kennedy. All right, yeah, Tesla. I've heard people talk about the Tesla. That could be a pretty big one. Okay. I think we're done. I've sold a few more records. David Hoy, I'll be on the lookout for those. Do you remember some of the titles, David? If you can give me like a couple of artists, that would help me a lot, and I'll start looking for them. Or I'll try to bring them up in rotation. We've talked about JFK. We've talked about the Cuban Missile Crisis. We've talked about tariffs. And I think we're done. We've probably talked about some stuff that we're not qualified to talk about. Cecil McBee. I'll be looking for Cecil McBee. I'll leave JFK up to Oliver Stone and all the other stuff to the people in charge. I can sell records every night. That's about as much as I can do at this point. I'll be on the lookout for that. Okay. And I'm officially in the feed. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Block my stalker. I couldn't. I tried. Somehow he can still comment, Craig. He can still comment, but I can't access his account. That's a bizarre thing. But yeah, he's blocked us, but yet he can still comment, which I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out how to override that. I may have to do it on a desktop. He's blocked us, but can still comment. So, trust me, I've already pulled it up here. I was trying to fix it during the sale, but when I click on somebody's name for messages, and it goes like this, that means they've blocked us. This is usually what happens when people buy something and they don't pay for it. It goes to this screen. So, I don't know. I'll try to figure it out. Okay. I may have to go to a desktop and try to override it, okay? You can do more on a desktop. You can do so much more on Facebook if you're on a laptop. The mobile device probably has 50% of the access areas. So, okay. I'm in the feed. We've made it till 1:30. Facebook's probably about to end. Thanks, everybody. We've been going for 8 hours. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I'm going to go eat, order vinyl, and watch the Masters. I'll be up way too late and get very little sleep. Thank you and good night.